Chapter 869. They gave Baichi a terrified look. When Baichi unleashed his aura just now, they suddenly felt that the man in front of them was not a human, but a bloody demon king who had killed countless people. The aura of death and murderous aura that came rushing at their faces almost dispersed their souls. But they had to fulfill their duty. Gritting their teeth, they mustered up their courage and stammered, "By the human emperor's decree, from today on, we are forbidden from entering Yuxiong Plain." Wuxia shook his head in bewilderment. Since things had come to this, he might as well do it. No matter what the Celestial Court and Buddhist League were planning, he had to poke a big hole in their plan first. After all, he had Zhang Yi and Su Qin, the two quick-witted tongues that had been around for thousands of years. So, he was not afraid of anyone trying to reason with him. Two dark silhouettes rose into the air. Two oracles, who were wearing long robes of oracles with 3 golden suns embroidered on their sleeves, nervously looked at the fleet of flying ships that stretched for hundreds of miles in front of them. One of them shouted out harshly, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into Yuxiong Plain with an army? Don't you know this is a capital offense?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes and bowed his head, pondering. He recalled the conversation between a monk and a Taoist in the void a few days ago. The Taoist said that you would soon have no energy to stop the immortals and mortals from outer heavenly realms. It seemed to be true today. Emperor Haozuan had died suddenly, and his body had not been found. All he left behind was an imperial edict that was said to be hidden in a secret compartment. No matter how he looked at it, it smelled of a conspiracy. Apart from A.O. Buzin, Lord Xianxia, Catfish, Yuan Qing, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, Feng and Feng Tianling, and Lu Chengfeng, who had to oversee the administration of the EC, all the primordial experts under Wu Qi's command, including Luo Lu and the other members of the Lao clan, as well as 2 Xiaobai and other demon cultivators, had gone to Underhand Sect. Waving his hand, Wu Qi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Attack! Attack with all your might!" Beaming with joy, Zhang Yi waved both of his hands, and a frightening innate magnetic force enveloped the military town. With a loud bang, a dazzling light burst out from the military town, and countless restrictive spells firmly protected it. However, the mountains around the town suddenly collapsed, sinking hundreds of miles into the ground, leaving the lonely town exposed in front of the army of the EC. Coupled with the batch of heavenly ghosts in his hands, as well as Hu Hai and Xianxia, who were cultivating the Fiend League's grand technique, Wu Qi's trump card were not only limited to the Taoist League and the Buddhist League. If the Tao sect won, he would be the Tao sect's Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The former soldiers under Baichi's command were usually trained by Baichi, so they were all infected with the same disease as Baichi. Upon hearing the word attack, several 100,000 soldiers roared and started their flying ships, flying straight towards the military town. Baichi gave a long and sonorous cry. His body was shrouded in a thick layer of blood-red light, and like a blood-red meteor, he smashed down towards the town, which he felt slightly relieved. The Underhand Sect had sneaked into the Taoist League, and Beiji's branch had sneaked into the Buddhist League. Wu Qi himself was cultivating the cultivation technique of both Taoist and Buddhist League, and he had the scroll of stealing to deceive everyone. Thus, no one could see through his real background. Furthermore, he now held a high position in Yu, and no matter how the situation changed, he would be able to adapt to the situation and make the choice that best suited to his own interests. But, after all, he was involved with Wu Qi in his previous life, and in this life he was brought up by Wu Qi. Therefore, Beiji's loyalty to Wu Qi was impeccable. Before Wu Qi could give the order, the left and right armies of EC County, as well as the rear army, had already charged out. It was a pain of happiness. Wu Qi finally understood that it was not a good thing to have too many talents under his command. Furthermore, there were still too many people who had not gone out with the army, such as the emperors of the 6 dynasties who stayed behind to guard the EC County, and a large number of civil and military officials who had not been deployed. If they had gone out with the army, Wu Qi would not have known how to deal with them. Beiji did not ask any questions. He put his palms together and bowed to Wuxia, then strode out. Wuxia had given them a principle. Primordial immortals were not allowed to show themselves. If the Celestial Court or other powers wanted to find out the truth about the Underhand sect, the disciples of Gold Immortal Realm would be the ones to do it. For the time being, it was not appropriate for the Underhand sect to keep a high profile, so they had to reveal themselves as a medium-sized sect. If Dayuan, he would be the meritorious prince of Dayu. Upon hearing Wuqi's question, the two messengers quickly bowed and said, "King of EC, it was Lord Lao Wang himself who asked us to send a warning to the King of EC." At the same time, he also asked the King of EC to lead the army back to Liangzhu as soon as possible. His Majesty has died a sudden death, and his body is nowhere to be found. All that was left was the imperial edict to pass the throne to Lord Lao Wang. Now, Liangzhu is in a mess. The newly formed Flying Bear army has split up, and all the great clans are in a state of panic. Rumors are spreading in the imperial court. Wuqi sat alone in the command center, looking at the generals and civil officials gathered in the cabin of the flying ship. He could not help but feel a little helpless. There were too many heroes under his command, and it was difficult for him to mediate the relationship between them. Just now, these people have been arguing for 2 whole hours because of the choice of the commanding officer and military advisor for the front, back, left, and right armies. Fortunately, the army Wuqi brought here was more than enough for them, and he had promised each of them that they could lead an army on their own. Only then did they calm down. After being busy for a long time and arranging everything, Wuqi was no longer in the mood to attack the invaders from outer heavenly realms. At his order, Lu Qingfeng was left to guard the East Sea, while Wuqi led the soldiers from the 36 towns of the East Sea to break camp and march toward Liangzhu. They had to go back to Liangzhu. The more chaotic it was, the more benefits they could get. If King Yangshan could really ascend to the throne of the human emperor, it would be of great benefit to Wuqi. But how did Emperor Haozuan die? Who could kill Emperor Haozuan without alerting the imperial guards? In front of them were 2 towering mountains. Between the 2 mountains was a military town whose city wall was less than 5 miles in width and 5 miles in height. The top of the city wall of the military town was crowded with people. Some large-scale ordnance, which was powerful enough to threaten airboats, was slowly being pushed out of the city wall. After pondering for a long time, Wuqi summoned Beiji, the little disciple he had taken in years ago. As for Beiji, he did not deliberately cultivate him over the years. As a result, his cultivation base had just barely reached the realm of Arhut. Compared to the rapid progress of the others around him, Beiji's power and influence could be said to be extremely weak. After handing the scripture to Beiji, Wuqi said in a deep voice, "Over the years, I found you a group of young monks suitable for practicing the mystic arts of the Buddhism League. Bring them to the edge of the East Sea, find a good Taoist temple, and build a monastery to practice in seclusion. Just focus on practicing the mystic arts in this scripture, and I'll send someone to bring you whatever you need. Don't do anything unless I tell you to. When I need you, I hope you have at least a group of people you can use." A line of large, blood-red characters was written on the thin black stone. Weighing the heavy stone in his hand, Wuqi narrowed his eyes and asked the messenger in front of him, "Did Lord Lao Wang personally order you to deliver the message?" The clothes of the 2 messengers were torn, and their bodies were covered with wounds, and they were bleeding profusely. They had just been given life-saving pills concocted by the East Sea, and the oracles of the East Sea personally trained by Princess Zhang Lu to heal their wounds. Only then did they have the strength to stand. Under the leadership of Supremacy 3 Flame, Patriarch Jiang Yun, Immortal Qing Exant, and Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, all the disciples of Underhand sect must find a blessed land at the edge of the East Sea and build their sect openly. By now, countless immortal sect from outer heavenly realms had invaded Pangu continent along with the fallen heavenly realms, and dozens of immortal sects of various sizes were building their cave abodes every day. Therefore, the addition of Underhand sect would not attract any attention. The emperor has collapsed, and the situation is strange. Hurry to Liangzhu. Lead the army. Baiqi did not waste time talking to the two oracles. He drew the sword hanging at his waist and cut off their heads with one clean slash. The sword let out a dragon roar as Baiqi's eyes shone with a feverish blood-red light. Pointing at the fortress in front of them, he cried out, "Boys, attack!" Even though they were fighting fiercely and corpses were strewn all over the place, Wuxia was just sitting on the fishing platform, waiting to reap the fruits of his labor. To be able to use the means of a so-called great thief to such an extent, he had already surpassed the level of a thief and was almost at the level of a Dao. Xianxia nodded and cried out, "Kill, kill, kill! The human emperor is dead." Are they following the decree of a dead man today? Break through this fortress and head straight to Liangzhu. Kill the treacherous courtiers, purge the emperor's side, and uphold justice for me. Daqin, for to you. At Wuqi's solemn request, Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others left in a hurry. 1,800 flying ships were divided into 5 armies. General Baiqi of the vanguard and Zhang Yi of the military advisor. General Yanpa of the right army and Lin Xiangru of the military advisor. General Yu Yi of the left army and Su Qin of the military advisor. General Mu of the rear army, and 2 brothers, Sun Bin and Pang Wan, who were advising him. He waved his hand and signaled the 2 messengers to leave, then quickly gave out a series of orders. If the Buddhist League was victorious, he would be the ancient Buddha of the Buddhist League. Patting Beiji's shaved head, Wuqia handed him a scroll of ancient Buddhist cultivation scripture, which he had compiled himself. The mystic technique of the Buddhist League was not the one cultivated by Lord Buddha Amitabha or Buddha Futu. If Beiji dared to cultivate it, he would be sensed by someone from the Buddhist League in less than 3 months, and at that time, endless troubles would come knocking on his door. The scripture which Wuqia gave Beiji was obtained by Yuan Ling from an ancient Buddha in exchange for a spirit pill. The Zen scripture contained in it was very different from that of the current Buddhist League. In terms of subtlety, it was not as good as the current Buddhist League, but in terms of power, none of the current Buddhist League's divine abilities could compare to it. With the help of Princess Zhang Li's divine ability, the flying ships flew nearly 100 times faster than usual. In just half a day, the EC's army had arrived at the outermost outpost of Yuxiong Plain. Baiqi snorted coldly as he took a step forward and appeared in front of the 2 messengers. Without even looking at them, Baiqi said in a deep voice, "Something has happened in Liangzhu, and we've been ordered to reinforce it. Do you have any objections?" The army of 30 towns was hidden in dark Yin Celestial Tower, and only the army of 6 towns was accompanied by flying ships. 1,800 large flying ships whistled across the sky, casting a thick shadow on the ground like a dark cloud. There were 3,000 soldiers and 300 priests on each flying boat. The musicians in the army excitedly hammered the war drums and blew the horns, playing the array-breaking music passed down from the ancient battle of Zhuolu, slaying Qiyu. After witnessing the rapid cultivation speed of the human cultivation technique, Baiqi and the other war maniacs had been practicing the true body of heaven and earth scripture, which had been carefully modified by Wuqia. Although the cultivation speed of a modified scripture was slightly slower than that of the original version, it allowed them to absorb the natural energy and refine their souls at the same time, so there was no limit to their natural lifespan. At the moment, Baiqi was surrounded by pure Pangu, sacred energy. As he asked, the aura emanating from him was as sharp as a blade, scaring the 2 oracles into stepping back. Chapter 870. The 5-color divine ray transformed into a huge hand that blotted out the sky and pressed down heavily on the military town, which was dozens of miles in circumference. Immediately, the crisp sound of countless crystal vases shattering rang out, and hundreds of restrictive spells, big and small, were shattered by the palm, causing all the generals and soldiers in the town to cough up blood and fall to the ground. Led by Baiqi, the soldiers of East Sea, whose eyes had turned bloodshot, could not stop in time. A large number of soldiers in the town had fallen, but they still raised their weapons and rained down arrows. Another large number of soldiers who were knocked unconscious by Princess Zhang Lu fell to the ground. The soldiers of East Sea marched back and forth in the razed town, searching with neat steps. The corpses of the dead soldiers were placed neatly on one side. The wounded were imprisoned and sent to the flying ships at the back for treatment, and the soldiers who were in good condition but knocked unconscious by Princess Zhang Lu just now were forced to drink the puppet powder concocted by the Directorate of Celestials of East Sea, and were forced to join the vanguard army led by Baiqi. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Su Qin, the two evil men who could shake the world with their tongues, followed closely behind these captured soldiers, telling them that the human emperor was framed and had died, and that the king of East Sea was rushing to Liangzhu to rescue the princes of the imperial clan. In order to enhance their persuasiveness, they produced an imperial edict and a secret edict from an unknown source. The people of Yu were simple and honest, and their customs were traditional and closed. How could these soldiers ever think that a subject of Yu would forge an imperial edict? As soon as Zhang Yi and Su Qin took out the imperial edict and the secret edict, all the soldiers in the town knelt down and surrendered willingly to the commander of East Sea. At the sight of this, Wuxia could not help but sigh with emotion. There were also advantages to being ignorant. These soldiers of Yu were too simple and honest, which had saved him a lot of trouble. Right when Wuxia was sighing with emotion, a few of Baiqi's grandsons dragged a few captains from the military towns who had an unsightly expression on their faces and brought them to Wuxia. Large groups of East Sea soldiers guarded the surroundings, and in the air, there were also hundreds of priests with golden sun emblems embroidered on their sleeves. When these generals saw that the East Sea army was so well guarded, although they were cursing, they did not try to escape in vain. The few grandsons of Baiqi pushed the few captains who held the highest position in this military town to the ground, forcing them to kneel before Wuxia. These generals were covered in cuts and bruises, and some of them had their arms and legs chopped off. In the face of the East Sea's attack, the outermost line of defense in Yuxiong Plain was still too weak to resist the East Sea's attack. When he saw Wuxia, a general whose body was mostly intact but had a cut on his face, growled furiously. "King of East Sea, you forged the human emperor's edict. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire family. You, as a foreign minister, how dare you lead an army to attack Yuxiong Plain? You are dead meat." Wuxia looked at these generals with great interest and said with a smile, "Just now, someone told me that the human emperor gave you an edict today, ordering you to seal off Yuxiong Plain and forbid any foreign minister from entering, right? But, as far as I know, the human emperor passed away a few days ago. Where did you get the edict?" The generals' faces flickered. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You can do it, but I can't. Isn't it just forging an imperial edict? Damn it, Liangzhu is in a mess now. So what if I forge an imperial edict? When the big picture is settled, who will care about such a trivial matter?" Before the generals could say anything, Wuqi's body swayed slightly, and a few blood-draining celestial fiends flew out and plunged into their bodies, devouring their blood essence and souls in a flash. The generals swayed a little, then slowly rose to their feet. Their bodies had been occupied by the blood-draining celestial fiends, and now they had completely become Wuqi's clones. One of the generals strode out and snapped, the secret edict in his majesty's hand. "King of East Sea is real. The king of East Sea has ordered us to suppress the rebels, and we are willing to follow his lead." Just now, when they saw their commander suddenly jump out and confirm their words, the remaining 80,000 soldiers in this military town answered in unison and obediently allowed the East Sea Commandery to reorganize them, make them part of Baiqi's frontline army, and listen to Baiqi's command. After looting all the war materials and instruments in this military town, the East Sea Commandery boarded flying ships, rose into the sky, and flew quickly toward Liangzhu. This was already the territory of Yuxiong Plain. In order to prevent immortals and itinerant cultivators from intruding into Yuxiong Plain, a large city was stationed every 10,000 miles and a military town was stationed every 1,000 miles. Depending on the terrain, the military towns were garrisoned with 3 to 5,000 soldiers to 100 or 200,000 soldiers, while the large cities, which were responsible for controlling the situation within tens of thousands of miles, were garrisoned with at least 3 to 400,000 soldiers, and at most, nearly 1,000,000 soldiers. These soldiers were only the peripheral garrisons of Wuxia Plain, and the strongest among them was only a middle-grade heaven immortal, which was far inferior to the original Wuxia army. But these soldiers were huge in number, and together with the strong walls and countless restrictive spells, the combat effectiveness they could exert was extremely astonishing. Unfortunately, they ran into the people of the 6 states under Wuxia's rule. Not to mention the military prowess of Baiqi and Li Mu, Zhang Yi, Su Qin, Li Si, Wei Liaozi, Lin Xiangru, and the others could not be resisted by these simple and honest soldiers of the Yu. Along the way, the East Sea Commandery Army's deception, surprise attacks, and the help of Wu Qi and the other almighty experts had possessed the bodies of Wu Qi's blood-draining celestial fiends, and all the soldiers had become the vanguard under Baiqi's command. The march of the East Sea Commandery Army to Liangzhu was like a hot knife through butter. There was basically no difficulty to speak of, except for Su Qin and Zhang Yi, who were busy forging the human emperor's imperial edicts. They had forged at least 100 strange imperial edicts and secret edicts along the way. Fortunately, they had the help of Li Si and the others, who were really good at this kind of shady business. On average, a military town would waste a quarter of an hour, and a large city would only delay the East Sea Commandery Army for an hour. With the meticulous calculation of the people of the 6 states, the East Sea Commandery Army swept through the eastern defense line of Wuxia Plain, and in just a few days, broke straight into the outskirts of Liangzhu. In the void, 3 monks and 3 Taoists were standing on 2 flaming meteors, quietly overlooking everything that was happening in Wuxia Plain. Unlike the monk and the Taoist Wu Qi saw the other day, who stood almost side by side, today, the 3 monks and 3 Taoists were at least tens of miles apart from each other. On top of that, the 3 Taoists were surrounded by flickering lights. Clearly, they had unleashed their defensive immortal artifacts, lest someone attack them from the dark. The 3 monks and 3 Taoists all had a very strange expression on their faces as they watched the East Sea Commandery Army march straight in. When the East Sea Commandery Army had broken into the outskirts of Liangzhu, one of the monks murmured in a low voice, "How stupid are these to you soldiers?" Another Taoist glared at the monk and said with a cold grin, "They are indeed a little stupid. I wonder if fellow Taoist has a good plan to delay them?" The 3 monks and 3 Taoists looked at each other, speechless for a long while. Then, they turned their eyes to the west of Wuxia Plain at the same time, where Gao, the king of Weishan, was trudging toward Liangzhu with great difficulty. Along the way, the major cities and military towns had given him a lot of trouble. No matter how hard he racked his brains, the distance he had covered in a day and a night was not as good as the distance that Wu Qi had covered in an hour. By now, Wu Qi had reached the outskirts of Liangzhu, and Gao was still 10 days away from the city. Frowning, the 3 monks and 3 Taoists stared at the mighty army of the East Sea Commandery Army, then suddenly sighed heavily. Why does the Yu have such a freak? Liangzhu was just 1,000,000 miles ahead of them. Standing on the deck of the flying ship, Wu Qi and his companions could already see the city wall. Now, Liangzhu was no longer as peaceful as it was when Wu Qi first saw it. It had a hint of laziness in its tranquility and a unique charm in its antiquity. The aura in the sky above Liangzhu was in a mess. Various auras collided and rubbed against each other, causing the natural energy around the city to be in a mess. The walls of Liangzhu, which used to be more decorative than practical, were now hung with banners, but they were all crooked and out of shape. Wu Qi's ears twitched slightly, and he could still hear the occasional sound of bugles ringing out from Liangzhu 1,000,000 miles away. But the sound of the bugles was also very messy, like the last struggle of a dying man. It was a bad sign. Looking at Liang Zhu, Wuqi murmured in a low voice, "Why does it look like the country is going to perish? Why is the aura of the emperor so messy?" Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes. She glanced at Liang Zhu with a five-color divine light and said straightforwardly, "It's hopeless. 90% of Liang Zhu is covered by the aura of death, and over 90% of the people in the city are going to die. It's a bloody disaster, and they will die without a whole corpse. It's just a matter of who starts it first." Wuqi opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Princess Zhonglu cultivated herself in the primordial Tao of divinity, and as an ancient god, she had a much better understanding of fortune than any other powerful being. Since she could tell that 90% of Liang Zhu was covered by the gray mist, and over 90% of the people in the city were going to die in a bloody disaster, it was basically a foregone conclusion. Giguzi, who was an expert in all kinds of yin and yang magic, glanced at Liang Zhu and said with the same certainty, "Someone has messed up the fortune of this place with a powerful divine ability. How did the fortune that could have been passed down from generation to generation become like this? The one who messed up the fortune of this place is right in the center of Liang Zhu." "The center of Liang Zhu? It's in the Imperial Palace on Mount Torch Dragon," said Wu Qi in a low voice. "That's the heart of Liang Zhu and the entire Yuxiong Plain." Baiqi narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, his muscles rippling like water as he chuckled, and said, "Chaos is chaos. Death is death. That place is filled with a bloody aura, and a great war is coming. Boys, get your weapons ready." Unlike Wu Qi and the others, when the generals of the Six Dynasties saw the strong, bloody aura above Liang Zhu, they could no longer hold back their blood. As the flying ships of the East Sea approached Liang Zhu at high speed, a sudden rumble came from the front. Amidst a cloud of dust, a troop of about 70 to 80,000 soldiers was fleeing in this direction like refugees. Behind the troop, an army of at least 500,000 soldiers was slowly approaching in neat phalanxes, with tens of thousands of elite cavalrymen chasing after them and killing all the fleeing soldiers. Among the fleeing troops in front of him, there were about 2,000 people clustered around a large flag. On the flag, the words Green Hill were written in large letters. The one fleeing was King Yang Shan's eldest son, Ji Dai, the king of Xianxia. Chapter 871. General Baiqi gave a light cry, and all 360 flying ships in the vanguard halted at Chi-Chi's command. The airships of the middle, left, right, and rear armies also stopped in mid-air in a battle formation. Standing on the prow of the foremost ship, Baiqi rested his hand on the hilt of his sword and cried out, "Those who are fighting in the front, listen up. The army of East Sea is passing by. Make way now, or you'll be regarded as a provocation to the East Sea, and you'll be killed without mercy." Baiqi shouted loudly, causing the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles to rumble and a large amount of dust to rise into the air. The pursuing army stopped abruptly and quickly retreated into a defensive circle, while the fleeing army quickly approached. Under the banner of Green Hill, Ji Dai, sweating profusely and covered in blood, cried out, "I'm an old friend of the king of East Sea. Ask the king of East Sea to..." Before he could finish, Ji Dai's eyes rolled up and a few gurgling noises came from his throat. A stream of blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with large blood clots. Obviously, the blood clots were blocking his throat, and he could not breathe well, his face turning purple and blue. Baiqi tightened his fingers on the hilt of his sword and narrowed his eyes with slight displeasure. Since he knew Wu Qi, that meant he could not kill him. In the past few days, Baiqi and his group of generals were like tigers that had just been let out of the cage. They fought to their heart's content. Even though Su Qin and Zhang Yi's group of civil officials had deceived and destroyed 90% of the resistance from the cities and military formations along the way, Baiqi's group still managed to take over a few military towns. After more than 2,000 years of loneliness on Myriad Immortals' planet and several years of grievance on Panga continent, Baichi and the others' cultivation base had skyrocketed, and they had a mighty army under their command. It was time for them to fight and kill to their heart's content. Just now, they were about to slaughter both armies, but when they found out that Ji Dai was an old acquaintance of Wuxia, they were too embarrassed to do it. Rubbing his nose, Baichi couldn't help but have the mischievous thoughts of a child. Oh, if I choke you up with a mouthful of blood, then I can do whatever I want with these tens of thousands of soldiers. Wouldn't that be great? Tilting his head, Baichi stared at Ji Dai, whose throat was blocked by blood. For a long while, he didn't say a word. He ordered a messenger to inform Wu Qi of the situation. Fortunately, Wu Qi's divine sense had covered most of Yuxiong Plain at all times. While Baichi was still thinking about those bloody thoughts, Wu Qi had already flown past the vanguard and strode to Ji Dai's side. Grabbing Ji Dai's body, Wu Qi snapped at the few generals around him. "Are you all dead? Why don't you hurry up and save His Highness?" As he reprimanded the generals, Wu Qi slapped Ji Dai's back with his palm. A stream of Pangu, sacred energy, blasted into Ji Dai's body, shattering the few clots in his throat. He opened his mouth and vomited violently. The blood he spat out was purple-black and stinking, and when it fell to the ground, it sizzled and corroded a hole the size of a human head. Clearly, Ji Dai was not only injured internally, but also poisoned. Taking out a life-saving pill concocted by the EC, Wu Qi stuffed it into Ji Dai's mouth, then quickly swept his finger across Ji Dai's back. An inch-deep mark was left on each of the 3 vital acupoints on Ji Dai's back. Judging from the pattern, it should be the lotus head of the Buddhist Vajra scepter. The aura in Ji Dai's body was a mess, and there was a sticky Yin force lurking in his internal organs, almost killing all the vitality in them. He gently pressed his finger against the back of Ji Dai's head, causing him to howl in pain. Then, Wu Qi flicked his finger, and 3 tiny ghost heads emerged from the black smoke. They sucked at the back of Ji Dai's head, and then a chanting of Buddhist scriptures rang out. Wisps of Buddhist light poured out of the back of Ji Dai's head along with a warm mist that flowed like water. Tiny lotus flowers the size of soybeans could be seen spinning in the mist, each with the shadow of a golden bodhisattva sitting cross-legged on top of it. The ghost heads at Wu Qi's fingertips devoured all the Buddhist light, and only then did Ji Dai's face regain some color. He staggered to his feet, grabbed Wu Qi's arm, and snapped, "Go to Liangzhu now. It's urgent. Someone is trying to harm my father." Shaking the bowl-sized ball of Buddhist light on his fingertip, Wu Qi frowned and said, "There's no hurry. Are there Buddhists in Liangzhu?" A hint of resentment flashed across Ji Dai's face. He looked back at the army behind him and sneered, "I don't know if they are from a Buddhist league, but some of them used a Buddhist artifact, the Vajra exorcism pestle. I was hit in the head with a divine startling bell. Countless bald donkeys have been chanting curses in my head along the way, nearly driving my soul into samsara." Hee. As Ji Dai sneered, the defeated soldiers he led had arrived and gathered under his banner. They had exhausted all their strength, and as soon as they got close, they fell to the ground on their buttocks and could not move. But, as they all practiced the cultivation technique of the human race, even the wounded soldiers could only lie on the ground for a while to heal themselves with Pangu, sacred energy. Before long, they rose to their feet in high spirits. The human warriors had a great strategic advantage on Panga continent, especially in Yuxiong Plain. Unless their heads were cut off, no serious injury could really hurt them. Even if they had broken arms, legs, or internal organs, they could quickly recover as long as they lay still for a period of time. The same was true for the army chasing after Ji Dai. It took them less than a quarter of an hour to reorganize their forces. When all the soldiers had recovered, 3 captains in purple armors rode slowly forward on a dragon, a roc, and a golden-eyed horned tiger. The captain in the middle, riding on a yellow dragon, raised a spear and pointed it coldly at Wu Qi. "King of East Sea, please hand over King Xianxia. I'm Swearing D, the military minister of the Right Flying Bear Army, and I've been ordered by Crown Prince to capture King Xianxia." Wu Qi helped Ji Dai up his fingers clasped on his back as he kept injecting Pangu, sacred energy, into his body. Crown Prince? I've never heard of you having a Crown Prince. Who is this Crown Prince, General Swearin? What right does he have to order the capture of King Diyu? Swearin frowned and said nothing. His Majesty passed away 7 days ago. The soul medallion he left in the secret palace disintegrated, but no one saw his body, said Ji Dai with a sneer. Only an eunuch took out the secret edict His Majesty left behind when he was alive, passing the throne to my father. He took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood that still smelled strong, then said coldly, His Majesty's oldest prince is King Xianxia, Jiyu. He refused to acknowledge His Majesty's secret edict, and instead proclaimed himself Crown Prince Diyu with the support of a group of bootlickers, preparing to ascend the throne by force. But my father and the other kings did not agree to it, so he privately mobilized his troops to capture me alive and force my father to do so. Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown. What the hell was going on? Is that King Xianxia a fool, proclaiming himself Crown Prince and trying to ascend the throne by force? Aren't you intentionally ruining Great Yu by forcing yourself to ascend the throne without settling all these kings of the imperial clan? Especially when you forcibly mobilized your troops to attack the kings. It would be fine if you could capture or kill King Xianxia alive, but why did you send Ji Dai here? Are you playing house? Ridiculous. Wuxia commented on King Xianxia's actions. After a moment of silence, Wuxia asked, What has the special envoy of the Celestial Court, Liu Bang, done these days? Ji Dai's expression turned very strange. King Liu Bang, he said in a low voice. On behalf of the Celestial Court, he strongly urged Zhang Yu to act according to His Majesty's secret edict and let my father inherit the throne. While Wuxia and Ji Dai were talking animatedly, Swearin was already roaring impatiently on the other side. When he saw that the EC army was formidable, Swearin had quickly shrunk his army into a defensive circle formation. But now, when he saw that the EC army was not moving, and Wuxia and Ji Dai were just talking in low voices, he spread out his troops again, forming 9 cone-shaped formations that were easy to charge at the EC army. Grinning coldly, Wuxia snapped, Swearin, I'm a king of Diyu conferred by His Majesty. How dare you attack me with your troops? Swearin pondered for a moment, then said with a sneer, Even if you're a king conferred by His Majesty, trespassing on Yuxiong Plain is a capital offense, especially when you led an army into the border of Liangzhu without permission. Put down your weapons and surrender now, and perhaps I can spare you some of your crimes. Wuxia was about to explain it to Swearin. After all, they were already at the edge of Liangzhu, and there might be some important ministers of Liangzhu paying attention to the situation here. If he did something to Swearin indiscriminately, it would be hard to explain when he arrived in Liangzhu. But before Wuxia could think of an excuse, Swearin suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Before Wuxia could see what was going on, 3 green Vajra scepters, each as thick as an adult man's arm, smashed into Swearin's chest and came out his back. The 3 scepters came from a place less than 10 feet in front of Swearin, but Wuxia did not sense the slightest movement of energy there. As the 3 scepters pierced through Swearin's body, blood sprayed out in all directions. Swearin screamed and retreated hastily. The king of EC and King Xianxia have colluded with the Buddhist League and murdered the ministers of the Yu. Their crimes are unforgivable. Kill them all. As Swearin roared, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind him surged madly towards the EC army. The leading generals took out spirit talismans made of bones from their stored treasures, and were about to activate them to add all kinds of defensive spells to the soldiers behind them. Wuxia's face darkened. They had made Wuxia the scapegoat, leaving him no place to run. Wuxia could not help but grin hideously. Since you want to make me the scapegoat, I'll let you be unreasonable. Things have become a mess, and I can only tear a hole in it with violence. Hee, I'll kill you until your blood flows like a river and your corpses pile up into a mountain. Let's see how many benefits I can get from Liangzhu. Before the generals behind Swear D could activate their spirit talismans, Wuxia clasped his hands together and made a strange incantation gesture. Wisps of dark smoke wheeled quickly in his palms and quickly condensed into a ferocious ghost head. Wuxia gave a thunderous roar and released the ghost head. A thunderous boom that sounded like a million thunderbolts exploded right next to everyone's ears. Blood spurted out from the 7 apertures of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers led by Swear D. More than half of them fell to the ground without making a sound, and only a small half of them, who were stronger, managed to straighten their bodies and charge forward. However, the direction of their charge had become messy, and they had completely lost their way. Waving his hand forward, Wuxia growled, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Along with a wild roar, Baichi pulled out his sword and rushed out. Chapter 872. With their eyes bloodshot, Baichi and the other generals were still a little slower, while Ao, Buzin, and Catfish Flooddragon were faster. They had been cooped up in the flying ship for a long time without a chance to strike, and now that Wuxia had given the order to kill all the enemies, they immediately rushed out with bright eyes. As soon as they rushed out, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather all jumped out. Except for Lord Xianxia, who was old and steady, and little Conqueror and Feng Tianling, who did not like fighting, all the demons under Wuxia's command rushed out. "Eat my spear, my grandsons! Stab them!" Ao, Buzin laughed maniacally, complacently. In his hand, the soul-splitting spear had turned into a wild, poisonous dragon that wreaked havoc. Countless shadows of the spear swept across the void, and those who were targeted by it would have their bodies riddled with at least 100 holes. Ao, Buzin deliberately suppressed the power of the soul-splitting spear and used it as an ordinary spear. Otherwise, with the overall strength of these ordinary soldiers, they would have been turned into ashes by the spear. Catfish Flooddragon, however, was too lazy to shout. She threw away the hammer, then used her tiny arms to grab those soldiers, throwing them into her mouth as if they were snacks. She did not even bother to chew, and just swallowed all the soldiers into her stomach. The used soldiers had achieved some success in cultivating the cultivation technique of the human race, so they were full of blood essence and had strong muscles. For Catfish Flooddragon, they were the best food. The ferocious nature of the Goldhorn brothers and the Goldfeather sisters had also broken out. Their lower bodies were still in the appearance of young boys and girls, but their upper bodies had turned into the upper bodies of dragon pythons of fire and ice. They opened their mouths wide and began to bite and swallow the enemies around them. The poor soldiers had their souls almost dispersed by Wuxia's soul-scaring spell, so they did not have the strength to fight back. Every time Jin Jiao and the others opened their mouths, they would swallow dozens or even hundreds of soldiers. A great deal of blood sprayed out of their mouths, and their shrill howls stretched from their mouths to their stomachs. As soon as these fierce beasts attacked, a storm of blood broke out on the battlefield. The ferocious scene of people being eaten as snacks made some of the soldiers of the East Sea tremble. However, the ferocious behavior of Catfish Flooddragon and her companions had provoked these soldiers of East Sea to become even more ferocious. What else could they say when such ferocious men were their generals? Raise your weapons and kill. When Baichi and the others saw that Ao, Buzin, and the others had taken the lead to attack, they were so angry that the blood vessels between their eyebrows were throbbing. They roared angrily and rushed out like mad tigers. Baichi's killing intent was the strongest. He charged straight at Swear D and said, "Wu, do you dare to fight me fair and square?" Wielding his sword, Baichi created a miles-long stream of sword energy that enveloped Swear D and his 2 generals. A dark shadow flashed across the void, and an iron staff, tens of miles long and 1,000 feet thick, fell whistling down from the sky and smashed heavily on the ground. The staff had killed nearly 10,000 soldiers with just one strike. Then, the huge thing rolled rapidly along the ground, heading straight towards Swear D and his companions. Baiqi's sword energy hacked on the iron staff and left a deep mark on it. But the strike, which was powerful enough to kill Swearin D and his companions, was dissolved into nothingness. Baiqi stamped his feet in anger and roared, "How dare you, monkey demon!" Without saying a word, Yuan Qing darted past Baiqi, swung the iron staff 99 times in a row, and smashed Swearin D and his companions, as well as the thousands of personal guards around them, into meat pies. While swinging the staff, he murmured, "Fool, when it's time to kill, just kill. Why do you talk so much nonsense?" Baiqi flew into a rage. He could do nothing to Yuan Qing, so he vented all his anger on the soldiers around him who had fallen to the ground. An intense blood-red light surged out from Baiqi's body. This was the blood-fiendish aura that he had accumulated over his entire life. Wherever the blood-red light covered, countless soldiers would die. Their blood essence would fly up and fuse with the blood-red light, becoming a part of Baiqi's strength. The brief slaughter lasted only a quarter of an hour, and then Swearin D and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers he brought with him were turned into a puddle of blood. Wuxia made a gesture to the back, and Princess Zhang Lu began to recite a sacrificial spell. A beam of black light flashed across the void, and the bodies and souls of hundreds of thousands of soldiers were sucked into the void by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. This was Yuxiong Plain, the outskirts of Liangzhu. Lei Meng, who had been summoned here by Princess Zhang Lu with a spell, did not dare to manifest his clone here to accept the blood sacrifice. Instead, he secretly tore a rift in the void and swept away all the offerings like a thief. The sound of chewing could be heard coming from the void, followed by Lei Meng's praises of satisfaction. Then, the sounds quickly faded away. Ji Dai stared at Wuqia as if he were looking at a ghost. "You sacrificed the blood of the ghosts and deities in Liangzhu," he cried. This. Wuqia looked at Ji Dai expressionlessly and said coldly, "Is there anyone in Liangzhu who is in the mood to care about this now?" Ji Dai stared blankly at Wuqia and said, "But this. Wuqia shook his head and said indifferently, "If Lord Lao Wang ascends to the throne, will he punish me for this? If Lord Lao Wang fails to ascend to the throne and is hunted down with a bounty on his head, what does it matter if I'm sacrificed or not? In any case, it's a crime of extermination." Ji Dai blinked and pondered for a long time before he understood. He looked at Wuqia with an unsightly face and did not say a word for a long time. Wuqia ignored Ji Dai's ever-changing expression. He just waved his hand and motioned all the soldiers to return to their flying ships. Then, he slightly reorganized the army. The 1,800 flying ships were no longer divided into front, back, left, right, and center. Instead, they formed a large square formation that was the size of Chi and flew toward Liangzhu. When the East Sea's flying ships were less than 100 miles away from Liangzhu, alarm bells rang out in the city, accompanied by shrill, unpleasant trumpets. Before long, a dozen Dark Supreme towers appeared in front of the East Sea's army. An old man with a pale face and no beard stood on one of them, pointing at them and shouting, "King of East Sea, withdraw your army and leave Yuxiong Plain." What would he want? Standing on the prow of the foremost flying ship, Wuqia stared coldly at the dozen supreme oracles blocking his way without saying a word. Standing next to Wuqia, Ji Dai snapped, "Who are you? How dare you stand in our way? Do you know who I am?" According to the human emperor's secret decree, King Yangshan was the legal heir to the throne. Therefore, as his eldest son, Ji Dai was undoubtedly the best candidate to be the crown prince. That was why he could righteously rebuke the people who stood in his way. The old man sneered and said proudly, "King Yangshan forged the human emperor's decree, and the crown prince has ordered him to be thrown into prison." Wuqia narrowed his eyes. King Xianxia had ordered King Yangshan to be thrown into prison? It seemed that King Yangshan had failed in Liangzhu. No wonder Gao and Yuxiong army had not arrived yet. King Yangshan's private army in Liangzhu was not strong enough. Ji Dai also held a military position in the Flying Bear army, but he was also defeated and forced to flee in panic. Without the support of the army, Even if King Yangshan had a profound cultivation base, he would have no choice but to surrender in Liangzhu. Seeing that Ji Dai was about to jump up and argue with the old man again, Wu Qi cried out coldly, "General Li Xian!" Li Xian, who was standing next to Bai Qi, narrowed his eyes, grabbed his bow, and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, Li Xian shot out a dozen arrows, hitting each of the dozen oracles who tried to block his way with an arrow. All of the arrows were aimed at the space between their eyebrows. There was not the slightest deviation in the arrow's trajectory. The arrows used by Li Xian were forged by Wu Qi with the dark blue stone, a unique material found in the chaos. As its name suggested, this material could isolate natural energy and was almost immune to all spells. The arrows made of this material were completely black and did not reflect any light, so Wu Qi named them Blackstreak. The dozen supreme oracles had no time to react when the arrows were shot. Unlike immortals, although they had strong magic power, most of their power came from the ghost god they worshipped. Compared to immortals, the speed at which human oracles cast their spells was slightly slower, especially the large-scale and powerful spells, which required a longer preparation time to cast. At this critical juncture, when they were attacked by Li Xian's divine arrows, it was the difference between life and death. With an ominous black light, the streak of black light gently sank into the foreheads of the oracles who stood in their way. Fragmented jade accessories exploded from the bodies of the priests. These were the protective artifacts they carried with them, but compared to the powerful artifacts of immortals, the Supreme Priest's protective artifacts were far too weak. The streak of black light pierced through the black smoke, black light, phosphorus fire, and chilly wind that suddenly appeared in front of their foreheads, piercing their skulls and coming out from the back of their heads. Li Xian opened his palm, and the streak of black light flew back into his hand. A dozen stiff bodies fell heavily from the sky. Princess Zhang flew up into the air. With a sweep of her five-color divine light, she snatched all the supreme towers that had lost their owner's control and had lost all their spirituality. A burst of exclamations came from the void around Liangzhu, as the supreme oracles who were secretly watching the battle from all the aristocratic families into Yu cried out in horror. Everyone knew that the oracles of the Yu took a long time to cast spells when facing the enemy. If they were fighting against immortals, the oracles of the Yu would be fully prepared. By fusing the power of ghosts and gods with themselves in advance, they would naturally have infinite power to adapt to the situation. But these oracles just stood in front of the army of East Sea and ordered Wu Qi and the others to retreat to the East Sea. They never dreamed that Wu Qi would give the order to kill them. When they did not cast spells to protect themselves, supreme oracles were no different from ordinary old men, and their bodies were even more fragile. Who gave Wu Qi the courage to kill more than a dozen supreme oracles? Those he killed were not ordinary mortals, but supreme oracles, the ultimate strategic force of the Yu. Crazy. The king of East Sea must have gone crazy. Those people from the aristocratic families made up their minds about Wu Qi. But before they could recover from the shocking scene of Wu Qi giving the order to kill a dozen supreme oracles, Wu Qi did something else that almost made them vomit blood. 108 Kunwu swords flew out of Wu Qi's body and hovered over Liangzhu with a ghastly green light. Kunwu swords, as important ministers and descendants of the aristocratic families of the Yu, who would not recognize them. They were the divine weapons crafted by the sacred Emperor Xianxia himself, the weapons used to kill Qiyu. In a sense, they represented the sacred Emperor Xianxia and a certain faith and symbol of the human race. Now, they flew out of Wu Qi's hand and transformed into the fiend's slaying sword formation, trapping the city of Liangzhu. "I don't care if you're the crown prince or not," snapped Wu Qi. "Release King Yangshan, who has been secretly appointed by His Majesty. Otherwise, Liangzhu will be destroyed." There was a dead silence. No one answered Wu Qi. Everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank, including Ji Dai, who was standing next to Wu Qi. "Are you crazy to threaten to destroy Liangzhu?" Chapter 873. With Kunwu's swords hovering high in the sky, no one in the vast city dared to move. As time went by, Wuqi's face grew more and more unsightly. Gradually, a loud rumble rang out under the city, sounding like the crashing of a tidal wave. At first, there were only wisps of purple smoke rising from the ground and pouring into Kunwu's swords. A quarter of an hour later, 108 streams of purple smoke rushed out of the ground and rushed into Kunwu's swords with deafening rumbles. A blinding light burst out from the Kunwu's sword. Everything in the world seemed to become translucent. The light penetrated a little bit and forced those members of the powerful families in Liangzhu, who were hiding in the void and watching the battle, to show themselves and close their eyes in embarrassment. With Liangzhu City as the center, enormous formation blueprints lit up one after another. Soon, these blueprints formed an enormous, solid formation, trapping Liangzhu City in the middle. Without Wuqi's command, Kunwu's swords naturally occupied the 108 most important nodes of the formation, constantly absorbing the enormous energy pouring out of the ground and injecting it into the formation, echoing with the growing power in the formation. The formation was the core defensive mechanism of Liangzhu. On the night Emperor Haozuan was assassinated, he could not activate it to protect himself or kill his enemies. But today, under the guidance of the Kunwu swords, it was suddenly activated, and it was bursting with a murderous aura. Compared to when Emperor Haozuan was controlling it, it was now emanating a terrible aura of destruction. It had something to do with the way the formation was controlled. Emperor Haozuan controlled the formation with the Xianyuan sword, which was the sword of the emperor and focused on awe in all directions with a mighty aura. Kunwu's swords, on the other hand, were filled with an aura of slaughter, and the true face of the swords was a powerful killing intent. Therefore, the formation that was activated was also imbued with a fierce killing intent. When the whole formation was activated and the power accumulated in Kunwu's swords had reached the point where it could not be used anymore, Wuqi, whose face had turned purple from the enormous energy fed back to him, snapped, "Release King Yangshan now, or else." A beam of sword light flashed across the sky. The supreme sword power transformed into an azure dragon and descended, turning the east gate of Liangzhu into ashes along with a sky-shaking dragon roar. With Wuqi's current level of cultivation, he could not control the formation, and he could not draw the enormous power from the formation into his body and turn it into his own. This required a secret art passed down from generation to generation in order to contain the terrifying power in the formation. When the formation accumulated power to a limit, Wuqi could not control it anymore, so he could only let the formation pour out the excess power freely. The east gate of Liangzhu City became a sacrifice for Wuqi to relieve his pressure. The tens of miles long section of the city wall, thickly covered in countless magic seals, vanished just like that. Since the founding of Liangzhu, not a single brick or tile had been damaged. But today, Wuqi had finally broken the indestructible golden body. In the void, countless members of the Dayu clan and Chi-Chi sucked in a cold breath and glanced at each other in horror. Then, dozens of supreme towers tore open the void at the same time and rushed into the city. After nearly 10 minutes, King Yangshan, alone and looking a little haggard, slowly came to the east gate of Liangzhu, which had been turned into a huge pit. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, and his face was expressionless as he cried out dryly, "What are you doing? Ah, you've broken the gate of Liangzhu. Have you become a coward? Open a formation and get in here." After a brief pause, King Yangshan snapped, "Do you know what a great crime you've committed? Do you know that Crown Prince was almost scared to death by you?" Although King Yangshan was scolding Wuqi and Ji Dai, the smile in his tone was so obvious that even a fool could hear it. In particular, he emphasized the word Crown Prince, and he even dragged out the words almost scared to death one by one. There was no need to hide his gloating. King Yangshan was gloating over Wuqi's misfortune. Kunwu's sword. Why did Sacred Emperor Xianyuan give it to Wuqi? King Yangshan's internal organs were spinning with joy. Let's see what you guys can say now that Kunwa's sword is here. With his hands clasped behind his back proudly, Wuxia nodded and cried out, "Leave the army outside. Set up camp at the 4 gates. King Yisi and Jidai, come with me." Wuxia cleared his throat. With a gesture of his hand, the dark celestial tower rose whistling into the air and opened its 4 gates. Out of the tower came columns of heavily armed and burly soldiers, mounted on all kinds of fierce beasts and large war machines, rushed out of the tower. At the command of Huang Liang and the other generals of the East Sea, nearly 1,000,000 soldiers from each of the 36 towns of the East Sea quickly set up camp outside the 4 gates of Liangzhu. It must be said that Wuxia had done a good job in the East Sea over the past 2 years. With the endless natural energy and the energy he spared no expense to speed up time, the soldiers of the East Sea were not only numerous, but also had amazing cultivation bases. Most of the officers in the East Sea were in the realm of the second Panga heaven, while the weakest soldiers were at least in the realm of 7 stars or 8 stars of the first Panga heaven. Hundreds of thousands of oracles rushed out of the dark celestial tower along with these soldiers. 30% of the sleeves of these oracles were embroidered with dazzling golden sun emblems, while the other 70% were embroidered with silver crescent moons. The hearts of the aristocratic families in Liangzhu sank when they saw all this. The overall strength of Wuqi's men was simply too amazing. Although the East Sea seemed to lack some top combat forces, in terms of conventional military strength alone, the soldiers and oracles Wuxia had shown so far were basically as strong as the entire military strength of a dozen of the oldest clans in Liangzhu. Some of the aristocratic families who had other thoughts could not help but curse in their minds. Under the nose of the human emperor, the aristocratic families in Liangzhu had to be very careful in recruiting a team of private guards, and they dared not to expand their military strength recklessly. But how could Wuxia, a lucky fellow who had no foundation into you, dare to recruit such a large army? Large groups of Donghai soldiers swaggered past outside Liangzhu. They deliberately stomped on the ground and smashed the iron poles like thunderbolts when they set up their tents. The noise shook the city and made dust rise into the air, and the faces of those from the aristocratic families nearby and far away turned extremely unsightly. Among the traditional and conservative nobles of the Yu, when had there ever been someone as arrogant and rude as Wuxia? King Yangshan was all smiles, as if he did not notice the strange looks in those people's eyes. Leading Wuxia and his company, he strode toward the imperial palace. Along the way, people could be seen hovering in midair above various mansions, quietly watching them. All the courtiers of the Yu knew that Wuxia was King Yangshan's man. After all, Wuxia had risen to power under Gao, the former king of Xianxia. Now, Gao had replaced King Weishan and taken charge of Yuxiong army, and Wuxia had been conferred the title of King Ec, training a new army in the Ec at Emperor Haozen's order. Today, it seemed that in less than 2 years, Wuxia had made a big stir in the Ec. How did he manage to train such a mighty army? And this was only the army under Wuxi's command. Yuxiong army, led by Gao, had not arrived yet. When Yuxiong army arrived outside Liangzhu, what choice would they make? Amidst countless complicated gazes, Wuxia and his company entered the imperial palace of the Yu, stepped on a Mount Torch Dragon, and walked into the already noisy great hall of the court. King Xianxia, dressed in a black robe, was standing under Emperor Haozen's throne, surrounded by a group of imperial kings and civil and military ministers, glaring at them. As soon as he saw Wuxia enter the great hall, King Xianxia immediately snapped, "Somebody, take down this arrogant traitor." Someone, remove the title of King Ec and demote him to a commoner, and all the civil and military ministers of Ec as sinners, exiling them to the northernmost land. What a bold act! King Yangshan murmured in a low voice. "Since we've shed all pretense of cordiality, let's do whatever we want." With his hands clasped behind his back, King Yangshan walked leisurely to another group of people in the great hall and stood still. This group of people was also dressed in the robes of kings, and most of the people behind them were clad in armors and military uniforms. Clearly, they were close to and supported King Yangshan. In addition to King Xianxia's group and King Yangshan's group, there were several other groups of people standing in a disorderly manner in the great hall. Among them, there were people dressed in the robes of King Diyu. The number of people behind them varied, but judging from their manners and bearing, they were all representatives of the imperial clan or powerful clans in Liangzhu. At the sound of King Xianxian's almost hysterical roar, a group of tall and burly longbowmen came striding toward Wuxia. Wuxia sneered. He casually pulled out a Kunwu sword and thrust it into the ground. Amidst a loud clang, Wuxia snapped. "Who dares to arrest me? Who dares to strip me of my title? King Xianxian, right? You're just a self-proclaimed crown prince, not the human emperor of the Yu. What right do you have to strip me of my title and convict me?" When the longbowmen saw the Kunwu sword in Wuqi's hand, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They hesitated for a moment, then stepped back with heavy steps. King Xianxian flew into a rage. Just as he was about to reprimand Wuqi, he heard Wuqi cry out, "Just because of the military power in your hands? With just the flying bear army in your hands? Ha! If the one with the most military power and the bigger fist can decide who the human emperor belongs to, then why don't Wuqi bring all the armies of the EC to Liangzhu and fight you to the death?" Rubbing his fingers, Wuqi looked at King Xianxian, whose face was unsightly, and said with a smile, "Or, you and I have a fair duel? If you die, the throne will have nothing to do with you. If I die, the armies of the EC will immediately withdraw from Yuxiong Plain and willingly serve you as the human emperor. What do you think?" The great hall was quiet, and no one spoke. Everyone was looking at King Xianxian with flickering eyes. After a long silence, King Xianxian stammered, "How dare you? You just attacked and killed outside the city." Once again, Wuqi interrupted him and snapped, "Cut the crap. In front of all the officials of the Yu, I'm going to impeach King Xianxian for being unfilial and disobedient." King Xianxian almost jumped to his feet. "Nonsense! How am I unfilial and disobedient?" he shouted. Grinning coldly, Wuqi pointed at King Xianxian and roared, "Don't you have it? Where's His Majesty's corpse? Who killed His Majesty?" As the oldest prince of His Majesty, instead of finding out the murderer and avenging His Majesty, you are obsessed with the throne of the human emperor. What is this if not unfilial and disobedient? After cursing for a while, Wuqi suddenly burst into tears and said, "Your Majesty, you have died such a tragic death. Not only did you not even have a corpse left, your princes only cared about fighting for the throne, and all the civil and military officials in the imperial court only cared about supporting the new emperor and fighting for power and profit. You have died such a worthless death." Hearing Wuqi's cry, the people of the Six Dynasties and the other subjects of EC shuddered. But when Wuqi cried out, all the officials of the Yu were struck dumb. They looked at each other, and no one could say a word. Chapter 874. Above Panga Continent was the 33 heavens, the residence of the Celestial Court. Above the Celestial Court was the 9 heavens, the holy land where the primordial immortals of the Tao League lived in seclusion. On the other side was the Great Vulture Mountain, the residence of the current Lord Buddha of the Buddhist League, Amitabha. 60% of the Buddhas of the Buddhist League usually lived in the various temples and cave abodes on the mountain, while the other 40% stayed in outer heavenly realms. Above the 9 heavens and the Great Vulture Mountain, between the Panga world and the chaotic world, in the rustling void, a vast expanse of purple mist that was shaped like a Ganoderma, measuring trillions of miles in circumference, held up a blessed land that was several times larger than an ordinary outer heavenly realm. It was filled with green mountains and clear waters, beautiful scenery, and countless exotic flowers and herbs, Ganoderma, and rare animals. It was a place that was millions of times better than any cave abode in the world. The natural energy here was not as vast as the vast ocean in Yuxiong Plain, but in terms of purity, it was not inferior to Yuxiong Plain. The spiritual qi here was warm and thick, bringing with it a sense of warmth. The pure yang qi contained a trace of pure yin qi that could penetrate one's heart and spleen. The yin and yang qi entangled with each other, deducing countless vitality. Under the nourishment of this unique yin and yang energy, even a piece of moss on this continent was plump and luscious, and even the fungus under a cluster of pine trees was plump and thick, full of energy. As for the birds and beasts, they had obtained countless benefits. The wild hares and squirrels running all over the land had the cultivation base of heaven immortals and above. It was just that on this continent, they were used to staying in their beast forms. At the center of the continent, at the foot of a tall mountain, in front of a deep azure lake, stood a simple, magnificent, and dignified wooden palace. The palace did not cover a large area, only about 1,000 acres in circumference. The palaces, pavilions, and even the Rainbow Bridge abode were all very exquisite. Every flower, every grass, every stone, and every tree between the houses had been carefully arranged. Clearly, it had taken a great deal of effort to arrange them. There was a white jade archway in front of the palace, on which the words Empress Wa Palace were engraved in ancient characters. The writing of these 3 words was simple and heavy, and it was surrounded by a thick aura of virtue. Even this memorial archway had a great amount of virtue attached to it, and it was already a rare treasure of virtue. 7 old men dressed in ordinary coarse monk robes sat cross-legged in front of the archway, facing the Empress Wa Palace with their backs to the lake. They sat there with their eyes closed, like wooden sculptures made of clay. Their breaths were concealed, as if they were dead men. They wore monk robes, but their hair was tied up in Taoist buns. There were hairpins carved from jade inserted into their buns. From left to right, there were 1 hairpin, 2 hairpins, all the way until there were 7 hairpins. An extraordinarily beautiful young girl, who was clad in a delicate cyan armor and holding a light cyan long spear that had gusts of wind coiling around it, stepped on 2 wheels that were condensed from gusts of wind. She angrily pointed at the 7 elderly men and yelled, "Old, bald donkeys, why don't you get out of the way? I'm going to find some fresh fruits, can't I?" The 7 elderly men did not say a word, not even blinking their eyes, as if they did not hear the young girl's roar. The young girl was furious. She straightened the spear and thrust it at the face of the elderly man. As the long spear rose up, 3 thin black whirlwinds rose from the tip of the spear. With an ear-piercing whistle, the 3 whirlwinds pierced through the old man's eyebrows. The whirlwinds quickly compressed into 3 black shadows that were thousands of times thinner than a strand of hair. The black shadows tore through the void and produced a deafening whistling noise that made one's ears ache. In the outside world, even a newly formed primordial artifact will be torn to pieces by the spear. The 7 elderly men remained motionless. At the same time, a misty Buddhist light emanated from their bodies, which was as faint as flowing water. It seemed to exist, but at the same time, it was as if it was not there. It was as hazy as the faintest mist that enveloped their bodies. No matter how hard the young girl's spear tried to pierce them, the Buddhist light was as tough as the hide of an old cowhide that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Every time the tip of the spear sank into the Buddhist light, it would go no deeper than a grain of rice. In a flash, the young girl had stabbed the spear 3,000 times in a row, but the 7 elderly men were not hurt at all. Instead, the young girl's wrist became red and swollen from the backlash of the Buddhist light. Her slender and fair hands looked as ugly as braised pork trotters, and there seemed to be countless steel needles poking through her bones. The young girl's eyes turned red as she pointed at the 7 elderly men and bellowed, "7 old, bald donkeys. You only know how to bully women." The elderly man in the middle slowly opened his eyes and patted his head with his hand. "I have hair, so I'm not bald." The young girl pointed at him and scolded, All your disciples and grand-disciples are bald donkeys, so of course you are old bald donkeys." The old man in the middle closed his eyes, while the one on the far left slowly opened his eyes and said dryly, "Young lady, your parents gave birth to you, and you are a woman." Could it be that your parents are also women? The young girl was at a loss for words. She stomped her feet angrily, then stepped on the 2 wheels of wind and returned to the Empress Wa Palace. Not long after, a beautiful girl wearing a long red dress and surrounded by raging flames walked out slowly with a flower basket in her hand. The young girl smiled and bowed deeply to the 7 elderly men, then said in a sweet voice, "7 old men, it's my pleasure to meet you." The 7 old men waved their sleeves at the same time, and a soft but tough force brought the young girl directly back to the Empress Wa Palace. The elderly man in the middle said in a low voice, "For the next 3 years, no one is allowed to enter the Empress Wa Palace, and no one is allowed to leave. This is something that even the Huang clan has agreed to. Why are you little demons making a fuss?" The girl in red was dragged back to Palace of Emperor Nvua's palace in a mess. She could not keep her balance and fell heavily on the square in front of the main gate of Palace of Emperor Nvua's palace, making her grimace in pain. A group of young girls dressed in all kinds of long dresses and armors hurriedly rushed forward and shouted at the same time. These young girls were like a flock of birds whose nest had been robbed. They kept chirping, but none of them could think of a way to deal with the 7 old men who were blocking the way. They were the 7 patriarchs of the Buddhist League, the 7 chaos fiend gods who founded the Buddhist League. Their disciples and grand-disciples had changed thousands of times, but they had always been cultivating in seclusion in the unbreakable mountain root temple in the void, secretly controlling all the major events of the Buddhist League. Each of them was an ancient great saint of the same generation as the Huang clan. Now that they had joined hands to block the main entrance of the Empress Wa Palace, not even the Huang clan could do anything to them. If a fight really broke out, how could the Huang clan defeat the 7 of them? The 7 patriarchs of the Buddhist League and the 9 Daozu of the Tao League were used to fighting together. No matter if the opponent was an army of thousands or alone, they would always attack in a swarm. However, chaos fiend gods rarely fought in groups. In the past, it was always the 7 or 9 of them who bullied the opponent. As a result, all the chaos fiend gods who fought against the Buddhist League and Tao League had fallen. There was not even one chaos fiend god left in the same generation as them. In the depths of the Empress Wa Palace, in a great hall surrounded by countless restrictive spells, the holy mother of the human race, the Huang clan, sat on a cloud bed. The purple chi of virtues around her transformed into a purple sun that shone with a blinding light. In the flickering purple light, a thick purple square cauldron was faintly visible. From time to time, a powerful spiritual power would surge out of the square cauldron. On both sides of the Huang clan, the Yellow Emperor, Xianxia, and the Yin Emperor, Shennong, dressed in imperial robes, sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. Their heads were bowed, and a strong purple chi of virtues wheeled around them like hundreds of tiny flood dragons. The great hall was silent. After a long time, the square cauldron hovering over the Huang clan's head suddenly rumbled, and a beam of bright light swept out, placing a figure in the center of the hall. Emperor Haozuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone like stars, his skin had turned silvery white, and his whole body seemed to be condensed from the pure power of the stars. Without saying a word, he kowtowed respectfully to the Huang clan 9 times, then to the Yellow Emperor, Xianxia, and the Yin Emperor, Shennong. Shennong, the Yin Emperor, who had a kind and generous appearance and looked like an old man next door, slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "You are a man who has died once. The curse of being killed by your own son has been lifted, but you still have to be careful. If it is not your son, it could be someone else. In short, as the human emperor, you have to be careful in these precarious times." Emperor Haozuan bowed respectfully and answered, "I know." The Yellow Emperor, Xianxia, snorted coldly and said, I'll break the void and send you back later. You know what to do. That evil dragon spared his life and forced him to serve to you for the rest of his life as a punishment. I didn't expect him to betray me again. When we get back, I'll kill him and extract his blood essence. It's enough to create a Tao-breaking expert. You could choose a good candidate and use the blood essence to help him. Emperor Haozuan bowed again, but he smiled bitterly and said, "It's just that the Buddhist League is full of cunning tricks, and I don't know who I can trust now." Huahuang clan waved his hand, and a mirror of light appeared in the void, showing them everything that was happening in Liangzhu. They happened to see Wuxia wiping out Swearendi's army without any scruples, bringing his army to Liangzhu in an arrogant and domineering manner, and even razing the city's east gate to nothingness with a sword strike. Seeing Wuxia's behavior, Huahuang clan, Xianyuan, and Shinnong looked at each other, speechless. After a long time, Huahuang clan said in a low voice, "This boy's behavior is not what a native of the Yu should do. But his origin, now that Buddha and Daozu have joined hands to disturb the heaven's secret, it's difficult to see his origin," said Xianyuan in a deep voice. "But I know his origin. He is a peasant who inadvertently comprehended the technique of absorbing Pangu, sacred energy, to temper his fleshly body. The true body of heaven and earth scripture he cultivates now was taught to him by blind old man and the others after they carefully examined his temperament." Huahuang clan pondered for a long time, then nodded slowly and said, "Haozuan, you should go back to Liangzhu and act carefully. Since this boy is behaving like this, you can hide in his army and carefully identify the people in the city." Xianyuan nodded slowly as well. He rummaged in his sleeve for a while, then pulled out a sword identical to the one Emperor Haozuan had lost. He handed it to the emperor and said, "That sword was taken away last time. This is the real one. You should use it well." Emperor Haozuan bowed respectfully and took the sword. Huahuang clan pointed a finger at the square cauldron over his head. A beam of light shot out, rolled up Emperor Haozuan, and quickly disappeared into the void. With a smile on his face, Huahuang clan glanced in the direction of the main gate of Empress Hua Palace and shook his head gently. The two sacred emperors shook their heads as well, then lowered their eyelids and fell silent. Chapter 875. Without saying a word, Wuxia pulled out the Kunwu sword and waved it. The king's laughter stopped abruptly, and he gave Wuxia a wretched glare before turning his head angrily away. Wielding the Kunwu sword, Wuxia walked slowly into the circle of the kings of the council and said in a flat voice, "I'm not very talented, but I'd like to recommend myself to investigate the assassination of His Majesty. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to get to the bottom of the matter, but I'll never let go of anyone who might be related to it." The king stared at Wuxia for a long time. Then King Yangshan suddenly waved his hand and said, "Fine, we'll give you whatever power you want. But you can't act alone. All 18 kings of the council must send their confidants to follow you, and you're not allowed to do anything to harm important ministers of the Yu." When he said the last sentence, King Yangshan's tone did not change at all, but somehow he gave off a feeling that he was eager for Wuxia to do whatever he wanted. As soon as King Lishan said this, the leaders of the various powers in the Great Hall nodded in agreement, which made King Xianxia's face grow unsightly. After a long silence, King Xianxian flicked his sleeve and snapped, "A snake can't have its head." King Yangshan and the other kings of the council were shocked. They looked at each other for a moment, then said in unison, "From today on, we will never leave the palace without permission. Those who disobey will be executed." King Ding Shan added, "All the princes of His Majesty must stay in the palace with all their relatives unconditionally. If anyone dares to disobey..." Wuqi's eyes flickered as he said coldly, "That's a great kindness, but I'd like to ask all kings to understand that if the confidants you've sent to keep an eye on me are suspected of colluding with the Celestial Court or the Buddhist League to harm to you, don't blame me for being cruel and merciless, and don't blame me for investigating all of you. Who knew better than this torch dragon of the Great Highness about the assassination of Emperor Haozuan?" King Yinshan, who was standing next to King Yangshan, snapped, "Why not?" Who ordered the Flying Bear army to imprison King Yangshan and hunt down King Xianxia, who didn't wait to investigate the assassination of His Majesty before impatiently claiming to be the crown prince and coveting the throne of the human emperor, who disregarded His Majesty's secret edict, and King Xianxia glared angrily at Wuxia. After pondering for a while, he suddenly sneered and said, "Fine, we'll do as the king of EC says. This prince doesn't care about the position of crown prince. If not for the fact that I'm worried about the fate of DU, do you really think that I would care about the position of crown prince? Do you really think that this king is someone who fights for power?" In the great hall of the imperial palace in Liangzhu, King Xianxia glared at Wuxia in anger. On the day of His Majesty's assassination and the 2 days before and after, all the imperial guards on duty were arrested and sent to the god's prison along with all their relatives. The accusation Wuxia had put on him was too heavy and dark. Even though he was the oldest prince of Emperor Haozuan, he could not bear the accusation. The crime of being unfilial and rebellious was an extremely serious one in DU. If someone was recognized as unfilial and rebellious, everything he had could be taken away in an instant. Especially at this critical moment, if King Xianxia was really considered unfilial, his life would be in danger. King Yangshan cleared his throat and interrupted King Yinshan's angry rant. "Well, let's not talk about these things for now," he said coolly. "My brothers, you should know what is the most important thing right now. Let's quickly come up with a countermeasure on how to deal with the invasion of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. By the way, summon the elites of the Punishment Court and have them thoroughly investigate the assassination of His Majesty under the supervision of our trusted subordinates. What do you think?" When the 6 kings of the council, King Yangshan, King Yinshan, King Tsongshan, King Haoshan, King Dingshan, and King Gushan, stood neatly in the center of the great hall, the hall fell silent. King Lishan and the other princes exchanged a glance, then retreated to the side with the civil and military officials behind them. The other 11 kings of the council, divided into 4 groups, strode forward quietly and stood in a circle with King Yangshan and the other 5 princes. King Lishan, who was also dressed in a king's robe and was surrounded by thousands of civil and military officials and seemed to be the weakest in the hall, cleared his throat and walked out slowly. He cupped his fist and said to King Xianxia, "Big brother, what the king of EC said is very true. We'd better find out the cause of father's death first and find out who the mastermind is before we discuss the ownership of the throne." When King Xianxia walked out with his men, 5 old men in king's robes came slowly to King Yangshan's side, cupped their fists, and bowed to him. King Yangshan returned the gesture without saying a word, and the 6 kings stood in a row. There was no doubt that King Yangshan and the 5 kings of the council belonged to the same group, and they were the strongest among the kings. Even King Yangshan was rendered speechless by Wuqi's words. If Wuqi was really given this power, and if he really did whatever he wanted in Liangzhu, the consequences would be too terrible. But they had already said that Wuqi would not be given this power. King Xianxia took off his robe angrily and gave up the chance to ascend the throne at this time. Now, who dare to say that Wuqi would not be given this power? Did it mean that they were unwilling to find out the truth about Emperor Haozuan's assassination? Wuqi chuckled and said in a low voice, "No wonder he dares to call himself Crown Prince." Stamping his feet angrily, King Xianxia strode out of the great hall with his head held high. As he walked, he shouted at the top of his lungs, ordering the imperial guards to assemble and open all the palaces and pavilions. He was going to lead the army into the palace to search for clues about Emperor Haozuan's assassination. Before long, King Xianxia was gone, and only his roar could be heard coming from afar. "I'm the most filial to my father. If I find out who killed my father, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces." King Xianxia walked out of the great hall, followed by at least 30,000 civil and military officials who lined up in a neat line. These officials were the representatives of the Yu's imperial clan and great clans. They basically represented 20% of the imperial clan and great clans in Liangzhu, and they stood behind King Xianxia. Compared with King Li Shan, who only had the support of 3,000 civil and military officials, King Xianxia had an absolute advantage in both actual strength and momentum. The other kings were silent for a long time, and then nodded slowly. As soon as Wuxia got the document and the medallion he had made on the spot, he immediately gave his first order. An enormous pressure pressed down heavily over the palace. "Senior Torch Dragon, please transform your soul into a human form and follow me to the prison," Wuxia said coldly. Waving the Conqueror sword in his hand, Wuxia said coolly, "The so-called unlimited power means that I can arrest, investigate, imprison, torture, or even kill someone's family and friends in front of me." The 17 kings of the Yu, who held the most power and held the most military power, exchanged a glance. Then King Yangshan said in a deep voice, "Internal and external troubles are rising at the same time. Some people with wild ambitions can cause chaos, but we can't." Wuxia said dryly, "A snake can't have a head, and a Yu is not a snake. If King Xianxia is worried about state affairs, he can ask the kings of the council to work together to deal with them. The 18 kings of the Yu are highly respected, experienced, and steady, and have always been His Majesty's best assistants in dealing with state affairs." Before the kings could say anything, Wuxia sneered and said, "Please think about it, Your Highnesses. Who could have framed His Majesty into Yu's palace without the help of people of your statuses?" Wuxia's words were a bit contradictory, but no one mocked him, for they all sensed a strong killing intent in them. The scene of Wuxia smashing the east gate of Liangzhu with the fiend's slaying sword formation came to everyone's mind again. Even those kings of the council who did not get along with King Yangshan shut their mouths. They would never argue with a man with a Conqueror sword. King Xianxia took off his royal robe and threw it heavily to the ground, then snapped, "I'll say the ugly words first. If anything happens to you, I swear I won't let you off." With a strange laugh, he reached out a hand and pointed at the noses of Wuxia and the others. "Remember, there is no emperor into you now, so the kings of the council are in charge of state affairs. Now that the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League are making moves against the Yu, don't blame me for being merciless if you hurt the Yu. Arrest all the eunuchs and guard around His Majesty, and all their relatives and family members must be captured alive and thrown into prison." One of the kings of the council stared at Wuxia in horror and said angrily, "What do you mean by unlimited power?" The kings of the council turned at the same time to look at King Li Shan and a few other princes who held real power and were supported by others. Their faces were extremely unsightly, and the faces of the representatives of the aristocratic clans behind them did not look any better. After a few breaths of silence, the princes bowed deeply at the same time, but none of them said a word. Apart from King Xianxia and King Li Shan, there were 8 princes in the hall, divided into 3 groups. All the kings of the council were present, except for Gao, who had been conferred the title of King Wei Shan and led the Yuxiong army to guard the western region of Yuxiong Plain. King Li Shan could not help but snort bitterly as he watched King Xianxia walk out with so many civil and military ministers. He glanced around and made eye contact with a few middle-aged men dressed in prince's robes. Their gazes were as sharp as blades, and sparks could be seen in the air. No one knew who was the first one to strike, but a few muffled bangs were heard, and the air in the hall rolled. The princes staggered a step back at the same time. The matter was settled. The 17 kings of the council jointly issued an official document of unlimited power to Wuxia with their private seals. Glancing at the 17 kings of the council, Wuxia grinned coldly and said, "Therefore, I ask you to grant me the right to kill first and report later, or not to report first. I want to kill, and I have to kill to find out what happened that day. If you are sincere in doing this for you, for His Majesty, and for the great plan of the human race, then I ask for unlimited power." Everyone in the hall was stunned at the same time. Some of them even slapped their own heads in exasperation. How could they forget about this? Taking a deep breath, Wuxia casually threw the Kunwu sword out of the hall and activated Liangzhu's defensive formation once again. The crime was too serious. Just as King Xianxia could not bear the blame of unfilial Wuxia had pinned on him, no one in the hall could bear the suspicion of this crime. One of the princes laughed and said, "The king of East Sea? What makes him qualified to be in charge of such an important matter?" "Jikue, you said His Highness the Crown Prince has the ambition of a wolf, but you can't say that." Chapter 876. Mount Torch Dragon trembled slightly, and a deep, hoarse voice slowly came out of it. "I've been cultivating here for countless years, and even my fleshly body is turned to stone. Following the decree of Sacred Emperor, I've kept my soul inside and never let it out to stir up any trouble. So, how could I know what's happening in the outside world?" Wuxia looked down at Torch Dragon and said coldly, "It's not up to you to decide whether you know anything or not. Senior, please manifest your soul as soon as possible and go to the prison. Otherwise, you will die today, and your soul will perish forever." Zhulong twisted his body angrily, and the huge Mount Torch Dragon immediately shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The main hall also shook and almost collapsed. Torch Dragon roared furiously. "How dare you bully me like this, you little brat? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want to me just because I'm trapped here by Sacred Emperor?" Wuxia didn't say a word. He just waved his hand towards the sky, and the 108 green sword shadows transformed into long beams of light that slowly descended from the sky and approached Torch Dragon's body. The fierce sword intent came whistling over. The several miles thick rock layer on Torch Dragon's body, which had been accumulating for countless years, was smashed by the sword intent, turning into fine dust and drifting away with the wind, revealing the dragon's body, which was purple-black in color and densely covered with huge scales that measured at least 1,000 feet in circumference. Now the crowd could clearly see what Mount Torch Dragon looked like. The colossal Torch Dragon had coiled up into a huge mountain, with his head right in the middle, and the Great Hall of Great Yu's imperial court rested neatly on top of a huge candle placed on top of his head. The candle was emanating a strong primal aura. Clearly, it was also an extraordinary treasure produced in the primal world. The bronze candle was not made of gold, iron, stone, or jade, nor was it made of any of the 5 elements. It had a faint metallic luster and a flame that was 1,000 feet thick and 10,000 feet tall soared into the sky. The Yu's Great Hall of Imperial Court floated above the flame. The square where the main hall was located was a single piece. Countless complicated formation diagrams and runes were engraved on the bottom of the square. Thousands of water tank-sized, colorless, and chaotic primal stones were inlaid on these formation diagrams and runes. They were constantly absorbing the flame spurted out by the big candle and sending the endless energy into the surrounding formation diagrams. Wuqi's eyes flashed. With his current attainments in array formations, he could easily see that the core of this array was on this giant candle. The innate primordial supreme treasure used it as the original power to stimulate the power of the energy stones to control the operation of the entire Liangzhu's defensive formation. If anything went wrong with the candle, Emperor Haozuan would not be able to control the defensive formation in Liangzhu. After pondering for a brief moment, Wuqi glanced at the thousands of huge primal stones. The so-called vital stones were the ancestors of the first batch of spirit stones that were condensed from the boundless chaotic qi when Pangu split the world apart. Every single vital stone contained boundless energy, and any one of them could become the energy core of a divine grade grand formation. Moreover, a divine grade grand formation was capable of posing a lethal threat to a Tao reasoning expert. Wuqi could not help but marvel at the terrifying power of the formation in Liangzhu, which was made up of thousands of energy stones. While sighing with emotion, Wuqi firmly controlled the Kunwu sword and thrust it toward Torch Dragon's body. The sword intent swept across the sky, leaving countless tiny scratches on Torch Dragon's scales. The sword intent and the scales clashed violently, producing countless sparks and a deafening rumble. Torch Dragon's body trembled slightly, and an ancient, suffocating aura towered into the sky. Fine, I'll let you do whatever you want. Listen well, boy. If you can't find out the connection between me and His Majesty's assassination, don't blame me for being rude to you. As Torch Dragon roared angrily, a beam of light rushed out of his forehead and quickly transformed into an old man, standing no more than 3 feet tall and with white hair and beard. The old man was skinny and skinny, so skinny that he looked like a mummy. But his eyes were full of vigor. A sun was spinning slowly in his left eye, and a crescent moon was spinning rapidly in his right eye. The light from both the sun and the moon shone tens of feet into the distance, and no one could look him in the eye except Wuxia. The primordial Dharma eye and the divine eyes of sun and moon collided fiercely. Wuxia's eyes ached and tears rolled down his cheeks, while Torch Dragon's eyes flickered with a fiery light. His body swayed, and he took a step back. Both snorted coldly at the same time. Torch Dragon proudly raised his head and clasped his hands behind his back, while Wuxia waved his hand. Princess Xianxia quickly came to Torch Dragon's side. 360 spirit thorns, which Princess Xianxia had refined from the bones of spirit ghosts, quietly sank into the acupoints of Torch Dragon's nascent divinity. As soon as the thorns entered his body, the light of the sun and moon in Torch Dragon's eyes quickly dimmed. He shook his body, and a trace of purple-gold blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He gave Princess Xianxia a look in horror. He wanted to say something, but he did not even have the strength to speak. After inheriting the ancient Tao of divinity, Princess Xianxia had countless strange curses at her disposal. Even though Torch Dragon was an ancient god, he was caught off guard by Princess Xianxia's curse, which had broken his vitality and turned him into a harmless lamb. After giving Torch Dragon's nascent divinity a deep look, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Somebody, throw Torch Dragon into the divine prison and keep him under strict surveillance. Ao Buzin, Lord Xianxia, you are in charge of the safety of him and the other criminals. The rest are at your disposal." While Ao Buzin was grumbling, Ao Buzin walked to Torch Dragon's side and picked him up. Looking at the white-bearded Torch Dragon, Ao Buzin sighed with emotion and said, "Why is he another male?" While Ao Buzin was grumbling, cold sweat was trickling down Torch Dragon's forehead. Cupping his fist and bowing to all the kings of the council in the Great Hall, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Your Highnesses, please let me have the Directorate of Celestials in Liangzhu. I don't want anyone who is above the rank of punishment officer, and I only need those servants on duty in the Directorate of Celestials." In Diyu, the punishment court mostly targeted the sons of the rich and powerful clans. Once they violated the law, they would immediately mete out a thunderous punishment. In particular, for the sake of their own interests, the powerful clans in Diyu would sometimes do things that violated the laws of Diyu, such as using the people as blood sacrifices. If such things happened, the punishment court would severely punish these clans. Apart from that, the punishment court would also punish those immortals and itinerant cultivators who stirred up trouble. If any immortals or itinerant cultivators harmed the people of Great Yu at will, the punishment army would hunt them down and kill them, vowing to never let them have an easy time. To be precise, the punishment court was an organization specializing in violence and espionage, similar to the embroidered uniform guards employed by the human emperor. There were countless experts in the vast Directorate of Celestials, and they were the hunting dogs and falcons of Diyu. They practiced special cultivation techniques and were best at tracking and torturing people. They could squeeze out all the information they needed from even a disintegrated soul. In order to solve the case of Emperor Haozuen's assassination, it was necessary for him to transfer some experts from the punishment court. King Yangshan and the others naturally agreed to Wu Qi's request. Since they had given Wu Qi unlimited power, they did not need a mere punishment court. Under his command, countless experts from the Directorate of Celestials in Liangzhu were quickly summoned, and all those who were related to the assassination of Emperor Haozuan were taken into Great Yu's imperial prison, the Divine Prison, which was located in the heart of the secret palace. The so-called Divine Prison was a prison used to imprison gods. In ancient times, humans and gods fought for control of this part of the world. If the human race captured the defeated gods alive, they would be imprisoned in the Divine Prison and tortured until they learned all kinds of mystic arts and divine abilities, as well as everything they knew. The Directorate of Celestials of the human race inherited many mystic arts from the ancient gods, and 90% of them came from the Divine Prison. It was a deadly place from which even the mighty ancient gods could not escape, and it was the place that struck terror into the hearts of the aristocratic clans of the Yu. When Wuxia led a large group of people to the Divine Prison through a special teleportation formation, King Xianxia had already rushed into the imperial palace with over 1 million soldiers from the Flying Bear Army. King Xianxia carried out his promise just now, intending to search every inch of the imperial palace for clues about Emperor Haozuan's assassination. But the imperial palace stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and with over 1 million people sprinkled into it, it was like a handful of mung beans sprinkled into a great lake. How could they find any clues? Others could tell that King Xianxia was just putting on an act. But if he could do it, why couldn't others? Before long, King Lishan and a few other princes who wanted to do something about the succession to the throne had also brought their men into the imperial palace, searching everywhere. If King Yangshan and the others had not been sitting in the center of the palace and not allowed King Lishan and the others to act recklessly, perhaps the imperial palace of Yu would have been turned upside down by them with restrictive magic. In God's prison, Wuxia ordered the punishment court's servants and guards to do whatever they wanted and interrogate those who were detained. As a result, a lot of clues soon emerged. First, the imperial edicts of the human emperor of the Yu were made by a special office with special materials, and each had a serial number. The secret edict used to pass on the throne to King Yangshan was indeed an official edict with a serial number. But the chief eunuch who was in charge of these blank edicts had died of a serious illness last year, so there was no record of where the edict had been used. Second, on the night of the human emperor's assassination, the imperial guards who were on duty outside the great hall of the court had all disappeared. Thousands of imperial guards had disappeared without a trace in the heavily guarded imperial palace of the Yu. But their disappearance did not attract anyone's attention, and they were not included in the rotation of the imperial guards in the next few days. But the general who was in charge of arranging the rotation of the imperial guards had also disappeared these days. Third, on the same night of the human emperor's assassination, the eunuchs who were on duty at the main gate, the second gate, the third gate, and the various halls and sentry posts had all disappeared. At least, when Wuxia ordered the revered elders of the secret palace to search the Yu's imperial palace with a mystic art, these people were indeed nowhere to be found. Wuxia was not in the mood to be polite to these detained people, so he ordered the punishment court to interrogate them with the most direct, soul-searching art. As a result, all kinds of intelligence and clues were quickly extracted, and with the 3 major clues as the core, all kinds of fragmented information and hearsay were constantly gathered, giving a rough idea of what had happened. While the punishment court was dealing with those small fries, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Luv came to Torch Dragon Soul with a group of ferocious generals of the EC. With a smile on his face, he nodded at Torch Dragon Soul, who was chained to the torture instrument, and said, "Old Senior, I know you must know something. Tell me, and I'll let you reincarnate. If you don't, I'll cut you into pieces." Torch Dragon stared at Wuxia with wide eyes and shook his head contemptuously. "I don't know anything." Chapter 877. The so-called Immortal's Worry was actually a large black net with amazing elasticity. Each wire was attached with a rune, and when the blood-red runes and the black wires were combined, they looked like countless black and red venomous insects intertwining with each other, exuding a bone-piercing coldness that struck fear into the hearts of those who looked at it. The net measured nearly 1,000 feet in circumference and hovered in the largest prison in the prison. The empty prison was shrouded in a misty mist, and there were no actual walls. Over 100 punishment court servants were preparing all kinds of torture instruments, and from time to time, they raised their heads and laughed excitedly at Torch Dragon's nascent divinity. Torch Dragon was tied to the Immortal's worry, and countless black thorns, thousands of times thinner than a cow's hair, that could not be detected by ordinary people's divine sense, poked out of the thin wires. These tens of feet-long black thorns pierced into Torch Dragon's body, twisting and turning into thousands of restrictive runes of various sizes that fused inseparably with him. Unless Torch Dragon detonated his nascent divinity, there was no way he could break free from the Immortal's worry, the most powerful restrictive artifact in the prison. In ancient times, this huge net had been used to imprison 64 of the 360 elders of the primordial god clan. 64 of the most powerful primordial gods had been trapped on the Immortal's worry, but none of them had been able to escape. All of them had their divine energy slowly extracted by the Immortal's worry, turned it into the power of the Immortal's worry, and died after their souls were exhausted. Although Wuxia did not ask the prison guards to activate the Immortal's worry now, Torch Dragon's face had turned unsightly, with so many black thorns seeping into his body. The skinny old man, who was no more than 3 feet tall, was trapped in such a pitch-black net, and he looked pitiful no matter how one looked at it. When he saw Wuxia come in with his men, Torch Dragon snorted coldly and turned his head disdainfully. Wuxia strode to Zhulong's side and slapped him 100 times in the face. Torch Dragon's cultivation was extremely astonishing. The human form formed by his primordial spirit was no different from his corporeal body. When Wuxia slapped him in the face, his head swayed left and right, and the sound of the slaps was deafening. Now that Wuxia's strength was frighteningly great, Torch Dragon's face was smashed into pieces, and a large amount of purple gold liquid gushed out. The purplish golden liquid was the life essence of Torch Dragon's soul, and the loss of a drop was equivalent to the destruction of a piece of his soul. The energy essence that Torch Dragon had lost when Wuxia beat him was at least equal to the soul essence of several peak-level gold immortals. Zhulong howled in exasperation. "King of East Sea, how dare you?" Wuxia did not say a word. Taking the opportunity when Torch Dragon opened his mouth and howled, he grabbed him by the chin, reached out his hand and grabbed his teeth, then slowly pulled them out. 2 crisp, cracking noises rang out as the 2 teeth turned into 2 clumps of strong purple-gold flame and slowly faded away. Torch Dragon's face turned paler again. Not waiting for Torch Dragon to scream again, Wuxia took over a triangular wolf fang spear handed to him by a nearby punishment court officer and slowly stabbed it into Torch Dragon's body from his chest. The spike was forged using boiling poisonous gold from the geocentric core. The so-called boiling poisonous gold was a metal formed after being immersed in the ancient poisonous fire of the geocentric for countless eons, after absorbing a great amount of poisonous gas and fire from the 5 elements metal essence. This metal was also known as evil gold. It did not bring any benefit to cultivators. Instead, anyone who touched it would die instantly, and if their soul touched it, it would immediately dissipate. Even those from a fiend league rarely used this vile material to make magical artifacts, because they could not control the damage it could do to themselves. But Great you specialized in mining this kind of evil metal, which was extremely harmful to cultivators, to make all kinds of torture tools. The triangular spike was forged with poisonous boiling gold, and had just been soaked in the venom of the red widow spider, the saliva of the green kiss snake, the brain of the 9-legged centipede, and many other vicious creatures. As a result, its lethality to the soul had reached the peak. The spike pierced deep into Torch Dragon's chest. Torch Dragon's eyes suddenly widened, and it let out a shrill howl that reached the clouds. His body rapidly changed colors. His body, which was originally no different from a living person's, suddenly turned pitch black. Then it quickly changed into red, blue, white, black, and other colors. Every time the color changed, Zhulong would roar in pain and tremble all over. A sizzling noise could be heard from Candle Dragon's chest. A fist-sized hole was left in his chest, and this strike caused a severe damage to his primordial spirit. His powerful primordial spirit, which was cultivated through countless years of severe cultivation, had lost at least 10% of its power. Torch Dragon's eyes shone brightly. Baring his teeth, he stared at Wuxia and roared, "What are you going to do, boy?" Indifferently, Wuxia pulled out the triangular spike and slowly pointed it at Torch Dragon's forehead. "Listen to me, Torch Dragon," he said coolly. "I don't care what ancient god you are or what other identity you have. You're now a watchdog of mine, do you understand? You're just a watchdog now." Torch Dragon was so angry that his eyes bulged out. He roared and cursed Wuxia, spitting saliva in all directions. However, Torch Dragon's vocabulary was too small. He kept cursing Wuxia, calling him a little bastard and little bastard. Such insignificant lethality was nothing to Wuxia, who was born at the bottom of society. A ruthless slap landed on Zhulong's face, causing Zhulong's head to tilt to the side, nearly sending his head flying. Glaring at Torch Dragon, Wuxia sneered and said, "A qualified watchdog will at least bark a few times when a thief enters the door. You're just a watchdog. You didn't even bark when your master was killed. I really don't know what's the use of keeping you alive." The spike fiercely stabbed into Torch Dragon's shoulder, causing him a howl at the top of his lungs again. This time, a large amount of purple-gold sweat gushed out of Torch Dragon's body. As the manifestation of his soul, every drop of sweat was the essence of his soul. In just a few breaths of time, Torch Dragon's body had become almost transparent. He stared at Wuxia with hatred, as if he wanted to swallow Wuxia in one bite. With a smile, Wuxia pulled out the spike and pointed it at Torch Dragon's forehead again. "A dog that can't even watch the door properly will be killed and eaten. Many people around me will be interested in Torch Dragon's flesh and internal organs. Isn't that right, Goldhorn?" The Goldhorn brothers and the Goldfeather sisters, who were originally cute boys and girls, nodded at the same time. Their bodies above the waist rapidly expanded and turned into half of the ferocious dragon pythons of fire and ice. Four big mouths stared fixedly at Torch Dragon's soul, saliva dripping from their mouths. Torch Dragon's face grew more and more unsightly. Dragon pythons of fire and ice were the world of all dragons. Although Torch Dragon was an ancient god and had no blood relationship with the dragons passed down by Ao Buzin, his body still belonged to the dragons. Even Torch Dragon was well aware of the deterrence that dragon pythons of fire and ice posed to the dragon clan. He had no doubt that these four ferocious creatures could easily devour his fleshly body. After a moment of pondering, Torch Dragon said lightly, "What do you want to know?" Wuxia looked at Torch Dragon in surprise, then shook his head and said, "No, you should be angry, despairing, and cursing me hysterically. You shouldn't talk to me so lightly." Torch Dragon looked at Wuxia in surprise and shook his head as well. "What's wrong?" "Unfortunately, I've fallen into your hands." Wuxia interrupted Torch Dragon and said with a cold grin, "With your identity and cultivation base, I've destroyed more than 70% of your nascent divinity, and yet you can still talk to me so calmly as if nothing had happened. Do you really have such a big heart? If you are, why did the Sacred Emperor imprison you in the palace as the hub of the Great Formation and not release you after so many years?" Torch Dragon fell silent. He looked at Wuxia curiously and asked, "So, why do you think so?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled, then nodded and said, "Old Torch Dragon, your true form is still out there. I didn't remove the fiend-slaying sword formation, so you can't run away. Are you willing to give up such a strong, fleshly body?" Torch Dragon looked at Wuxia in even more surprise. "What did you say, King of East Sea? This old man's primordial spirit is here. How can this old man escape?" Wuxia stared blankly at Torch Dragon for a long while, then suddenly burst into laughter. He grabbed Torch Dragon's primordial spirit, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. A strange aura spread out of Wuxi's body. The first wisp of innate thievery energy extracted from the surrounding void, all the energy essence of the soul that Torch Dragon had just lost, and kept injecting it into Wuxi's body. Wuxi's divine soul grew rapidly. Torch Dragon's soul howled in pain and struggled in his body, but under Wuxi's powerful suppression, he could not move at all. In less than the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Torch Dragon's soul was digested by Wuxi, and all the memories in his soul were squeezed out. Torch Dragon did not find any information about Emperor Haozuen's assassination in his soul. It seemed that he had been practicing in the palace for so many years and had never been involved in anything in the outside world, just as the Yellow Emperor Xianxia had ordered him to do in those years. But what interested Wuxi was that there was a clear memory in this nascent divinity. 3 eons ago, when Emperor Haozuen had just ascended the throne, Torch Dragon suddenly obtained a mystic art, which allowed him to divide his nascent divinity into 3. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The 3 primordial spirits of the old, the middle-aged, and the young. The mystic art had greatly improved Torch Dragon's cultivation, and he could almost break free from the restrictive spell cast on him by Emperor Xianxia. With the power of the sun and moon torch, the number 1 candlestick in the world, which was brewing in the chaos above his head, he could now control the ultimate defensive formation of Liangzhu. However, Torch Dragon had completely miscalculated this time. He had handed over one of his souls to satisfy Wu Qi's investigation, but he had never dreamed that Wu Qi would not reason with him at all. Instead, he had devoured his soul in such a barbaric way and searched through his memories. Grinning hideously, Wu Qi said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, this Torch Dragon is up to something. There is no information about His Majesty's assassination in this soul. What about the other 2 souls?" Before his voice could fade away, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A furious roar rose into the sky, so loud that even Wu Qi, who was in the prison, could hear it clearly. "King of East Sea, you despicable boy! Give me back my soul!" Chapter 878. Countless ministers of Yu rushed out of the hall in a panic. Treading on dark clouds, the oracles flew up into the sky with the weak ministers, while the generals, clad in heavy armors and holding all kinds of weapons, hovered in the air with panic on their faces, nervously and cautiously looking at Torch Dragon Mountain, which was squirming violently. The mountain formed from Torch Dragon's body was shaking violently. Large pieces of flagstones kept falling off from his body, exposing his entire body. His 10,000 miles long body had no front claws, only 2 back claws. The scales on his body were purple-black, and the belly plate was a dazzling scarlet. Torch Dragon had no horns, but a huge candlestick stood in the middle of his forehead, which was madly spurting out a green flame to burn the great hall that floated above his head. Torch Dragon, who had coiled himself in a snake-like formation for countless years, was squirming violently. Slowly, his body uncoiled and stretched. A violent aura was wriggling crazily around his body, while countless pitch-black tornadoes wheeled around him. The shrill howls of the wind brought a piercing pain to people's ears, as if their souls were about to be shattered by the wind. The earth was shaking violently, and because of the tornadoes, huge holes kept appearing in the ground. When Torch Dragon's body was fully stretched out, and a green cloud of fire appeared beneath him, all the palaces and pavilions in Great Yu's imperial palace collapsed at the same time. All the flowers, plants, and trees on the 136,000 mountains in the huge imperial garden were shattered, and countless rocks were thrown into the air by the blast, revealing the 136,000 bronze pillars that were over 1,000 feet in diameter and at least 10 miles tall hidden under the mountains. With a loud clang, countless water tank-thick chains appeared on the Torch Dragon's huge body. These chains were originally invisible, but as the Torch Dragon struggled, they appeared at the same time. All the chains pierced deep into Zhulong's body and latched onto his long spine. The source of these chains was the 136,000 huge metal pillars. At the moment, every pillar was spurting out flames. The dark flames spread along the chains to torch Dragon's body, quickly enveloping his body. These pitch-black flames were actually condensed from the coldest types of extreme spiritual chi and Gue water to true in the world. Although they looked like flames, they were actually the polar opposite of flames. Extreme ice flames. Even stones would be frozen into pieces when they touched these ice flames, and even steel would turn into ashes when it touched them. Torch Dragon was covered in layers of ice flames, and his violently squirming body suddenly stiffened. Not long after, along with a loud dragon roar, the torch of sun and moon above Torch Dragon's head emitted a large sheet of green light, and a terrifyingly high temperature poured down. Thousands of DU generals who were closest to Torch Dragon howled miserably and turned into wisps of green smoke in the midst of the green light. They were melted by the high temperature, and not even a trace of them was left. Everything that was covered by the green light, regardless of whether it was the soil, rocks, or anything else, had all melted in a magma with a tinge of red and glaring white light. The Imperial Garden of Yu was located in a separate small space, millions of miles in circumference. There were countless strange mountains and rivers in the vast garden, as well as all kinds of precious flowers, trees, and spirit herbs. It could be said to be the #1 blessed land on Panga continent. But when it was illuminated by the torch of sun and moon, the whole garden suddenly turned into a sea of magma. Except for the 136,000 bronze pillars, all the other mountains, hills, rivers, lakes, and seas had turned into magma. King Xianxia and the other princes had rushed into the palace with a large number of soldiers, claiming that they were looking for clues about the assassination of Emperor Haozuan. Now that Torch Dragon had suddenly launched his attack, the princes could still quickly flee into the sky under the protection of their confidants. But the soldiers of Flying Bear Army and countless private guards they brought into the palace all howled miserably. No matter what their cultivation base was, they were all turned into wisps of smoke by the torch of sun and moon. There was even a prince and thousands of his confidants who did not have time to dodge. They could only scream as they turned into wisps of smoke and drifted into the sky at the same time. Among the oracles and civil officials who had fled into the sky, at least 10,000 people cried out in alarm. Clearly, they were the prince's supporters, but now that the man they supported was killed by Torch Dragon, it threw them into a complete panic. In addition to these people, there were countless other concubines, eunuchs, maids, and imperial guards in the palace. Emperor Haozuan was an extremely energetic man, so every few days he would select a new batch of beautiful women and send them to the palace to spread the seeds of the Yu's imperial clan. A rough calculation showed that there were tens of thousands of concubines officially registered in the imperial palace, and the number of eunuchs and eunuchs around them was enormous. But now, as soon as the blue light shone, all of them turned into wisps of smoke and drifted away. King Xianxia, King Lishan, and the other princes, Chi howled hoarsely, "Mother!" Torch Dragon's all-out attack had shaved off about 50% of the ice flame wrapped around him, but he had also killed all the people in the palace who could not escape. The mothers of King Xianxia, King Lishan, and the other princes lived in the palace. They were just ordinary women, and they relied entirely on the various spirit herbs given to them by Emperor Haozuan and their sons to keep them young and prolong their lives. How could they have any cultivation base? Now that the palace had turned into a pool of lava, all the concubines were dead, and the prince's mother, Chi, was dead. The members of the Yu's imperial clan and courtiers who had flown into the sky were in a state of chaos. Some of the most conservative courtiers of Yu wept bitterly, as if they had lost their parents. It was a great humiliation. When had such a thing ever happened in the history of Yu? All the people in the palace were wiped out. Just when everything was in chaos, a loud sound came from the huge square where the Imperial Conference Hall was located. Thousands of yuan stones were blasted out in all directions. The entire square, along with the huge Imperial Conference Hall, were smashed by the candlelight emitted by the sun and moon candle. Torch Dragon slowly lifted his upper body and cried out, "King of EC, you shameless boy, give me back my nascent divinity of 3 separations." Hundreds of figures flashed across the sky. Wuxia had transformed into a dark shadow and quickly put the energy stones into his bag. At this moment, none of the members of the Yu's imperial clan and courtiers were in the mood to pay attention to these worldly possessions, and very few of them could recognize what the energy stones were. Wuxia did not stand on ceremony. He put the energy stones, which contained infinite energy, into his storage ring in front of the crowd. But in fact, he stuffed them into his body and slowly refined them with the heaven-refining grand magic. The dark shadow faded, and Wuxia appeared in front of Torch Dragon. The fiend's slaying sword formation reappeared in midair. Staring at Torch Dragon, Wuxia said with a cold grin, "Old dragon, things have come to this. Tell me honestly, did you collude with the enemy to assassinate his majesty?" Torch Dragon's eyes went wide, blazing with the light of the sun and moon in them, and he was about to lash out at Wuxia. But Wuxia suddenly let out a roar and stopped him. "You better think this through," Wuxia snapped. "Don't frame others recklessly. We won't believe a word you say if you don't swear a blood oath with your natal divinity." High up in the sky, King Xianxia and the other kings of the council were shouting and cursing. They were all very surprised. Why could Torch Dragon's fleshly body suddenly move and cause so much damage to the Yu when Wuxia had taken away his soul? When Wuxia shouted out those 2 sentences, everyone shut their mouths at the same time and waited quietly for Torch Dragon's answer. Smiling proudly, Torch Dragon said in a cold voice, "How can I tell you this, boy?" As he laughed coldly, a 10 feet tall, white-bearded man and a 6 feet tall young man appeared on his forehead at the same time. Looking arrogantly at the members of the Yu's imperial clan and courtiers hovering in the sky, they said, "I know who killed Emperor Haozuan. I know who colluded with foreign enemies, and I know what the people you're worried about are trying to do to the Yu. But do you think you can make me tell you all these things? Do you think you can do it?" Laughing wildly, Torch Dragon's body suddenly began to struggle. A deafening boom rang out as countless wounds tore open on his body at the same time. Streams of purple-black blood sprayed out of the wounds along with billowing green flames, and the surrounding sea of lava suddenly became extremely violent. Monstrous waves of lava shot up thousands of feet into the air, forcing great Yu subjects to fly higher in the sky. Hundreds of deafening booms rang out in a row as hundreds of dark supreme towers came slowly through the air. These supreme oracles who came to help were proficient in all kinds of mysterious ice rune spells. As soon as they arrived, they immediately activated their spells. Large patches of black snowflakes fell from the sky, and a bone-chilling cold swept out from the supreme tower. Together with the ice flame on the 136,000 bronze pillars, the cold wrapped Torch Dragon's body. Amidst a crackling noise, the sea of lava around Torch Dragon gradually solidified, and the waves of lava that soared into the sky a moment ago were frozen by a thick layer of ice. The high-temperature blood flowing out of Torch Dragon's body was frozen into purple-black ice by the cold, and his body stiffened once again. Shrill laughter rang out as both of Torch Dragon's nascent divinities burst out laughing at the same time. The young man's nascent divinity transformed into a stream of light and returned to Torch Dragon's body. Suddenly, the flame on the sun and moon torch on the dragon's head soared tenfold, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. The snowflakes falling from the sky melted into boiling water. The frozen lava became active again, and the thick layer of ice on Torch Dragon's body melted into a wisp of water vapor amidst the roar of the wind and fire. All the supreme oracles sitting cross-legged on the hundreds of supreme towers coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. They stared at the sun and moon torch in horror. They could not believe that a legendary supreme treasure primordial was so irresistible that even the joint forces of hundreds of supreme oracles could not seal the power of a single sun and moon torch. What did Emperor Xianyuan due to imprison Torch Dragon in the palace of the Yu and force him to be the core of the formation for so many years. While these supreme oracles were still in shock, the nascent divinity of the white-bearded man standing on the dragon's head had already pulled out the golden Xianyuan sword. All the courtiers of Da Yu cried out in unison, and some even fell to their knees in midair almost instinctively, worshipping the sword. Torch Dragon burst into wild laughter as he brandished the sword and cried out, "Sun and Moon Torch, Xianyuan's sword. Ha ha, how are you going to kill me?" His huge body slowly flew up into the sky as the chains tore at him wildly. From time to time, the sound of bones, muscles, and muscles breaking could be heard coming from his body. Torch Dragon coughed up blood because of the pain, but with the support of the enormous power of his nascent divinity, he still managed to fly up. "King of East Sea, we can't let this fiend escape. We must find out from him how he murdered his majesty," cried King Yangshan. Wuxia answered. He let out a long roar and unleashed the fiend slaying sword formation, which transformed into a chaotic world that enveloped Torch Dragon and himself. Princess Zhonglu, Ao, Buzin, and those close to Wu Qi rushed into the chaotic world, and no one else could enter after that. Shrill dragon roars kept ringing out of the formation, but no one could see what was happening inside. Chapter 879. The fiend-slaying sword formation could use all the elements between heaven and earth to form a formation. At this moment, Wu Qi was using the vast defensive formation in Liangzhu and the endless spiritual energy caves in Yuxiong Plain as the formation. Scarlet patterns of the formation were looming in all directions. They seemed close at hand, but at the same time, they were as far away as the horizon, as if they could be touched with a stretch of their hands, but at the same time they could not be touched even if they worked hard for a lifetime. These patterns were the specific manifestation of Liangzhu's defensive formation in the sword formation. Each pattern represented countless nested runes, and represented an enormous supply of energy. Although Torch Dragon had destroyed the Great Hall and the core of the formation, the fiend-slaying sword formation Wu Qi had constructed with 108,000 Kunwu sword had replaced the destroyed hall and become the core of Liangzhu's defensive formation again. Whether it was the great formation of Liangzhu or the fiend-slaying sword formation, they were both created by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Born from the same source, the two formations naturally merged seamlessly once they met. Terrible tides of energy rolled and rolled inside the formation, and soon turned into 99 mighty white torrents that stretched across heaven and earth. Each torrent was tens of thousands of miles wide, and no one could tell how long they were. Enormous amounts of energy rubbed against each other in the torrents, quickly compressing the gaseous energy into liquid and finally condensing into a semi-solid substance like mercury. These white torrents rolled and poured over everyone's heads. Every tiny ripple in them seemed to be the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, mysterious and full of an indescribable, wonderful aura. A faint purple mist could be vaguely seen in the torrents. It was the primordial purple energy released from Wu Qi's body. Entangled by it, the white torrents became more and more unfathomable. Torch Dragon coiled himself up vigilantly and stared coldly at Wu Qi and his companions, who were hovering hundreds of miles away. He sneered in a low voice and said, "The fiend-slaying sword formation. It's this damned formation again. If it weren't for this formation, how could I have been trapped here for so many years?" While Zhu Long was murmuring, a Ganoderma-shaped purple gas rose from the top of Wu Qi's head. Yuan Ling's nether realm slowly flew out and plunged into a white torrent. When Wu Qi broke through to the Tao breaking level, he consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even the spirit vein in Yuan Ling's dark realm was drained by Wu Qi. At the moment, Yuan Ling's nether realm was severely damaged, and he needed a large amount of natural energy to replenish it. So, which place was more suitable than Yuxiong Plain? Along with a deafening noise, 99 white torrents poured into Yuan Ling's nether realm at the same time. Originally, when Wuxia was dealing with Torch Dragon, he did not need to use these torrents of pure spiritual energy. He was merely using the cover of the array to isolate himself from other people's eyes and ears, and using his official position for personal gain to replenish the consumption of Yuan Ling's netherworld realm. With the infusion of countless torrents of natural energy, Yuan Ling's nether realm, which looked a little lethargic, and even the innate divine tree on it had turned a little yellow, suddenly regained its vigor. A tremendous suction came from Yuan Ling's nether realm, and the 99 torrents of natural energy were transformed into beams of strong white light that plunged into Yuan Ling's nether realm. The whistling noise suddenly disappeared, and the natural energy flowed forward at high speed without making any sound. Narrowing his eyes, Torch Dragon sneered and said, "What a good scheme. Using Yu Xiong Plane's natural energy for personal gain. Is this your interstitial world? Why does it look like a planet?" Wuxia rolled his eyes at Torch Dragon and said mockingly, "You have no eyesight. This is a planet. Well, in the words of a chaos fiend god, this is a primordial mother planet, the place where my true body was born in my previous life." Torch Dragon, who did not take Wuxia seriously, was stunned. He looked up and down at Wuxia, frowned and thought for a long time, then finally shook his head and said, "Your face is unfamiliar. I can't recognize you. You must be one of the chaos fiend gods to know about the primordial mother planet, but your appearance." Wuxia rolled his eyes at Torch Dragon again and said with a sneer, "Nonsense. Of course you can't recognize me now. This is my appearance after reincarnation. Have you been locked up for too long that your brain has fossilized? I have no time for you. A.O. Buzin, go and have a good time with him." A dragon roar rang out as A.O. Buzin dashed out with the soul-splitting spear in his hand. As A.O. Buzin strode toward Torch Dragon, his body gradually transformed into a 100 miles long, pitch-black dragon. The soul-splitting spear had also become dozens of miles long and was held tightly in A.O. Buzin's claw, its tip gleaming with a frightening cold light. At the sight of A.O. Buzin's unique avatar, Torch Dragon retreated hundreds of miles in horror. Carefully, he shrunk his body to a length of 100 miles and cried out, "A.O. Buzin, you're clearly the primordial ancestral dragon. I've seen you once in the primordial world. You were attacking Saintess Inghua's cave abode. A.O. Buzin gave Torch Dragon a glare and said with a cold grin, "Oh, no wonder Lao Tzu felt that someone was spying on Lao Tzu behind his back, and had even prepared a killing move to deal with you." Stroking his chin, A.O. Buzin heaved a long sigh and said, "Saintess Inghua, she has fallen as well. TSK, I spent 370 times with her, and later on, she became the Dragon Mother of the Fire Dragons. How could she have fallen?" Torch Dragon twitched his mouth and did not say a word. He glared at A.O. Buzin contemptuously and spat to the side. A.O. Buzin heaved a long sigh. He looked Torch Dragon up and down and said, "But you, old Torch Dragon, you and I are the two most famous dragons in Primordial, but Lao Tzu has been looking for you for many years, and he has no idea where you are hiding. Why are you looking for me?" asked Torch Dragon subconsciously. A.O. Buzin stared at Torch Dragon's lower body gloomily and murmured, "I'm looking for you to mate and give birth to babies. If you were a female dragon, Lao Tzu would have fucked you and asked you to help Lao Tzu give birth to a bunch of little dragons. But if you were a male dragon, Lao Tzu would have killed you and cut off your penis to make a tonic soup. TSK, one male dragon is enough in Primordial. Why do we need two?" Whistling in a strange tone, A.O. Buzin twisted his waist and said with a strange laugh, "Haven't you heard of it? A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless one is a male and the other is a female. In this world, we only need one male dragon born in Primordial, not two. Ha ha ha, we don't need two." Torch Dragon was disgusted by A.O. Buzin's words. He shuddered violently and was about to curse A.O. Buzin when A.O. Buzin's body suddenly shrank to the size of a loach, transformed into a beam of black light, and thrust the soul-splitting spear at Torch Dragon's lower body. Ao Buzin now had the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, and together with the attainment of the Tao in his previous life, he could unleash an astonishing strength. With a flash of black light, Torch Dragon, who was caught off guard, howled miserably. His lower body suddenly spewed out a large amount of purplish-black blood. Ao Buzin swaggered up in the air, looked at Torch Dragon, and laughed wildly. What a pity. Just a little bit more, and there would be only one male dragon left in Primordial. Ao Buzin laughed in a strange voice. Behind him, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, the two brothers, blew shrill, unpleasant whistles and cried out, "Old dragon, castrate this fellow. That good thing will be shared among the three of us. It will be a great tonic for our yang energy." Amidst their wild laughter, Goldhorn and Silverhorn had transformed back into their true forms, transforming into dragon pythons of fire and ice that were hundreds of miles long and slowly approaching Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon's body trembled violently as he stared at Ao Buzin with an unsightly face. Just now, Ao Buzin's nearly sneak attack had nearly severed Torch Dragon's yang root. Fortunately, Torch Dragon had a profound cultivation base, so when the cold energy entered his body, he instinctively compressed his muscles and moved his yang root a little. Ao Buzin's spear had failed to break Torch Dragon's primordial yang root, but the spear was a chaotic spirit artifact, so its force nearly shattered Torch Dragon's body. Both of his nascent divinities were shaken violently, as if they were being cut by a wheel of countless blades. Both nascent divinities felt like they were falling apart. What a vicious weapon! With great difficulty, Torch Dragon stabilized his injuries and stared at the spear in Ao Buzin's hand, gnashing his teeth. Some vague memories emerged in Torch Dragon's mind. "Soul-splitting spear?" he asked hesitantly. "No, my fleshly body would have been destroyed if it had struck me with a sneak attack." Ao Buzin raised the soul-splitting spear and sighed with dissatisfaction. "Replica? Have you heard of that old man, Yuanling?" "The replica he refined. The king of East Sea is that old man's reincarnation." "Damn it, such a good Grand Mist artifact. But the replica only has the power of a chaos spiritual artifact. What a pity, what a pity." Torch Dragon's nascent divinities had the urge to vomit blood. A replica actually has the power of a chaos spiritual artifact. And you're still not satisfied? The most powerful weapons forged by other chaos fiend gods were only at the level of innate spiritual weapons. Chaos spiritual treasures. Who could forge chaos spiritual treasures? No wonder this spear attack almost killed his fleshly body and two nascent divinities at the same time. Taking a deep breath, the sun and moon torch above Torch Dragon's head emitted a dazzling azure light that wrapped around his body. He dared not be careless anymore. Seeing that Torch Dragon had become serious, Ao Buzin knew that he had lost the chance to severely injure him with a sneak attack. Now, he could only fight head-on. Raising the soul-splitting spear, Ao Buzin began to recite an incantation in a deep voice. Large patches of dark clouds and thunderbolts emerged around Ao Buzin, spinning rapidly behind him and gradually turning into a huge black hole with a diameter of thousands of miles. Thick thunder dragons and lightning flood dragons spun rapidly in the black hole, stretching into a huge lightning net thousands of miles in circumference. Zhulong narrowed his eyes and struggled with all his might. However, the chains that had penetrated deep into his body had firmly imprisoned his body. There was not much space for him to move or dodge. If not for these chains, how could he have been so easily wounded by Ao Buzin's sneak attack just now? Blood was still dripping from the spot where his tail was pierced, and it made his mood extremely depressed. Goldhorn and Silverhorn flanked him from both sides, laughing in a deep voice as their mouths were full of saliva and flashing with ice and fire. Gnashing his teeth, Torch Dragon looked at the countless chains on his body and said in a low voice, If not for Yellow Emperor's restrictive spell, I would have easily killed you today. Zulong, you have just stepped into the realm of Tao reasoning, while I've been trapped for so many years, but my cultivation base has remained at the realm of Tao breaking. How could you possibly be a match for me? Unwilling to show weakness, Ao Buzin grinned hideously and said, "If not for the fact that you are a male, Lao Tzu would have given you a good beating today." Cut the crap. Do you think you are so great just because you are in the realm of Tao breaking? In the distance, Wu Qi chuckled. All of a sudden, 108,000 huge silver stars appeared in the void and poured down with a tremendous pressure. Torch Dragon's body sank abruptly as the pressure of these stars was exerted on him. The bones in Torch Dragon's body creaked. He struggled and jumped with all his might, but how could he move? Chapter 880. The Fiend's Slaying Sword Formation, which was supported by the enormous natural energy of the entire Yuxiong Plain, and the one without the whole Yuxiong Plain, were two very different things. One was an iron knife, and the other was a sword. An iron knife could kill as well, but it was not as clean and neat as a sword, leaving no chance for the victim to dodge. As Wu Qi's 108,000 great Daos from the kaleidoscopic star core merged with the 108,000 Kunwu swords, the endless natural energy of Yuxiong Plain condensed into 108,000 huge stars that hung high in the sky, spinning rapidly in the formation along a trajectory that seemed to have existed since ancient times and would continue to exist forever. Every time the stars rotated, the pressure on Torch Dragon increased a little. In just 3 seconds, the pressure from the formation had made many scales fall off his body, and blood oozed out from under his scales. Torch Dragon struggled madly, but apart from making his joints creak and almost dislocate, it was of no practical use. After being trapped for so many years, Torch Dragon's magic power and cultivation base had been locked at a certain critical point, which was equivalent to the strength of an almighty expert who had just stepped into the realm of Tao breaking. His nascent divinity had indeed been greatly improved by the cultivation technique of the nascent spirit of 3 separations, but because of his carelessness and some subsequent arrangements made by the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League, Torch Dragon boldly handed over one of his nascent divinities to Wu Qi. Torch Dragon never dreamed that Wu Qi could actually kill his nascent divinity. Although he did not know that it was Wu Qi who had devoured one of his nascent divinities, Wu Qi had killed one of them, which cost him 30% of his nascent divinity's power. Torch Dragon's current cultivation base was far weaker than Wu Qi's, and what he had the upper hand was the nascent spirit of 3 separations that he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years. With the skyrocketing power of his nascent divinity and the divine ability taught by the Buddhist League, he was even confident that he could break free from the restrictive spell set up by the Yellow Emperor and regain his freedom. But now that he had lost a third of his nascent divinity, he was only barely confident that he could break free from the Yellow Emperor's restrictive spell. But, coupled with the pressure from the Fiend's Slaying Sword Formation, Torch Dragon could no longer move. Among the remaining 2 vital spirits, the young man was controlling the movement of his corporeal body while the white-bearded man was controlling the sun and moon torch to fight against Ao Buzin. They had no more energy left and could no longer resist the attack of the sword formation. A series of explosions rang out as less than half of the Torch Dragon's scales were pulverized. The heavenly Tao, represented by the 108,000 ancient stars, kept attacking Zhu Long's origin souls. All kinds of illusions kept appearing before his 2 origin souls. They seemed to have gone through countless cycles of life and death in an instant. Their fighting spirit relaxed, and their origin souls became muddle-headed, unable to control themselves. Both the sun and moon torch grew dim because of the weakening of the white-bearded man's control. The thick layer of green light that wrapped around Torch Dragon was reduced to a thin and dim patch, looking like a veil in the wind that could shatter it with a casual blow. Goldhorn and Silverhorn let out a strange howl at the same time, and 2 beams of golden and silver light each tens of miles wide, shot out. The divine light of ice and fire, the dragon python's innate divine ability, twisted and wheeled in the air like living creatures. The two beams of light merged into one and turned into a beam of purple light that shot toward Torch Dragon's reverse scale. After the two beams of light, which were tens of miles thick, merged into one, they became only as thick as a fist. However, the beam of light was extremely condensed, as if it was a long spear carved out of purple crystal. Along with an ear-piercing swishing sound, it pierced through the air. Torch Dragon's two origin souls roared furiously at the same time. Standing on his fleshy body, the white-bearded man waved the Xianxia sword in his hand, getting ready to shatter the attack. But, just as he was about to strike, Princess Zhang Lu gave a cold snort. The avatar of the god of Scourge quietly emerged over her head, and she casually pointed out an incantation gesture at the white-bearded man. Some kind of rule power was quietly triggered, and something that should have happened to the white-bearded man in the future happened ahead of time. The blade of the Xianxia sword fell from the hilt with a crack and plunged straight into Torch Dragon's head. The hilt in the white-bearded man's hand exploded with a boom, blowing his arm and half of his body into pieces. Bastard! The white-bearded man watched in horror as his body exploded. Purple-black mist kept spewing out of him, each of which was a drop of his soul essence and natal energy essence that he had worked so hard to accumulate for tens of thousands of years. The breaking of the fake Xianxia sword and the explosion of the hilt should have happened only when the new Emperor Haozuan found Torch Dragon. But Princess Zhang Li's avatar of the god of Scourge had the power to bring forward all kinds of possible bad luck that existed in the future. 1 or 2 was fine, but 7 or 8 would be a real headache. And if 10 or 20,000 bad luck happened at the same time in a short period of time, it would definitely be fatal. For example, an immortal who was struck by Princess Zhang Li's curse had the cultivation base of an 18th tier gold immortal, and he would be able to step into the realm of primordial in the future. In other words, he would have to transcend 18 thunder tribulations in the future to step into the realm of primordial. The curse would trigger all 18 thunder tribulations in just a day or 2, and no matter how prepared the immortal was, he would still die. This was the true face of the divine power possessed by the avatar of the god of Scourge. It could trigger the calamity in the future in advance, and then amplify the impact of the calamity as much as possible. Even as Torch Dragon's nascent divinity roared, the divine light of ice and fire unleashed by Goldhorn and Silverhorn hit the reverse scale on Torch Dragon's chest without any hindrance. The divine light of ice and fire from the soaring dragon pythons of fire and ice had an innate suppressive effect on dragons. The reverse scale on the Torch Dragon's chest was the toughest scale on his body, even 100 times tougher than his teeth. But then, with a crisp sound, a fist-sized hole appeared on the reverse scale of Torch Dragon, and an arrow of blood sprayed out from the hole. Torch Dragon's body swayed heavily. Behind the reverse scale was his heart, and there was a fist-sized hole in his heart as well. With every heartbeat, a copious amount of blood sprayed out of the hole. Torch Dragon roared and circulated his blood and energy to heal the wound in his heart. But at the same time, the bronze pillars that bound him sprayed out the ice flame of Extreme Een, which was 100 times stronger than before, and burned into his body through the chains. The blood in his veins was almost frozen into ice cubes, and his bodily functions were frozen in an instant. A pressure that was 100 times heavier than the previous one surged out from the stars in the sky. Zhulong's frozen body suddenly sank, and accompanied by an ear-piercing cracking sound, hundreds of cracks of varying lengths appeared on his body. What sprayed out of these cracks was no longer blood, but glaring black ice flame. The deafening rumble of thunder made Torch Dragon dizzy, while countless bolts of lightning that looked like shooting stars shot out of the vortex of thunderclouds behind Ao Buzen. About a mile in circumference, the thunderbolts kept exploding on Torch Dragon's body, each of which severely wounded him and turned large patches of his scales and dragon skin into ashes. All of a sudden, Torch Dragon let out an unpleasant shriek as Ao Buzin, who had transformed the soul-splitting spear into a black bolt of lightning, smashed it into Torch Dragon's waist. The soul-splitting spear easily pierced through Torch Dragon's body, then grew to hundreds of feet thick and 100 miles long, firmly pinning Torch Dragon to a large piece of black Xianbing. Even Ao Buzin was stunned by the success of the strike. Torch Dragon, your body is weak. Hee, this is not the body that a living being in the primordial should have. Torch Dragon's performance today was far less than Ao Buzin had expected. The power of his fleshly body was pitifully weak. Torch Dragon threw his head back and roared furiously. If the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had not imprisoned me for so many years, causing my fleshly body to turn stiff and petrified, how could I have let you succeed so easily? Hate. Laughing bitterly, Torch Dragon snapped. Well, what's the use of this fleshly body of mine? In the future, I'll change my appearance and no longer have the body of Torch Dragon. At that time, there will be a new world in front of me. So why should I linger in this body of a wolf? A golden lotus throne floated out of Torch Dragon's forehead, accompanied by a deep and sonorous chanting. Two of his nascent divinities flew up into the sky. The golden lotus throne emitted a faint Buddhist light, and wherever it passed, the enormous pressure gathered by Wuxia with the sword formation could no longer do anything to Torch Dragon. The huge sun and moon torch flew up along with the lotus throne, emitting a faint green light that wrapped around the lotus throne. Torch Dragon's heavy and huge body fell heavily to the ground. Ao Buzin, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, and Catfish Flood Dragon flew toward it. Lord Xianxia thrust his illusion-breaking halberd straight at the lotus throne. Yuan Qing leaped up and hacked at Torch Dragon's nascent divinity with his staff, while Little K, and Feng Tianling opened their mouths and sprayed out 2 streams of Nanming flame to burn it. The golden lotus throne swayed gently, and a vast Buddhist light poured out of it. All the attacks were turned into nothingness when they were still far away from Torch Dragon's nascent divinity. Lord Xianxia and the others cried out in alarm as they were knocked back in a sorry state. Wuqi's eyes lit up as he looked at the lotus throne and said with a smile, "What a great treasure!" Torch Dragon's 2 nascent divinities glared at Wuqi and said with a cold grin, "It is indeed a great treasure. It is transformed from one of the petals of Lord Buddha's 8 treasures lotus throne, a supreme treasure of the Buddhist League that could defend oneself and the enemy. How could you? Heaven!" The complacent Torch Dragon was suddenly struck dumb. Right in front of him, Wuqi's body had transformed into the 4-faced and 6-armed golden body of the Buddha. A beam of Buddhist light shot out of Wuqi's eyes and gently swept across the golden lotus throne. The great light, indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture was exorcised, and the golden lotus throne obediently fell into Wuqi's hand. Torch Dragon's nascent divinity let out a shrill cry. A great sheet of green light burst out of the sun and moon torch, and was about to flee with the 2 nascent divinities. But suddenly, countless stars in the void shone brightly, transforming into countless silver flying swords that slashed down toward the torch. A column of green flame, 10,000 miles in circumference, rushed out of the torch and greeted the flying swords. Wuqi let out a long cry and thrust the heaven-pacifying sword down. With a shake of his hand, Ao Buzin produced the soul-splitting spear, while Lord Xianxia produced the illusion-breaking halberd. Meanwhile, Princess Zhang Lu struck out the indestructible lotus, the fundamental pagoda, and the heart seal in quick succession. 5 beams of strong light froze the earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as the green flame spewed out by the sun and moon torch. Even though 5 chaos spiritual artifacts were not a match for a Grand Mist artifact, the sun and moon torch's azure flames were suppressed to the point that they were a beat slower than the sun and moon torch. It was during that moment of delay that countless sword beams enveloped Torch Dragon's nascent divinity and shredded the remaining 2 nascent divinities of his 3 separations' nascent divinities into pieces. The thievery energy was unleashed, silently absorbing all the natal energy essence released by Torch Dragon's 3 separations' nascent divinity. Sensing the destruction of his nascent divinity, Torch Dragon's stiff body suddenly let out a long hiss as blood sprayed out of it. The ancient god, Torch Dragon, had fallen completely. Chapter 881. Suddenly, Wuxia raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Heaven and earth have sensed it. I dare not take all the credit." Unfortunately, the world had changed. For some reason, Torch Dragon had offended the sacred emperor of the human race, and was imprisoned into you by the yellow Emperor Xianxia with such a powerful restrictive spell. His strong, fleshly body, which was even stronger than the great Saint Pangu's, had decayed to such an extent. It seemed that his fleshly body was at most at the level of a primordial immortal, at least tens of thousands of times weaker than when he was at his peak. Meanwhile, the Yuan divinities of the 2 corpses were besieged by the crowd. After all, they were just Yuan divinities, which could not compare to the fighting strength of a fleshly body. Even the Yuan divinities of chaos fiend gods were extremely fragile compared to their fleshly bodies. After a fierce battle, Torch Dragon's Yuan divinity was severely wounded, and he could only escape with the help of the Golden Lotus throne given by Amitabha. While Wuxia remained silent, King Lishan, whose face was also extremely unsightly, snapped, "You are right, eldest brother, King of East Sea, hand over the wheel of sun and moon at once." Before Wuxia could say anything, King Lishan had already leaped toward the wheel of sun and moon, grabbing at the trembling supreme treasure of Primal that was trying to break free from Wuxia's restraint. Torch Dragon's teeth, bones, skin, and scales were all excellent materials for artifact refinement. If Wuxia were to carefully refine it, he would definitely be able to refine many innate spirit artifacts. Many important figures in the EC would also be able to upgrade their weapons and armors to a higher level. Sneering, Wuxia murmured, "A supreme treasure of Primal. Are you trying to snatch my food?" Torch Dragon's blood was also an excellent material for alchemy. When Wuxia saw Ao, Buzin, and the others trampling on Torch Dragon's corpse, he hurriedly flew over, grabbed a large jade bottle, and began to extract Torch Dragon's blood. The blood in Torch Dragon's huge body was comparable to the water in dozens of great rivers. It took Wuxia a while to extract all the blood. In the face of the might of heaven and earth, only Tao-breaking experts could just barely resist it. Torch Dragon's true body was hundreds of thousands of miles long, and his tendon was also hundreds of thousands of miles long. Although his body had decayed after being imprisoned for so many years, the tendon still contained most of his essence. If such a long dragon tendon was used to forge weapons, how many powerful bows could the EC increase? This was especially true for generals like Bai Qi and Li Xian. As generals, didn't they all need a powerful bow? If it was any other Buddha who gave him a life-saving magic treasure, Wuxia might have to spend some effort. However, it was the Golden Lotus throne given by Amitabha. Wuxia didn't even need to spend any effort to swallow the Golden Lotus throne, which also devoured his primordial spirit. Looking at Torch Dragon's corpse lying on the ground, Wuxia could not help but shake his head. Torch Dragon's dying howl shook the tens of thousands of stars in the void, and the fiend slaying sword formation shook violently. As all of Wuxia's mind was connected with the sword formation, when the sword formation moved, his body was affected as well, causing him to tremble a few times. Even his divine soul was shaken by the aftershock of the sword formation. But as he had just devoured Torch Dragon's primordial spirit of 3 separations, his divine soul and cultivation base had skyrocketed several times. The tremors could no longer hurt him. With a crooked finger, A stream of yellow energy poured into Huang Liang's body. Huang Liang, whose cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9 stars realm of the second Peng heaven with the true body of heaven and earth scripture, gave a strange cry. I'm going to explode. Assassinating a human emperor was a heaven-defying act. So Torch Dragon had accumulated a great amount of karma. If the Golden Lotus throne given by Amitabha had not helped him suppress it, he would have been exposed. When Wuxia and his companions killed Torch Dragon, the heavenly Tao sensed it and immediately sent down an immeasurable amount of virtues, which was enough for the most important civil and military officials of the 6 states to make breakthroughs. It was a pleasant surprise. Wuqi's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to discuss what to say, King Xianxia, whose face had turned extremely unsightly, suddenly snapped. King of East Sea, Torch Dragon has been killed. Hand over his natal magical artifact, the Sun and Moon Torch. This is the supreme artifact of Primal. How can you, a mere king of East Sea, lay a finger on it? When all this was done, the pressure of the heavenly Tao slowly dissipated, and King Yangshan and the others regained their ability to move. How infuriating! King Gushan, who was standing next to King Yangshan, widened his eyes and fainted with anger. His personal guards and subordinates were so frightened that they rushed forward to treat him, giving him all kinds of life-saving pills as if they were free. Although Baichi and the other military officials had changed their cultivation of the true body of heaven and earth scripture, which Wuqi had used to disguise their appearances, Su Qin and the others were practicing the magic of immortals. If Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu had not worked together to conceal their auras with the talismans made of primal violet energy, King Yangshan and the others would have long discovered that something was wrong with Su Qin and the others. But now that they were about to break through the realm of primordial with the strong push of the heavenly Tao, even the talismans made of primal violet energy could not conceal their auras. So, Wuqi had no choice but to send them all into his interstitial world to make the breakthrough. Accompanied by a melodious sound, an immeasurable amount of virtue fell from the sky and quickly fell toward Wuqi, Ao, Buzan, and the others. All those who had participated in the attack on Torch Dragon had received a huge amount of virtue at the moment, especially Wuqi, who had devoured Torch Dragon's 3 nascent divinities and caused his death. The virtue poured down like a great river, and a vast amount of golden energy came whistling over, giving off a feeling that heaven and earth were collapsing and that the chaotic airflow from the outer heavenly realms had rushed into this world. It was obviously the virtue of heaven and earth, but it came with a threatening power that seemed to destroy everything. The vast amount of virtue formed into a golden halo of virtue behind Huang Liang's head. His body made a loud, cracking noise as the Pangu, sacred energy, traveled wantonly through his meridians, opening up all his meridians, acupoints, joints, and fascia. Hot currents surged madly through Huang Liang's body like burning mercury. 2 beams of fierce purple light shot out of Huang Liang's eyes as he broke through the bottleneck of the realm of Panga Heaven and stepped into the 1-star realm of Hongmeng Panga Heaven. Throwing Huang Liang aside, Wuqi made a grabbing motion with both hands. Li Mu, Lien Pe, Baichi, Li Exin, Wang Jian, and the other famous generals of the 6 states, as well as Su Qin, Zhang Yizi, Sun Quan, Mod, and the other ministers of the 6 states. An enormous amount of virtue divided into hundreds of billowing torrents and poured into their bodies. Then, Wuqi activated his Dark Yin celestial tower and swallowed all Su Qin and the others, who were practicing immortal cultivation, into it. Blood oozed out of Wuqi's 7 orifices as he forcibly resisted the virtue that had descended from heaven and earth and poured it into the bodies of others. It was like a child trying to turn a huge millstone. Both Wuqi's body and divine soul were under great pressure. When Wuqi, who had just created Huang Liang, was almost unable to resist the counterattack of the heavenly Tao, Princess Zhang Lu pressed her hands on Wuqi's back and poured an enormous divine power into him. A five-color divine light roared up from the top of Wuxi's head. In front of so many ministers of the Yu, Wuxi flew to King Lishan and kicked him away. The faces of the ministers of the Yu who were hovering in midair turned extremely unsightly when they thought of the beautiful imperial gardens not long ago, and then looked at the huge rock that was now barren. The huge rock was like a heavy slap in the face of all the ministers of the Yu. The faces of King Xianxia and the other kings of the council turned green, then white, then blue, and then blue. Suddenly, a few of the grumpy kings could not control the surging of their energy and blood, causing them to open their mouths and cough up large mouthfuls of hot blood. Torch Dragon's huge body fell to the ground, and Ao Buzin and his men were still devouring his flesh and blood. Everyone present knew that Torch Dragon was dead, even without Wu Qi telling them. King Yangshan growled furiously. Who else is the murderer besides Torch Dragon? Wu Qi was taken aback. He squinted at King Xianxia and thought, you're so quick to react and start to muddy the waters. You're pretty smart. As Wu Qi raised his hand, the boundless virtues falling from the sky suddenly froze. Not only Wu Qi, but even Ao Buzin and the others did not get any of them. Wu Qi reached out and grabbed at the void. Huang Liang, who was hovering in midair and unable to move, let out a strange cry as Wu Qi grabbed him. After pondering for a moment, Wu Qi suddenly burst out laughing. With a wave of his hand, 108,000 Kunwu swords quickly disappeared into his body, and the fiend's slaying sword formation was unraveled, revealing the blue sky outside. Torch Dragon had been killed, and the Sun and Moon Torch was forcibly imprisoned in midair by Wu Qi with a restrictive spell. The torch no longer emitted its scorching blue light, and the imperial palace of Diyu, which had been burned into a sea of lava, had solidified into a huge, flat rock. Torch Dragon has been killed, cried out Wu Qi in a deep voice. He confessed that he was the one who attacked and assassinated His Majesty. After all this was done, there was still more than half of the virtues in the void that had not been consumed. Wu Qi opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, sucking all the black-yellow energy that filled the sky into his mouth. Some of it was poured into the bodies of Xiangyu and Huhai, who were cultivating in the interstitial world, and the rest was stored in the magical artifact he had condensed with the primal purple energy. The energy of virtues was an essential material when crafting powerful magical artifacts. Billowing purple clouds gathered over everyone's heads and swirled rapidly. With the imperial palace of Diyu as the center, a whirlpool of clouds formed by 9 layers of purple clouds blanketed the entire sky. 9 layers of light barriers wheeled rapidly in the sky, producing a dull rumble as purple light poured down from the sky, turning the entire Yuxiong plain a deep purple. In the void, billowing purple clouds rushed over from all directions. No one could tell how long they were, but each of them was hundreds of miles thick, and as they rushed forward, thunderous rumbles could be heard. The tremendous pressure of heaven and earth froze everyone in midair, and only Wu Qi and Princess Zhang could move their fingers. In the chaotic world before Pangu created the world, Torch Dragon was a very famous almighty expert. When he opened his eyes, the world would be shrouded in bright light, and when he closed his eyes, the chaos would be plunged into darkness. At that time, Torch Dragon was said to be the most promising existence to break through all restraints and gain true freedom and power. Compared to Ao Buzin, the lascivious dragon, Torch Dragon had a very high reputation, enough to rank in the top 10 among all the Chaos Fiend gods. What a pity! After all, he was a famous almighty expert in the chaos. His reputation is much higher than mine in my previous life. What a pity! How could he end up like this? Looking at Ao Buzin and his company, who were holding Torch Dragon's corpse and chewing on it, Wu Qi cried out hastily, "Just eat the meat. Keep his teeth, bones, skin, scales, and tendons, and give them to Supremacy 3 Flame so that he can craft items." Just as he drew out Torch Dragon's blood, Wuxia suddenly sensed that something was changing rapidly in the void. As for the power of his nascent divinity, it was much stronger than before, which was why he could forcibly break through the restrictive spells cast by the Yellow Emperor Xianxia with his fleshly body. Unfortunately, as he was cultivating the nascent divinity of three separations, he had foolishly sent one of his nascent divinities to Wuxia, who did not play by the rules and easily devoured his nascent divinity. Chapter 882. After cultivating both the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the dragon transformation script, after Wuxia broke into the realm of Tao breaking, his fleshly body could no longer be described with a normal concept. But, in general, he could break and resist all spells with his fleshly body. After that, Wuxia regained the memories of his previous life. He refined his body with the heaven-refining cauldron, fused the true body of heaven and earth scripture, the dragon transformation script, and the dragon kill into the heaven-refining grand magic, and nourished his fleshly body with the primal purple energy and Yuan Ling's pure energy. As a result, his fleshly body was countless times stronger than when he was cultivating the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the dragon transformation script. The true body of heaven and earth scripture was created by some almighty experts of the human race, based on the Panga true body of heaven and earth scripture. When cultivated to the extreme, one's fleshly body could reach 40 to 50% of Panga's strength. However, the heaven-refining grand magic was a cultivation technique created by Yuan Ling, whose fleshly body was much stronger than Panga's. Therefore, at the moment, Wuxia's fleshly body was beyond the imagination of others. He casually kicked on King Lishan's belly. Along with a few popping noises, King Lishan's intestines were ripped open, and a clear footprint was left on his back. A mouthful of warm blood mixed with some strange yellow and green liquid sprayed out of his mouth. Holding his belly with both hands, King Lishan fainted without even making a sound. A few of King Lishan's trusted generals roared, pulled out their swords, and hacked at Wuxia. Wuxia looked coldly at these generals, who were at the peak of the second Panga heaven, and let them hack and slash at him with their weapons. Wuxia was still a little afraid of the oracles of Diyu. After all, Diyu had been passed down for so many years, and only God knew if they had any vicious spells that could hurt Tao-breaking experts. But Wuxia completely ignored the generals of Diyu, who fought purely with brute force. The long swords hacked on Wuxia's body and generated a series of ear-piercing clangs. The long swords broke inch by inch, and the perlicutes of those commanders were shattered. Blood spurted out from the hilts of the swords. Before these captains could cry out in alarm, Wuxia leaped up and gave them a slap on the face. 8 captains howled miserably as they were sent flying away, half of their cheeks and facial bones smashed to a pulp. It looked as if half of their heads were blown away by Wuxia. The injury was not fatal, but it was very frightening. While Wuxia was fighting to his heart's content, Huang Liang, who was the first to be infused with a large amount of merit points, had already broken through and woken up. When human generals broke through the Hongming Panga heaven, they didn't need to understand the laws of heaven and earth, nor did they need to go through the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations. In short, their physical strength would skyrocket. Seeing that someone dared to attack Wuxia, Huang Liang, who considered himself the most loyal and capable general under Wuxia's command, roared and leaped forward. While the few generals who were knocked flying away by Wuxia were still flying in the air, Huang Liang had already arrived next to them, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him, and quickly twisted their necks. When Huang Liang of Hongming Pango Heaven bullied these generals, it was like a primordial immortal beating an ordinary gold immortal, as easy as a mortal crushing an ant. After killing a few of King Lishan's trusted generals, Huang Liang, who felt his body was brimming with energy and endless strength, cried out, "Who dares to be rude to my king? Step forward and let me have a good look at you." With a snort, Huang Liang flexed his arms coquettishly to show off his well-developed muscles. A crisp sound rang out as the armor on his upper body was shattered by his bulging muscles, and all his clothes turned to ashes and drifted away in the wind. With his upper body bare, Huang Liang stared blankly at the speechless ministers of Diyu, then slowly bowed his head and scurried back behind Wuxia. Deep and powerful breaths rang out as Baiqi and the others broke through their realms one by one. Feeling the endless power in their bodies, they stood behind Wuxia at the same time. Dozens of the most elite generals of the Six States unleashed their killing intent, which had been cultivated on the battlefield for a long time. The fierce killing intent made the generals under King Lishan not dare to attack recklessly. King Yangshan looked at Baiqi and the others behind Wuqi with a bright gleam in his eyes, and he was shocked. He was shocked in his heart. Since when did Wuqi have such a group of wonderful generals around him? Unlike Huang Liang, who was born and raised into you, Baiqi and the others had an air of majesty that was almost comparable to King Yangshan's, and they should have a very different air from the other generals of Diyu. It was as if an antelope had appeared in a flock of sheep, and the temperament and bearing they exuded could not be concealed. King Yangshan studied Baiqi and the others curiously. But long before they came to Liangzhu, Wuqi had used a technique in the Scroll of Stealing to help Baiqi and the others change their appearances. They did not change much, except that the corners of their eyes were a little higher, the corners of their lips a little longer, the bridge of their noses a little lower, the thickness of their eyebrows a little thicker, and the angle of their chins a little higher. Although the emperors and courtiers of the Six States were personally sent to Myriad Immortals Planet by King Yangshan, he could not recognize the origin of Baiqi and the others. First, Wuqi had changed their appearances. Second, King Yangshan did not take Baiqi and the others too seriously in those years, thinking that they were nothing more than pawns or tools. Who would seriously remember their faces? Wuqi had removed the black celestial forbidden curse on Baiqi and the others, so King Yangshan could not sense the unique aura emanating from them. Naturally, he did not suspect who Baiqi and the others were. Now, with the help of the enormous virtue of the heavenly Tao, Wuqi had forcibly helped Baiqi and the other generals of the Six States break through the overall strength of the third Panga Heaven. Together with Ao, Buzin, and the others, who were crazily devouring Torch Dragon's flesh and blood, the overall strength Wuqi was showing now was very strong. Although Wuqi's foundation was still a little weak compared to Yu and the other powerful clans, he had the Kunwa sword, which made him a successor of the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. Coupled with the dozens of primordial experts under his command, who would dare to attack him? King Xianxia glanced at King Lishan, whose life was uncertain after being kicked by Wuqi. His expression flickered for a while, and then he suddenly snapped. King of EC, why did you hurt Prince Diyu so badly? Could it be that you want to rebel by relying on the meager strength behind you? Raising his right hand, Wuqi said in a deep voice, I swear on my soul that I will never rebel. King Xianxia opened his mouth, but his face turned purple when he heard Wuqi's sudden oath. Gnashing his teeth, he breathed out a sigh of relief and snapped. Then why don't you hand over the sun and moon torch now? What are you trying to do? Wuqi looked at King Xianxia in surprise and asked calmly, why do you have to target me? King Xianxia, are you afraid that I'll tell you? Before Wuqi could finish, King Xianxia growled angrily. How dare you? Do you think I'm afraid of you? King Yangshan and the other kings of the council turned to look at King Xianxia at the same time. Their eyes flickered with an indescribable sense of danger. Calm down, King Xianxia, said King Yinshan grimly. If you have anything to say, just let the king of East Sea say it. Clearing his throat, King Yinshan said, I can't believe the heavenly Tao has bestowed such a great virtue upon the king of East Sea for killing Torch Dragon. I've only heard that the human emperor is the person entrusted with the destiny of the heavenly Tao. If someone dares to kill the human emperor without permission, he or she will surely be plagued by boundless bad karma. Killing someone with boundless bad karma will surely result in boundless good karma. King Gushan, who had just woken up, gritted his teeth and said with a cold grin, "Please tell us." King of EC, who colluded with Torch Dragon to kill his majesty. All the kings of the council turned to look at King Xianxia. King Xianxia's expression remained unchanged, but beads of cold sweat kept breaking out of his back. He stared fixedly at the sun and moon torch hovering next to Wuxia, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Wuxia patted the torch and said coolly, "This treasure was seized by me, so it naturally belongs to me." King Yangshan nodded and said, "That makes sense. The sun and moon torch was seized by the king of EC, so it naturally belongs to the king of EC." As he said this, King Yangshan was quite pleased with himself. Wuxia was his trusted aide, and if Wuxia's strength grew stronger, didn't that mean King Yangshan's power grew stronger as well? Besides, if a supreme artifact of primal like the sun and moon torch fell into King Yangshan's hands, who knew how many people would plot against him? So, instead of having it in his hands, he might as well give it to Wuxia. As for the other kings of the council, since King Yangshan could not get such a precious treasure, they had better not dream about it. After quickly deciding the ownership of the sun and moon torch, King Yangshan asked in a deep voice, "King of East Sea, do you have any definite clues about the assassination of His Majesty?" Wuxia nodded slowly. He told King Xianxian all the clues he had obtained through torture in God's prison, and then laid out the evidence he had obtained from Torch Dragon's soul. The imperial edict to pass the throne to King Yangshan was forged with the purpose of throwing Diyu into chaos. I've learned all about how the imperial edict was forged, but, except for a few of the masterminds, everyone else has been silenced. King Xianxian rudely interrupted Wuxia. "Silenced? How to silence them? How did you do that in the palace of Diyu?" Wuxia looked coldly at King Xianxian and said in a flat voice, "It was your highness who killed the imperial guards in front of the Great Hall that night with the help of Buddha's soul, a traitor of the Buddhist League, and then had their bodies eaten by Torch Dragon to destroy the evidence. Why are you asking me how I killed them?" King Xianxian burst out laughing. He pointed at Wuxia and snapped, "King of EC, you're slandering me. You're just slandering me because I've taken a fancy to the sun and moon torch. How could you?" Wuxia grabbed the torch and threw it to King Xianxian. "I don't want it anymore," he said coolly. "You can have it." Without even looking at the stunned King Xianxian, Wuxia turned to King Yangshan and the other kings of the council and said with a cold smile, "King Xianxian and King Lishan colluded with the Buddhist League, lured Buddha's soul into the palace, and killed His Majesty with the help of Torch Dragon. When His Majesty ascended the throne, the great oracle of the Directorate of Celestials said that His Majesty would be killed by his own son. May I ask if Your Highness is aware of this?" Before Wuxia's voice could fade away, King Xianxian had already pressed his palm against the torch and roared, "Kings, you're plotting a rebellion against the throne of Diyu. All soldiers of the Flying Bear Army, listen up, kill the army of EC, and catch all the rebels in one fell swoop." Grabbing the torch, King Xianxian led the tens of thousands of civil and military officials behind him and sped toward the exit of the palace. The ground was shaking faintly, and battle cries could be heard coming from all directions. Led by King Xianxian's trusted generals, the newly formed Flying Bear Army, which was less than 2 years old, had turned out in full strength and was heading straight for Liangzhu. The main camp of the Flying Bear Army was located in Liangzhu, and countless soldiers had already rushed out to attack the mansions of the kings of the council. Chapter 883. Just as King Xianxian ordered the Flying Bear Army to attack and took the lead in fleeing toward the palace gate, the courtiers behind him also made their move. There were about 300,000 courtiers and generals in Liangzhu who could discuss state affairs in the Great Hall, and King Xianxian's supporters numbered more than 30,000. Now that these people had made their move, the scene was thrown into chaos. Just now, Torch Dragon had wreaked havoc in the palace, and all the courtiers were wounded, so their reactions were much slower. As soon as King Xianxia roared, his supporters immediately attacked the people around him. Blades and swords danced wildly in the sky as the tens of thousands of courtiers behind King Xianxia pulled out countless spirit talismans and threw them out at the same time. Flames and thunderbolts turned into thick clouds that almost blotted out the sky. The cultivation bases of these courtiers of the Yu were not much different. Apart from King Yangshan and those who had strong clans and lineages, the others were about the same level as gold immortals. When they were suddenly attacked, miserable howls rang out and blood splattered in all directions. Many died and fell to the ground. The generals behind King Xianxia swung their blades and soared around like mad tigers. Their bodies were surrounded by a thin layer of golden light, which increased their strength by dozens of times. For a moment, they had an absolute upper hand over the other courtiers around them. Wherever the blades and swords passed, heads flew into the air. When the spears pierced through the air, blood sprayed everywhere, and some of the generals pulled out small crossbows made with secret techniques and fired wildly. Dense rune arrows flew through the air, and those who were hit by the arrows howled and fell to the ground. The spirit talismans in the hands of the courtiers were very strange as well. Although they were in essence the bone talismans of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials, the power they unleashed when activated was more like the large-scale magic spells of immortals and Buddhists. The dull rumbling of thunder made one's bones and tendons go limp. Thunder and fire swept across heaven and earth, and with each rumble of thunder, hundreds of courtiers fell to the ground, howling. Caught off guard by King Xianxia's confidence, the Yu's courtiers were thrown into confusion. King Xianxia grabbed the torch and fled in a panic, while the courtiers who had killed him followed him out of the palace. But when they fled, they followed a strict battle formation, leaving behind people to intercept the pursuers and throwing out a large number of spirit talismans, making it impossible for King Yangshan and the others to catch up. Seeing that King Xianxia and the others were about to escape from the palace, a group of flying bear army soldiers were charging toward the palace's main gate with a ferocious aura. If they were to join forces, it would be a little impossible to stop King Xianxia. "Stop them! What are you doing?" King Yangshan snapped. King Yangshan roared at the hundreds of supreme oracles in the sky who had come as reinforcements during Torch Dragon's rampage. These supreme oracles all practiced the Xianbing talisman art of extreme Yin. If they were to make a move, it would be easy for them to block the entrance of the palace and prevent King Xianxia from escaping. But these oracles just stared at each other in the sky, and none of them dared to move rashly. Only when King Yangshan was cursing did these oracles slowly drive the supreme towers to cross each other in the sky, slowly dividing them into two distinct formations. Tremendous divine wills surged in the void. Hundreds of supreme oracles locked onto and attacked each other with their divine wills, stirring up a spiritual storm that shook all the civil and military officials in the sky. Blood oozed out of their 7 apertures and fell to the ground, while the civil and military officials cursed and held their heads in their hands, seeming to be having a hard time. The roars of beasts rang out incessantly, while blasts of various colors rushed out of the heads of King Yangshan and the other kings of the council, as well as the honorable courtiers, as tens of thousands of powerful bee souls emerged out of thin air. With the help of the soul power of these bee souls, King Yangshan and the others managed to keep their minds clear under the attacks of the 2 supreme oracles. Wuxia let out a long roar. A plume of black smoke sprayed out of the top of his head, while the soul of Taodai flew up with bared fangs and brandished claws. Standing swaggeringly next to Princess Zhongli, he cried out, "Anyone from the EC who dares to invade our camp will be killed without mercy." One after another, Huang Liang and the other military officers of the EC rushed toward the EC's camps outside the 4 city gates of Liangzhu. But when they were less than 1,000 feet away, the dozens of supreme oracles standing at the exit of the palace waved their hands at the same time. A great sheet of cold light fell from the sky like a wall, and the frigid air condensed into countless black Xianbing walls, each about an inch thick, in the air, blocking in front of Huang Liang and the others. After paying his respects to the supreme oracles, Huang Liang swung his broadsword and brought it down hard on one of the Xianbing walls in front of him. A strange noise rang out as Huang Liang's broadsword and the Xianbing wall shattered at the same time. Huang Liang's body trembled, and a thin layer of ice suddenly formed on his fingers. "It's so cold. Damn it. How can these old fools be so strong?" he cried out. Princess Xianxia gave a clear cry. 9 golden bodies of the ancient gods emerged from the top of her head amidst a 5-colored divine light, and streams of divine power swept out in all directions. "Ignore them," Princess Xianxia cried out. "Just do what you need to do." She waved her hand, and a large sheet of light fell on Huang Liang, Baiqi, Lian Pe, and the other East Sea military officers. Their bodies were wrapped in a faint layer of 5-colored light, and the Xianbing wall in front of them suddenly evaporated. Huang Liang and the others let out a long cry, then quickly turned into numerous afterimages and rushed toward the East Sea military camps outside the city gates. A few supreme oracles snorted coldly. Driving their supreme towers, they were about to press toward Princess Xianxia. Wuxia gave a long cry, and the 108 Kunwu swords shot out, rolling up the rich natural energy in the surroundings and activating the defensive formation of Liangzhu. Soon, numerous runes of the formation lit up on the ground outside the city, and a vast amount of natural energy quickly gathered toward the Kunwu swords. Wuqi's body trembled violently as all the natural energy in the whole Yuxiong plain seemed to be converging toward him, giving him a sense of powerlessness that he could not control. The past human emperors were able to control this array formation because they borrowed the power of the array formation in the hall to share the power of the array formation's backlash. In particular, Torch Dragon, a scapegoat, was suppressed under the hall. Torch Dragon's huge body and strong body became the array formation's cushion, so the human emperors could easily control this array formation with their Dao reasoning realm strength. But without Torch Dragon's cushion, even though Wuqi had just stepped into the realm of Dao breaking, he felt that his body was about to be torn apart by the enormous natural energy. If it were not for the heaven-refining grand magic and Wuqi's extremely tough body, he would have been blown to pieces by now. With a wry smile, Wuqi reluctantly pointed at the formation and cried out, "King Xianxia, order your soldiers to return to their barracks. You, and the traitors who followed you and betrayed you, surrender now or, damn it, or Lao Tzu will kill you all." By exercising the Dharma idol divine ability, his body had grown to a height of 100,000 feet. Blue veins and blood vessels bulged all over his body, twisting and throbbing like flood dragons. An enormous amount of energy kept pouring into his body through Kunwu swords. With the help of the formation, his overall strength soared, and soon reached the level of peak-level Dao-breaking realm that Emperor Haozuan had achieved with the help of the formation. The peak level of Dao-breaking realm had the power to shatter almost all the shackles of the heavenly Dao. Wuqi's eyes flickered with purple flames. He felt that he had returned to the peak of the Dao-breaking realm in his previous life, when he could easily crush everything in front of him. Glaring furiously at the supreme oracles who had just stopped Huang Liang and others, he cried out lightly, "Die!" The oracles' bodies exploded with a boom, their bones and flesh turning into mud and their souls dispersing. Sure enough, they were all dead. Wuqi pointed out a finger, and the supreme towers they were riding crashed to the ground. Then, Princess Zhongli's 5-color divine ray swept across them, and they disappeared without a trace. King of East Sea, kill all the traitors, except for the ringleaders. King Xianxia and King Lishan, kill all the others. King Yangshan cried out. Understood. Wuqi cried out in a deep voice. With a thought in Wuqi's mind, countless silver-purple stars appeared in the sky above the formation. The huge star spun violently and shot out countless fist-sized silver starlight with sharp edges. The starlight fell to the ground like shooting stars, and each star accurately hit the head of a rebellious soldier of the Flying Bear Army. The starlight was extremely heavy and sharp. Even though the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army had profound cultivation bases and strong fleshly bodies, they were killed in an instant by the starlight. There were only dead soldiers, and none of them were wounded. Wuxi's body was shrouded in a thick and heavy vortex of energy, making his enormous body look like a fiend. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed like lightning. His whole body and divine soul had become one with the formation in Xianxia. He felt that he had never been in such a good state. In the area covered by the formation, except for the secret palace, which was protected by countless restrictive spells, he could control almost everything. King Xianxia, stop now, or you'll die. While no one was paying attention, Wuxia stealthily fused the immeasurable amount of energy gathered by the formation into the heaven-refining cauldron between his eyebrows. The cauldron was an extraordinary artifact of the primal chaos. Although it did not have any offensive or defensive power, it had a miraculous effect. It was much stronger than Wuxia, and no matter how much energy he poured into it, it did not react. Wuxia took the opportunity to steal more energy, as he would need the cauldron's help when he cultivated the heaven-refining grand magic in the future. King Xianxia, sweating profusely, turned around and pointed a finger at Wuxia. He did not even have the strength to curse him. Even Emperor Haozuan dared not to let all the energy in the formation flow directly into his body. It had to be buffered by Torch Dragon and the formation before he could use the whole formation. Wuxia is a freak. He actually used his own power as the core of the formation to control this supreme-grade killing formation. Anyone who controlled this formation would have the overall strength of a peak-level, Tao-breaking expert. Into you today, no one could fight against the person who controlled this formation. King Xianxia stared at Wuxia in despair, then suddenly roared, "Buddha's soul, you bastard! Haven't you succeeded yet? It's been so many days, you bastard." While King Xianxia's curses were still echoing in the air, a hoarse, deep, and evil voice of Buddha came from a distance. "I am a Buddha, and the Buddha is merciful. I never thought that apart from Emperor Haozuan, after destroying Yuxiong Palace, there is someone who can withstand the backlash of this formation with his fleshly body." The voice sighed and said slowly, "Listen up, kings of the Yu's council. I've taken control of the Temple of Truth, and the life and death of all your revered elders are now in my hands. Can we have a good talk now?" Hee. Buddha's soul laughed in a strange voice, while King Yangshan and the others looked in the direction of the secret palace with ashen faces. King Xianxia raised his hands and cheered, while his followers around him screamed with excitement. Only those who were truly loyal to the Yu could not help but tremble and wail in despair. Chapter 884. The human race on Panga continent attached great importance to the transmigration of life and death. They believed in the principle of transmigration. When a person was born, it was the gift of heaven and earth, the creation of nature. They lived and multiplied on Panga continent, but in the end, they would all return to the earth. Everything of a human came from nature, and when the life of nature came to an end, it was natural for a human to give everything back to nature. Therefore, the people of the Yu, including the human emperors, were buried directly after their deaths, and there were no coffins of gold and jade or tall imperial tombs. Even the bodies of the human emperors would be mixed with the soil of Panga continent. Therefore, the humans of the Yu attached great importance to the worship of the souls of their ancestors and did not have the custom of sweeping the tombs. Among all the humans of the Yu, those generals and oracles with profound cultivation bases were entitled to a certain amount of natural spirit items to prolong their lives. But the number of natural spirit items was limited, and their effects were limited. At most, like Emperor Haozuan, he could only prolong his life by 3 eons with the support of an entire dynasty. As for the other princes and others, they could only prolong their lives by dozens of periods at most, and that was the limit. Whether they were emperors, princes, or others, when their lives were exhausted and there were no more spirit herbs to prolong their lives, they would enter the natural transmigration. Only those supreme oracles could enter the Temple of Truth and become one of the revered elders of the secret palace when their lifespans were about to run out, as long as they wanted to. The secret palace would use a secret spell to put them into a state of hibernation, preserving them almost indefinitely. Over time, the secret palace had saved countless supreme oracles whose lives were almost exhausted, and some of them were even revered elders who had entered hibernation hundreds of generations ago. These supreme oracles still had 30 to 50 years to live, and the shortest ones only had 3 to 5 months to live. But no matter how long they had left, once they recovered from hibernation, they would be able to exert the overall strength of supreme oracles, enough to fight against primordial experts. Although the use of some powerful forbidden spells could directly drain their lives, as long as they could seriously injure an enemy, the Yu would benefit, and the revered elders would not suffer a loss. The cultivation techniques of the human race were the fastest to master. As long as one's aptitude was suitable, a supreme oracle could master it in no more than 100 or 200 years. Even if only 30 to 50 supreme oracles volunteered to enter the Temple of Truth and become revered elders of the secret palace every period, since the establishment of the Yu and the secret palace, there have been thousands or even tens of thousands of revered elders. Perhaps not even the first master of the secret palace could figure out how many revered elders were hibernating in the Temple of Truth. These hibernating worshippers were the ultimate strategic force of the Yu, a force that deterred the celestial court and the Buddhist sect from acting recklessly. Regardless of the apocalypse of heaven and earth, or any other calamities, the Yu would rely on this army of sinecures to stand tall. Compared to the Yu's enormous number of revered elders in the secret palace, the celestial court and the Buddhist League's forces on the surface were pitiful. For example, the celestial court only had 6 first-tier primordial immortals, the Great Celestial Emperor and the 5 Celestial Emperors of 5 directions, while the Buddhist League only had Lord Buddha, Amitabha, and the other 3 Buddhas. The Celestial Court and the Buddhist League had no more than 22nd-tier primordial immortals, less than 43rd-tier primordial immortals, and only about 3 to 404th-tier to 7th-tier primordial immortals. The number of 8th-tier and 9th-tier primordial immortals was slightly higher, but if those primordial immortals who had forcibly stepped into the realm of primordial with the boundless virtues of the mortal worlds were taken into account, they would probably not be as large as the population of a remote village in Yu. But now, the Temple of Truth had been invaded, and the lives of all revered elders were in the hands of outsiders. King Xianxia and the others were not only sweating, but there was even a faint layer of grease oozing out from under their skin. They were so frightened by Buddha Soul's words that they were almost scared to death. In a state of hibernation, the revered elders of the secret palace had no power at all. They lay there like a pile of living dead, and even a 3-year-old child could kill them by cutting their throats with a knife. Now, the one in the Temple of Truth was not a 3-year-old child with a knife, but Buddha Soul, the founding patriarch of the evil Buddhist League. The kings of the council stood there stiffly, their minds blank, and they were completely at a loss. King Xianxia and his followers, on the other hand, threw their heads back and roared wildly. They had seized the most important lifeline of the Yu, and now they had an absolute strategic advantage. Nearly 1,000 pitch-black supreme towers slowly appeared next to King Xianxia and the others. At the top of each supreme tower stood a supreme oracle who emitted a strong aura of the ghost god. The top of each supreme tower was filled with oracles from the Directorate of Celestials, all of whom were clad in black robes. These supreme towers had all shown their original size, hovering in midair like hills. When nearly 1,000 supreme towers were put together, A strong pressure came blowing at them, putting a heavy pressure on their nearly shattered minds. Staring fixedly at the 3-foot-long eyebrows on the supreme tower closest to King Xianxia, King Yangshan snapped, "Yu Chao Bu Huang, where are your Grand Oracle and left and right oracles of the Directorate of Celestials?" The old man grinned as plumes of black cold air visible to the naked eye kept spewing out of his mouth. "They are dead," he said in a low voice. "Don't ask me how they died. Anyway, they are dead." With a strange laugh, Yu Chao Bu Huang pointed complacently at the supreme towers and oracles around him and said, "Liangzhu has been in a constant struggle these days. The crown prince and you are fighting for the throne, while the Directorate of Celestials has remained neutral. All the oracles have been ordered to stay in the Directorate of Celestials. All the oracles have been ordered to stay in the Directorate of Celestials." Taking a deep breath, Yu Chao Bu Huang narrowed his eyes and said, "So, with a special medicine, all those who disobeyed the crown prince are dead." King Yangshan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. He almost died from the pain, but even as he coughed up blood, he pointed at Yu Chao Bu Huang and roared, "Val Spawn, how can you face your ancestors, the sacred emperor of Yu Chao clan? The Directorate of Celestials today?" Yu Chao Bu Huang looked at King Yangshan as if nothing had happened. "Yu Chao clan? I've been reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes, and I've long cut off all ties with the mortal world. It's true that I was once a human being, and Yu Chao clan is my ancestor. But now, I'm Monk Wu Chao, one of the future Buddhas of the Buddhist League. What happened to Yu Chao clan has nothing to do with me." King Yangshan shut his mouth and pointed at Yu Chao Bu Huang, trembling. Blood kept gushing out his chest, but he forced himself to swallow it all back down. Blood gushed out his nostrils and stained his upper body, making him look extremely hideous. Wuxia could not bear to watch this, so he snorted lightly. Princess Zhang Lu quickly came to King Yangshan's side and pressed her palm on his back, injecting a rich wood element life force into his body. At the same time, she fed him a few tribulation pills, which Patriarch Jiang Yun had concocted in the past few years, according to the prescriptions in Yuan Ling's alchemy manual. The tribulation pills were very strong, and their main ingredients were the sap of various innate divine trees found in Yuan Ling's nether realm. As soon as the pills entered his mouth, they melted into a stream of clear spirit liquid, turning the blood in King Yangshan's stomach into a fragrant breeze that circulated through his body. All his injuries were healed in an instant, and even his natal energy essence was greatly improved. Wu Qi snorted lightly, then stared coldly at Yu Chao Bu Huang and said, "You're so arrogant and complacent because Buddha soul has occupied the Temple of Truth, aren't you?" King Xianxia laughed heartily. "Yes, Buddha soul has occupied the Temple of Truth. Not only that, but I'm afraid the few old fogies of the secret palace are all dead by now, aren't they? King of EC, you'd better withdraw the formation. Now that I have the upper hand, it's useless for you to struggle desperately." Before King Xianxian's voice could fade away, Wu Qi casually pointed out a finger, and Yu Chao Bu Huang's head exploded into pieces. The terrible power of the formation crushed Yu Chao Bu Huang and his supreme tower to pieces in an instant. Monk Wu Chao, one of the future Buddhas of the Buddhist League, had just been complacent for a short while before he was killed by Wu Qi. King Xianxia was so frightened that he shut his mouth and almost bit his tongue off. Wu Qi looked coldly at King Xianxia and snapped, "Come, Buddha's soul, let's have a competition. You kill those revered elders in the Temple of Truth, and I'll kill your lackeys here. Many of these oracles are the reincarnations of your Buddhist League, aren't they? Let's see if you kill all those revered elders first, or I'll kill all your fellow bald donkeys first." The many kings of the council screamed in horror at Wu Qi's move. King Yangshan and a few others rushed to Wu Qi's side, grabbed the leg hair on Wu Qi's thigh, raised their heads, and cried out, "King of EC, you can't do it, you can't do it. You can't be impulsive." In front of Wu Qi's lofty avatar, King Yangshan and the others were as small as ants. They could only grab and pull Wu Qi's leg hair, causing Wu Qi to grimace in pain. Wu Qi snorted coldly and said, "I don't have time to think about that. Your Highnesses, I'll have to exchange a life for a life. After I kill King Xianxia and these reincarnations of bald donkeys, I'll kill that Buddha soul as well." Without waiting for King Yangshan and the others to speak, Wu Qi pointed his finger out. Dozens of tiny beams of light appeared out of thin air and tied them up tightly, making them unable to move or even speak like rice dumplings. Wu Qi cried out at the top of his voice, "Buddha soul, come, come. You kill the revered elders, and I'll kill the monks. Let's see which of us can kill better, and who can cause us endless trouble. I, Wu Qi, am just a man in the wilderness, and I don't bring glory and wealth with me when I'm alive. Ha! Even if I'm hunted down by you in the future, Lao Tzu can just cut his own throat and be a good man again 18 years later." Taking a deep breath, Wu Qi snapped, "But you Buddha soul, if you watch Lao Tzu kill all these reincarnations of bald donkeys, how many people in the Buddhist League will you offend? Hee, Lao Tzu has only lived for a few hundred years, but Lao Tzu will not suffer a loss in exchange for your endless life." Amidst his wild laughter, Wu Qi waved his hand, and another oracle who had betrayed the Directorate of Celestials and to you was smashed to pieces by Wu Qi's palm. Buddha soul's roar towered into the sky. "Stop! You lunatic! Let's talk this out." The bold were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. That was exactly what Wu Qi was doing now. Buddha soul was just an evil Buddha, not a mad Buddha. So, how could he risk his life to fight Wu Qi? Grinning coldly, Wu Qi said, "In short, if one of the revered elders in the Temple of Truth dies, I'll kill everyone here." Buddha's soul cried out, "I've already killed a few old fools from a secret palace, and they won't come back to life." "Forget about those who are already dead," said Wu Qi in a deep voice, "but you can't kill them now. Let's talk it out and see how we can clean up this mess." King Yangshan and the other kings of the council, who were imprisoned by Wu Qi, breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and the way they looked at Wu Qi was much more relaxed. Chapter 885. 300 flying ships lined up in a phalanx, blotting out the sky as they drifted southward like dark clouds. More than 300 of such large flying boats had passed. The flying boats were filled with the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army, the private guards of the major families, their families, and the countless heavenly treasures that they had accumulated over the years. King Yangshan and the others came to an abrupt halt. They stared at the man in disbelief, and at the same time let out cries of surprise, disbelief, and disbelief. Ao Buzin clenched his two little claws and was struck dumb for a moment. The loss of the great clans was one thing, but the greatest loss was to the military court and the Directorate of Celestials. Smoke and dust billowed as King Xianxia, King Lishan, and a few other princes left southward with nearly half of the great clans in Liangzhu. Half of the supreme towers in the secret vault of the Directorate of Celestials, which cost countless materials to make, were taken away. If it had not been mentioned during the negotiation, and if Wu Qi had not forced King Xianxia and the others to leave half of the supreme towers behind by force, perhaps for a long time to come, even if you used a mystic art to produce supreme oracles, he would still be in a predicament of not having any supreme towers to use. The 17 kings of the council roared and leaped at the man. "What the hell? What the hell? He's a zombie. Damn it, he's a zombie." Ao Buzin screamed as he locked his claws into an incantation gesture, and a magnificent dragon-shaped thunderbolt smashed toward the man with a terrible boom. Not to mention the military court, all the generals loyal to the Yu were assassinated, including the military minister and the right and left military ministers, and even their clans were slaughtered by the Flying Bear Army in a short time. Now, there was not a single regular army of the Yu around Liangzhu, and Wu Qi's EC County was now the most elite and powerful force outside the city. King Xianxia, King Lishan, and everyone related to them showed up obediently, followed King Xianxia and King Lishan out of Liangzhu with their families. Almost half of the powerful clans in Liangzhu had some important members who had betrayed to you. They packed up their belongings and left Liangzhu and Yuxiong Plain on flying ships in huge phalanxes, going to the southern provinces under their control to build their foundations. The first master of the secret palace and the elders of the Board of Elders were killed by Buddha Soul from behind with an unknown evil art, and the first master of each branch palace was also killed by him. Although the frontline army had promoted a group of surviving supreme oracles to take over the duties of these branches, the secret palace had lost at least 40% of its strength. Lao Tzu sent the human emperor flying with a thunderbolt? Fuck you. More than 1,000 supreme towers guarded these flying ships and left, and there were thousands of oracles flying in the vicinity of each supreme tower. Almost half of the powerful clans had betrayed to you, and to use national strength was immediately weakened by more than half. It was not only the people from these powerful clans who had left to you, but also the provinces under their control. Without a doubt, those places no longer belonged to Dayu. In this way, Dayu's territory was like a ragged fishing net that was cut into pieces. Once a conflict broke out between these provinces, the whole Dayu would be thrown into chaos. Wuxia had threatened King Xianxia, King Lishan, and those around them with the lives of King Xianxia, King Lishan, and those around them. No one knew how many of those supreme oracles around them were reincarnated members of the Buddhist League, but Buddha Soul dared not to hurt any of the revered elders of the secret palace. But Buddha Soul did not have the courage to risk his life like this with Wuxia. If Buddha Soul killed those reincarnated members of the Buddhist League, not to mention how Lord Buddha Amitabha would punish him, even the master's disciples, relatives, and friends of those reincarnated members would grind Buddha Soul's bones to ashes. On top of that, they would guarantee that Buddha Soul would not die, but he would have to taste the endless torment of purgatory for the rest of his life. A beam of golden sword energy towered into the sky, sweeping out in all directions with a mighty pressure. But what made King Yangshan and the others want to slit their own throats was the loss of the Directorate of Celestials. The Grand Oracle, Left and Right Oracles, and the masters of the various palaces were all poisoned to death. Except for Yu Chao Buhuang and other traitors who had betrayed to you, all the other oracles loyal to Dayu were killed in a day. Now, the only ones around Liangzhu who could still be of use were the oracles of the various kings and powerful clans. In the former site of Dayu's imperial palace, a group of Dayu's subjects sat on the ground, weeping quietly. When had Dayu ever suffered such a heavy loss? Even Wu Qi, who had been the most indifferent to the matter, was affected by the mournful atmosphere. With his head drooping, he sat feebly next to King Yangshan, grabbing Ao Buzan's tail and swinging him around like a windmill. Just as he was jumping around Wu Qi's head, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Wu Qi without making any noise. Ao Buzan gave the figure a sideways glance, then lost his footing and fell off Wu Qi's head with a loud howl. Dragons were the gods of wind, rain, and thunder, and Ao Buzan, the Arco Zhu Long, was the lord of all thunder and lightning. Startled, he instinctively used a bit of his vital qi to release the lightning. The power of this lightning was frighteningly great. Wu Qi was willing to risk everything to fight Buddha Soul. Even though a large number of revered elders of the secret palace had died because of him, as Wu Qi had said, he was a man of the wilderness, a worthless commoner. Even if he committed a serious crime, he would only be hunted down by Dayu, and he would not have to kill himself and be reincarnated as a man 18 years later. As for the revered elders of the Temple of Truth, Buddha Soul kept his promise and didn't kill them. However, he used the Buddhist illusory mirage reincarnation grand technique to trap the souls of these hibernating revered elders and even use some strange secret medicine to restrain their bodies. If these two restrictive spells could not be lifted, even if those revered elders woke them up, they would still be crippled. The entire revered elders of the secret palace had almost lost all their fighting force, which was a devastating blow to the foundation of the Yu's rule. Ao Buzin, whose body had shrunk to a length of 1 foot, felt dizzy because of Wuxi's attack. He lazily grabbed Wuxi's arm and refused to let go. When Wuxi let go of his tail, Ao Buzin triumphantly climbed onto Wuxi's head, stood up on Wuxi's head like a human, and walked back and forth on his head. However, he was now in the form of a little dragon, and yet he was walking like a human, which looked a little funny no matter how one looked at it. As soon as the man emerged from behind Wuxi, Ao Buzin's thunderbolt struck him squarely in the face. Ao Buzin's thunderbolt was too fast, and Arco Zhu Long's natal thunderbolt was thousands of times faster than ordinary thunderbolts. Coupled with the divine ability of the ancient dragon god to destroy evil and break armor, the man was knocked flying away by the thunderbolt before he could react. 70% of the newly formed Flying Bear army had betrayed the Yu, and they had left with the army. In the turmoil that day, almost all the important figures of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials were killed, and those who survived were all related to King Xianxia. 70% of the soldiers had left the Yu, while the remaining 30% had been killed by their own comrades in the turmoil that day. Therefore, Buddha's soul gave in, and so did King Xianxia. Therefore, everyone sat down and calmly carried out a friendly and restrained negotiation. After 3 days and 3 nights of intense negotiation, the two sides finally reached an agreement, signed a formal treaty, and swore an oath of life to ensure that the agreement would be carried out smoothly. That was all they had lost in terms of personnel, and the loss of other resources was even more indescribable. King Yangshan and the other kings of the council, as well as all the courtiers, dropped to their knees at the same time and cried out respectfully, "Your Majesty." The man flew up from the crater created by the thunderbolt in a disheveled manner, then coughed violently and awkwardly. Buddha Soul was one of the core higher-ups of the Buddhist League, so he naturally knew that in order to plot against the Yu, the Buddhist League had begun to plot against the Yu dozens of generations ago. Since then, they had been secretly playing tricks in the transmigration, mixing some important figures of the Buddhist League who were not very likely to be reincarnated into the Yu's clans. Among the more than 1,000 supreme oracles held hostage by Wuxia, there were more than 100 almighty experts of the Buddhist League. If any of them went against Buddha's soul with all their strength, he would be in a life-or-death situation. For example, near Wuxia's East Sea, the provinces in the south, southwest, and west were all controlled by the direct descendants of Chao Buhuang, who was killed by Wuxia. Once the cause of Chao Buhuang's death was known to those people, Wuxia did not believe that they would not attack the East Sea. When that happened, the East Sea would be attacked by enemies on 3 sides, and it would be very lively if a war broke out. There were also countless Yu generals riding flood dragons, cheelants, rocks, and other mounts flying all over the sky, urging the army to travel at high speed to the south. Each of these Yu generals had a profound cultivation base, so their laughter could still reach Liangzhu like thunder from thousands of miles away. It made King Yangshan and the others, who were standing on the southern wall and watching them leave, very angry. Torch Dragon had destroyed the entire imperial palace, and more than 90% of the enormous wealth that you had accumulated over the generations had been lost in the many secret vaults. All the books and treasures of the Directorate of Celestials had been taken away by Chao Buhuang and others. Because the books and treasures in the secret palace had been preserved with a mystic technique, they had not suffered too much damage. However, some of the precious materials in the secret palace had been taken away. The loss was so great that many of the kings of the Imperial Council who heard the list of losses fainted. When King Xianxia and the other powerful clans left, Liangzhu was almost an empty city. Apart from King Yangshan and the other kings of the Imperial Council, as well as the private guards of the powerful clans who were still loyal to the Yu, there was no organized army in Liangzhu. The various losses made King Yangshan and the others burst into tears, and they almost cried themselves to death. King Yangshan and the others jumped to their feet at the same time. They who had been mentally and physically exhausted by the continuous changes of the past few days suddenly found the best way to vent their anger. Catch that audacious thief and cut him into pieces. King Xianxia roared. A thunderbolt exploded, and the man, who had been thrown hundreds of miles away, fell heavily to the ground. A pillar of lightning erupted near his face, turning into a terrible bolt of lightning dozens of miles in diameter and shooting into the sky, roaring and spreading in all directions. Ao Buzin, on the other hand, felt very good about himself. Waving his front claws, he muttered complacently, "Who can step on the head of that old fart Yuanling like Lao Tzu?" TSK, even the strongest few ancient fiend gods did not get such treatment. Tisk, I'll step on Lao Tzu, step on him with all my might. The essence of the Directorate of Celestials was almost wiped out, and what was even more heartbreaking was the loss of the secret palace. Chapter 886. Standing in the center of where Mount Torch Dragon used to be, Emperor Haozuan raised the Xinyuan sword and thrust it into the ground. Torch Dragon had destroyed the imperial palace of Diyu with the sun and moon torch. The beautiful garden was melted into lava, and when it cooled, it condensed into a flat rock formation. As the sword was thrust into the ground, Emperor Haozuan kept reciting an incantation, and Liangzhu's defensive formation was activated once again. The ground began to wriggle like soft gelatin, and at the same time, the 108,000 bronze pillars that had been used to trap Torch Dragon burst into a dazzling light. With these pillars as the core, dazzling patterns of formations that looked like peonies emerged with a whistling sound, and the world was instantly filled with a strong black and red light. Standing on the ground, Wuxia and the others felt their footing become unstable, so they hurriedly flew up into the air. The earth began to undulate, and like a melting candle, mountains and hills slowly rose up. Surrounding the pillars that were emitting strong light, mountains began to appear one after another. The mountains formed mountain ranges with valleys and hills in between. Heavy rain poured down from the sky, forming rivers, lakes, and ponds between the mountains and hills. At last, even the few seas in the distance were gradually filled with water. In just a few hours, the imperial palace of Diyu, which had been completely destroyed by Torch Dragon, had been restored to its original state. On top of the wriggling mountains, tall and magnificent palaces and pavilions grew straight out of the ground. Any stone in Yuxiong Plain was a rare energy stone or a fine jade in the outside world, and every part of these palaces and pavilions contained an enormous amount of natural energy, glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. Countless colorful specks of light flew out of Emperor Haozuan's sleeve. As soon as the seeds of these exotic flowers and plants fell onto the mountains and hills, they immediately took root and sprouted. The natural energy here was extremely abundant, and the rain falling from the sky was actually a liquid containing very strong first-wood energy. As a result, these seeds grew and grew like crazy, and the crackling of branches as they sprouted could be heard everywhere. A day and a night later, a dense forest 1,000 feet high had once again covered the vast imperial garden. Exotic flowers and plants were everywhere, and spirit herbs such as Ganoderma, ginseng, sealwort, fleece flower, and so on had grown densely under the roots of towering trees. Apart from the fact that these spirit herbs were far less mature than the original garden, the whole place was no different from the original one. On the contrary, the architecture was even more exquisite and magnificent. The former Mount Torch Dragon was replaced by a great peak, and a winding mountain path still stretched all the way up to the top of the mountain. A great hall, 10 times larger than the original Yuxiong Palace, stood on the top of the mountain. A vast amount of natural energy poured down from the sky like a waterfall, pouring straight into the new Great Hall. The remaining 100,000 or so courtiers of Diyu burst into laughter. As Emperor Haozuan's figure gradually faded away, the people walked slowly into the Great Hall, according to their ranks, and bowed to Emperor Haozuan, who sat on the throne. After going through so many things, Great Yu had suffered a terrible loss, and yet Emperor Haozuan had returned unscathed. Everyone felt at ease and had enough confidence in their hearts. King Xianxia and the other kings of the council came forward one after another, reporting what had happened in the past few days to Emperor Haozuan. Emperor Haozuan nodded noncommittally. After listening to the reports, he said with a cold grin, "I've seen all these things with my own eyes in the past few days." Emperor Haozuan shook his head with a grin and said indifferently, "King Baishan, you are just a temporary replacement for the throne. Today, you will return the throne to me." After King Baishan was killed, Emperor Haozuan had chosen an idle king from the imperial clan to replace him. During the turmoil of the past few days, the king's performance had been lackluster, and he had just been idling around. Emperor Haozuan had seen it all. Upon hearing the emperor's order, the king bowed slightly and obediently returned to the ranks of the idle kings of the imperial clan. The great hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone knew that the titles of the 18 kings of the Yu were fixed. No matter how the titles of the other kings changed, the titles and power of these 18 kings would not change. Emperor Haozuan had asked the temporary king to resign from the title of King Baishan. So, was he going to choose another person to replace him? In Great Yu's imperial court, the king of the council of ministers held a position that was second only to one, but above all others. Basically, he was the prime minister and the supreme marshal of the army. He was also in charge of government affairs, military affairs, taxation, and the like. Except for Gao, the king of Weishan, who was also a temporary replacement, and King Baishan's bloodline had been killed, the other 16 kings of the council had been handed down since the founding of the Yu. Emperor Haozuan fixed his eyes on Wuxia and said in a deep voice, "King of EC has done a great job this time. For the time being, I will assume the title of King Baishan as the King of EC. If you can make more contributions in the future, the title of King Baishan will be yours." Wuxia strode out of the ranks and bowed to Emperor Haozuan to express his gratitude. For the time being, he would assume the title of King Baishan as the King of EC. As long as he made new contributions, he could officially assume the title of King Baishan and become one of the kings of the Yu's imperial council. To be honest, Wuxia was a little surprised by this big pie. With so many kings, members of the imperial clan, and powerful clans of the Yu here, such an important post should not have fallen into Wuxia's hands. But Emperor Haozuan must have lost his trust in these clans and powerful clans. Looking at the only 100,000 courtiers left in the Great Hall, the crowd realized that this hall used to house more than 300,000 courtiers who represented the great clans of the Yu. But after several upheavals, 60 to 70% of them were gone, and only about 30% were left. Some of them were killed in the last purge. Some had abandoned the Yu with King Xianxia and King Lishan and went to the south to establish their own power, and some were killed by the soldiers in the last 2 days. Now, there were only a few of them left. Were all these courtiers who stayed in Yuxiong Palace really loyal to the Yu? Perhaps no one present dared to think so, let alone Emperor Haozuan. Even Emperor Haozuan's son had betrayed him. Who could guarantee that there were not 3 to 5, or even 30 to 50,000 courtiers who were spies planted by the Celestial Court or the Buddhist League? Emperor Haozuan's cold and merciless eyes swept across the many courtiers in the Great Hall, and all of them bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to look him in the eye. Only Wuxia looked at Emperor Haozuan indifferently. He had no guilt in his heart, and there was no mental pressure, so he looked straight into the emperor's eyes. His eyes were as clear as water, and there was a look of determination in them. Emperor Haozuan nodded appreciatively at Wuxia, then said in a deep voice, "If not for the king of EC's swift and decisive investigation of the Mahjong incident, I'm afraid you would have been in chaos for a long time. Especially you, King Xianxia, you have disappointed me. I can't believe you surrendered and let the rebels send you to prison. If not for the king of East Sea attacking the city with his army, wouldn't you have been killed long ago? If you die, what will happen to the Yu's government?" King Yangshan's face turned purple. He looked at Emperor Haozuan awkwardly and explained in a low voice. I'm afraid. The secret edict came strangely, and I'm suspected. King Xianxia made himself the crown prince. You are afraid of being accused of assassinating me, said Emperor Haozuan coolly. So in order to prove your innocence, you allowed the rebels to send you to prison. How ridiculous. As long as you're selfless. So what if you summon an army and kill the rebels? With a cold snort, Emperor Haozuan sneered at the courtiers in the Great Hall and said, Look at you. Hasn't you been too peaceful all these years? You have all forgotten the courage of our ancestors. The rebels are committing all kinds of crimes, but you are doing nothing. If not for the king of East Sea's shrewdness and ability to find out what is wrong, you would have given to use foundation to outsiders. A gray-haired king murmured in a low voice, We just don't want to break the rules of our ancestors. Emperor Haozuan roared, Nonsense! What's the use of our ancestors' rules now? With so many members of the imperial clan and powerful clans rebelling, what's the use of our ancestors' rules? If we still abide by those rules today, we will be wiped out. Pointing a finger at Wuxia, Emperor Haozuan snapped. The king of East Sea and King Weishan are both leading an army outside Liangzhu. The king of East Sea came to Liangzhu within 10 days to suppress the rebellion, stabilize the court, and safeguard the throne of Diyu. Where is the law-abiding King Weishan? Where is he? Where is he? He is commanding the Yu Xiong army, the most elite army of Diyu. Where is he now? King Yangshan snorted awkwardly and dared not speak. Just now, a messenger came with a message that the Yu Xiong army led by Gao was still 3 days away from Liangzhu. Along the way, he did not dare to attack the towns and cities, so he could only beg them to make way for him. If they refused to make way, he would take the army around them. So, the speed of the army was very slow. The rebellion in Liangzhu had been quelled, but he was still on his way. Looking at the embarrassed faces of the courtiers, Emperor Haozuan snorted coldly and ordered his men to prepare the imperial edict. Torch Dragon had destroyed the entire palace. Fortunately, many of the eunuchs had cultivation bases, and they were lucky enough to fly into the sky and escape. Therefore, when Emperor Haozuan gave the order, he had a few eunuchs around him. The imperial edicts stored in the palace had been destroyed, so the eunuchs found a piece of black satin, mixed the blood of spirit beasts with cinnabar, and presented it to Emperor Haozuan. Emperor Haozuan personally wrote an imperial edict and gave it to Wuxia, ordering Wuxia to command the army of the East Sea and suppress the eastern region of the Yu. He could deploy the troops and military supplies in the provinces east of Liangzhu at will. His main responsibility was to suppress the rebellion and kill the rebels, and, at the same time, deal with the various means of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. In the edict, Emperor Haozuan also gave Wuxia the terrible power to execute without reporting to the higher-ups. He could punish all the civil and military officials in the provinces east of Liangzhu at will. When Wuxia took over the imperial edict, all the civil and military officials in the hall were staring at him with shock in their eyes. There were only a few times in the history of the Yu that such an edict had been issued, but at that time, it was when the apocalypse of heaven and earth had affected Panga continent, and the human race was facing a catastrophe. At that time, the human emperor was ordered by the sacred emperor to select good courtiers and valiant generals to fight for survival with all the strength of the Yu. Today, Emperor Haozuan had given Wuxia such a power. Not to mention how much power Wuxia had gained. The meaning behind it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Could it be that the human race on Panga continent was facing a great catastrophe once again? Chapter 887. Facing the rising sun in the east, the fleet of flying ships of the East Sea Army streaked across the sky and flew toward the East Sea. Compared to when they first arrived, the number of flying ships of the East Sea Army had doubled, and they were loaded with more people and more things. As Wuxia was ordered to suppress all the eastern provinces, he needed a lot of ordnance and supplies. Therefore, Emperor Haozuan had supplied him with a lot of raw materials and expert craftsmen. Although to use imperial clan and aristocratic clans had suffered great losses after the two major upheavals, the low-level craftsmen were not harmed at all. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Haozuan had given Wuxia 2 million skilled craftsmen. Together with their families and relatives, more than 20 million people were going back to the East Sea with Wuxia, standing triumphantly on the prow of Wuxia's warship. Ao Buzan waved his hands and laughed. I can't believe Lao Tzu gave the human emperor a good beating. Ha ha. Lao Tzu's hands are really amazing. I can't believe he actually beat the human emperor. Laughing strangely, Ao Buzan was showing off his glorious achievement of sending Emperor Haozuan flying away with a thunderbolt. Lord Xianxia and a few others who were clear-headed ignored him. If it were not for the fact that Ao Buzan was Wuqi's mount, the fact that Wuxia had made a great contribution, and the fact that he had a large number of troops at the gate of Liangzhu, the kings of the council would have asked for an imperial edict to chop Ao Buzan into pieces for Ao Buzan's offense against Emperor Haozuan. Yet, this fellow was still proud of himself for beating Emperor Haozuan. He wondered how many pedantic subjects of Du were eyeing his head now. It was just that it was difficult to make a move in front of Wuxia, but if Ao Buzan dared to leave Wuqi's side in the future, there might be someone who would sneak up on Ao Buzan and kill him. In his previous life, he had done that to White Emperor's daughter and was skinned and made into a storage ring. In this life, he had beaten Emperor Haozuan. With how cruel and merciless those oracles of the Yu were, if he was killed by them, he could only be a toilet bowl for the rest of his life. Therefore, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, who were on good terms with Ao Buzan, wisely stayed far away from him. This guy was now a scourge, and they would get themselves into trouble if they got too close to him. In the future, when Wuxia ordered Ao Buzan to go out with an army, there might be a group of supreme oracles who were loyal to Emperor Haozuan but conservative, waiting for him with bricks in their hands. Standing on the derrick of the ship's mast, Wuxia glanced around and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. This was one of the good things about Panga Continent. The mountains were magnificent, and the scenery was spectacular. Huge mountain ranges, easily tens of thousands of miles high and stretching for hundreds of millions of miles, were everywhere. At the foot of the mountains, the water was dark green, and at the foot of the mountains, a boundless grassland spread out into the distance like an ocean. Roads as thin as hair stretched between the grassland and the mountains, connecting the cities and villages that dotted the boundless land. Because of the vastness of the land, these cities were far apart from each other, and the two closest counties were often separated by millions of miles. As a result, many places had not been visited by humans since ancient times and still retained the scenery of the primordial era. A large flock of bold birds flew closely behind the East Sea Army's flying ships. The cries of these huge birds with colorful feathers were so melodious that they decorated the formation of flying ships in the East Sea like a cloud of fire. On the grassland below, a large herd of wild beasts was galloping freely, their hooves rumbling like thunder and kicking up clouds of smoke and dust. What a wonderful place! With his arm around Princess Zhongli's waist, Wuxia sighed and said in a low voice, "We can't let those people from the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League do harm to us." Princess Zhongli was also staring at the beautiful scenery in front of her. The primordial Tao of divinity she cultivated was the closest to nature and the laws of heavenly Tao. The impact of this boundless and uninhabited primordial scene was several times stronger than what Wuxia saw. Amidst this boundless and magnificent nature, Princess Zhongli vaguely felt that she had become one with the heaven and earth. Every breath she took was the breathing of the heaven and earth, and every beat of her heart was the beating of the heaven and earth. She had a clear feeling that this part of the world could be turned into her weapon, and she could destroy all her enemies at her will. In the primordial Tao of divinity, all the gods were spirits condensed by the world. Princess Zhongli's mind was integrated with this part of the world. In terms of the degree of being one with the world, Even Wuxia was far inferior to Princess Zhonglu, who cultivated the primordial Tao of divinity. Wuxia still had to work hard to integrate with the world, while Princess Zhonglu herself was a part of this part of the world. The gap between the two was really too big. Feeling Princess Zhonglu's aura suddenly become unpredictable, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled. He also integrated his own divine sense into the divine sense that Princess Zhonglu had sent out. The two divine senses perfectly and harmoniously integrated into this part of the world. The world was like a flawless crystal without any impurities, and everything was exposed in their hearts. This was a sudden epiphany. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu felt the operation of the heavenly Tao, and they felt the countless laws and spiritual power that made up this world. The infinite spiritual energy that Wuxia had secretly stored in the heaven-refining cauldron slowly flowed out of Wuxia's eyebrows and into their bodies. Their cultivation and spiritual power rose rapidly in this deepest and most essential epiphany. This state lasted for a day and a night, without alarming anyone. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu steadily broke through the first level of the Tao-breaking realm. The Tao-breaking realm was the 6th level, and now the two were on the 5th level together. Wuxia's understanding of the heavenly Tao in his previous life played a very mysterious role in this process. He taught all his understanding to Princess Zhonglu, and in turn, Princess Zhonglu also fed back her understanding to Wuxia. The world was like a treasure house, and Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu gained a lot from it. But this wonderful and indescribable state was suddenly broken by someone. A group of about 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals suddenly rushed into the void covered by Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu's divine sense like a giant 10,000-watt light bulb, their mouths glowing with a golden light. It was as if a thumb-sized fly had suddenly appeared in a transparent crystal ball, and it was so disgusting that one wanted to vomit. In the chariot surrounded by these celestial soldiers and generals, Liu Bang, whose clothes were disheveled, was caressing a beautiful, naked fairy maiden. Some unknown liquid was slowly flowing between the fairy's legs. Clearly, they had just done something good. Princess Zhonglu flew into a rage. "Shameless bastards! I'll kill them right now," she cried out sternly. The 5-color divine light whistled up, turned into a mountain shrouded in mist, and was about to smash down on Liu Bang's army. With Princess Zhonglu's cultivation base of the Tao-breaking realm, this attack was enough to turn Liu Bang and all his subordinates into ashes. But Wuxia clapped his hands and stopped Princess Zhonglu in time. He laughed and said in a low voice, "Liu Bang is here to disgust people, isn't he? Well, I'll disgust him too." With a strange laugh, Wuxia pointed a finger out. A beam of blood-red light flew silently into the distance, brushed past the top of the mountain in the distance, and soon disappeared into the back of the mountain range. Just now, Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu had covered a very large area with their divine sense. After a full hour, the 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals led by Liu Bang finally stopped in front of the army of the East Sea. A handsome immortal in a purple-gold robe flew forward and roared at the army of the East Sea. "Liu Bang, the heavenly god of the Tashida 5 Thunders, the patrolling king of Han, is here. Hurry up and pay your respects." If it were anyone else, they might be polite to this celestial officer, but the man in charge of the front line of the East Sea Army was Baichi, a homicidal maniac. As soon as the name Liu Bang, King of Han, entered Baichi's ears, his eyes turned scarlet. "Liu Bang, King of Han, is that?" He snapped. Before Baichi could finish his words, Zhang Yi, who was beside him, hastily covered his mouth. The identity of the people of the 6 states was an absolute secret, and it could never be revealed. If Wuxia had not made thorough preparations in Liangzhu, Baichi, Zhang Yi, and their companions would have been discovered by outsiders, and no one knew what kind of trouble they would have caused. Baichi struggled to pull out his sword and was about to chop the celestial officer into pieces, but Zhang Yi hung on Baiqi's arm like a monkey, daring not to let him go. While both men were entangled in a fierce struggle, a deep and gloomy roar came from a distance. "Shameless villain, Liu Bang, do you still remember me, the hegemon king of Western Shu? If I capture your Lao Tzu alive and make him into a stew in this life, are you still willing to have share the soup?" Liu Bang, who was sitting in the chariot and caressing the fairy maiden in his arms complacently, suddenly shuddered and turned to look at the mountain in the distance in horror. A great sheet of blood-red light poured down from the peak of the mountain like an ocean. Holding a blood-red spear in his hand, draped in the blood-red banner of Qiyu, and mounted on a dark horse that was dyed red by the blood-red light, Xianxia was roaring and galloping towards the mountain with a group of Xiang clan's generals. Amidst the monstrous sea of blood transformed from the banner of Qiyu, at least tens of millions of ferocious-looking heavenly ghosts were roaring and baring their fangs and claws, their bodies covered with bone spikes. It had only been a few years in the outside world, but tens of thousands of years had passed in Wuxi's Dark Yin celestial tower. Originally, Wuxia had only brought a few thousand heavenly ghosts from the ghost realm. But after tens of thousands of years of worry-free reproduction, and with the abundant food supply from the East Sea, the heavenly ghost's frightening reproduction ability had been vividly demonstrated. During these tens of thousands of years, the population of heavenly ghosts under Wuxi's control had grown to a frightening number of billions. Now, these heavenly ghosts were reproducing and living in Wuxi's interstitial world. Using his mighty magic, Wuxia had connected the yellow spring of the netherworld to his interstitial world, creating a filthy world that measured hundreds of millions of miles in circumference. Contaminated by the energy of the yellow spring, these heavenly ghosts had become 100 times more ferocious and stronger than the rest of their kind, and they also had the tenacious life force of the creatures of the yellow spring, which made them nearly indestructible. Xianxia came swarming over with tens of millions of heavenly ghosts. With plenty of blood and flesh to feed on, the weakest of these heavenly ghosts, who relied on devouring blood to improve their cultivation base, had the cultivation base of peak stage heaven immortals. Emanating a terrible killing intent, these heavenly ghosts transformed into a thick cloud of blood and completely drowned Liu Bang's army. A sea of blood rolled and rushed up, and the heavenly soldiers and generals brought by Liu Bang screamed in despair. Then came the sound of bones and flesh being crushed and chewing. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were devoured by tens of millions of heavenly ghosts. A golden dragon soared into the sky, while Liu Bang fled in panic under the protection of Han Xian and the others. Xianxia howled and thrust his spear at Liu Bang, followed by tens of millions of heavenly ghosts, who chased after Liu Bang and sped away. "Protect the king of Han. Don't let these evildoers hurt him," Wuxia cried out dryly. Amidst the laughter of the East Sea Army, the flying ship continued to fly toward the East Sea. No one cared whether Liu Bang was dead or alive. What did it matter to them? Chapter 888. Xianxia, the prefecture overseer of Sun Province, has disregarded the righteousness of the human race and colluded with rebels to commit treason. His crime is unpardonable. By the human emperor's decree, Xianxia and his clan are to be executed as a warning to others. With a golden scroll in his hand, Yin Bugue stood on a high step and read aloud. In the courtyard below the steps, thousands of men, women, old, and young knelt trembling, their faces drained of all color. As soon as the words warning to others came out of his mouth, the few criminal officers of the EC's punishment court standing next to him drew their blades and swung them. The sharp blade light turned into a curtain of blood and swept out. The Xinzhou prefecture overseer, Xianxia, and all his family members kneeling on the ground in the courtyard were cut in half at the waist. Their blood sprayed all over the ground. Their broken bodies writhed and twitched on the ground, and their earth-shattering screams of pain sounded like demons from hell. A chilly wind blew from the corners of the courtyard as a few oracles in black robes recited a spell. A bolt of lightning flashed across the void, sucking in the flesh, blood, and souls of all the members of Xianxia's clan. Lei Meng's satisfied sigh drifted down quietly as a great sheet of blood fell from the sky and injected into the bodies of the soldiers and oracles who stood guard around the courtyard. The sacrifice of thousands of fresh blood, flesh, and souls had boosted the cultivation of all the soldiers and oracles on the spot. The pleasant feeling of having their strength made them exhale and roar at the same time. Their thunderous roars even made the entire courtyard tremble. A few flying ships flying the flag of the East Sea flew over the wall of the courtyard. Squads of soldiers stood on the deck and kept raining arrows down. Miserable howls could be heard coming from outside the courtyard from time to time, and the smell of blood poured into the courtyard in waves, turning into a suffocating, sweet smell that went straight into the nostrils and made one's skin sticky and uncomfortable. In the square outside the Sun Province Overseer's mansion, tens of thousands of Sun soldiers in pale green armor lay scattered on the ground. A few flying ships were wheeling over the square, from which arrows were constantly being thrown down. There were still more than 1,000 soldiers in the square who were resisting stubbornly. With their shields up, they roared like wounded beasts and charged toward the gate of the Sun Prefecture Overseer Mansion in a frenzy. 10 rows of heavily armored East Sea soldiers stood in Chi in front of the gate of the Sun Prefecture Overseer Mansion. Each of them was clad in a special heavy armor that was an inch thick, with a heavy tower shield that was a foot thick, 8 feet high, and 2 feet wide in their left hands, and a special spear that was 30 feet long and as thick as an arm in their right hands. Long guns forged from pure metal rose up like a dense forest, blocking the path of the Xinzhou soldiers' charge. Behind these 10,000 heavily armored soldiers were 3,000 soldiers armed with specially made heavy crossbows. They fired wave after wave of arrows in unison, working with the arrows raining down from above to reap the lives of Senzu soldiers. The few main roads leading to the square had been occupied by the East Sea soldiers, riding on all kinds of strange beasts. They were not in a hurry to charge, but just stood there calmly and watched the thousands of dying Xinzhou soldiers launch a desperate charge. Each time they charged, they would leave dozens of corpses behind. It seemed that it would not be long before they were all killed on the spot. Accompanied by a loud whistle that sounded like a steam whistle, a general of Xinzhou, whose body was pierced by at least 30 specially made armor-piercing arrows, rose from the pile of corpses, howling. The general, who stood more than 12 feet tall, raised a crescent-shaped axe that was stained with blood and burned the last bit of his life force to charge at the East Sea soldiers in front of the Sun Prefecture Overseer Mansion. "Your Excellency, I've been ordered to help." The general charged forward with heavy steps and roared, "I've been ordered to help. Your Excellency." With a flash, Huang Liang, clad in a golden armor and emanating a faint air of majesty, came before the burly man. His right hand pierced through the man's armor and body like a sharp blade, and came out from the back of the man's heart. With one strike, Huang Liang had crushed the man's heart and snuffed out the flame of his life. What a valiant general! Too bad. Why did he follow a rebel like Xianxia? Huang Liang slowly pulled his hand back. The burly man's body twitched, and with the last bit of his strength, he swung his axe at the front gate of the mansion, then fell heavily to the ground. When the hundreds of remaining Xinzhou soldiers saw how easily Huang Liang killed the burly man, they howled in despair, threw down their shields and weapons, and dropped to their knees. They had given up resisting and surrendered, but at Huang Liang's order, more than 1,000 East Sea soldiers with tower shields and spears strode forward and mercilessly pierced the soldiers' bodies with their spears, lifting them high into the air. Then, 3 East Sea oracles, who had 9 golden suns embroidered on their sleeves and were emanating powerful energy fluctuations, walked out slowly. They raised their hands and began to murmur incantations. Another flash of lightning flashed in the void, sucking away the tens of thousands of corpses on the square, all the blood and the souls of the soldiers who had not left the battlefield. Large sheets of bloody light that contained great power slowly sprinkled down and fused into the bodies of the soldiers and oracles of the East Sea. Lei Meng's emotional voice echoed over the square. "Tisk, what's wrong with you guys recently? Alas, sacrifices are being offered to me everywhere, and I have to spend a lot of energy to receive them. What a blissful trouble. Won't you be in trouble after offering so many blood sacrifices to me?" Huang Liang narrowed his eyes and smiled. He glanced over his shoulder at Yan Bugue, who was walking out of the mansion with a large number of soldiers. They exchanged a smile and thought, what trouble could there be? Wuxia was conferred the title of King of East Sea, and the so-called East Sea was the first ocean they encountered when they walked eastward from Liangzhu. There were countless oceans in Liangzhu, but the East Sea occupied the title of first, so it was called the East Sea. It was a huge ocean with a surface area of more than 3,000 provinces. Even a gold immortal would need half a month to fly from the east to the west at full speed. Zhong Province was just the most famous first-grade province on the west side of East Sea. There were 45 first-grade provinces around East Sea that had a similar status as Zhong Province. Each first-grade province governed 300 provinces, and among these over 10,000 provinces, about 40% of them were in cahoots with King Xianxia, King Lishan, and the other rebels. By Emperor Haozuan's decree, Wuxia oversaw the East Sea and suppressed the eastern provinces of Diyu. The first thing he did was to attack the provinces around the East Sea. All the civil and military officials in the provinces where the prefecture overseers and county governors were from the rebellious clans in Liangzhu were completely purged, and those that might be related to King Xianxia and King Lishan were collectively detained. As for the other provinces that were determined to have nothing to do with King Xianxia and King Lishan, all their armies were incorporated into the East Sea, and Wuxia had disorganized them at will and stationed them in different places. The army of the East Sea under Wuxia's direct command marched out of the East Sea and built numerous military towns and checkpoints around the East Sea. Wuxia did not hesitate to issue a war mobilization order, dragging the whole East Sea and the provinces in the east of Diyu into a state of emergency. In this state of war, all the resources were under Wuxia's control, all the troops were under Wuxia's control, and the promotion and dismissal of all the officials were decided by Wuxia. Under such circumstances, the purged civil and military officials, as well as their families, were sacrificed to Lei Meng. Who would know about this? Even if someone knew, who would dare to leak it? And even if someone did, who would dare to believe him? If someone dared to speak a word of justice for those who were sacrificed and sympathize with those rebels so much, one must be an accomplice of the rebels. Under Wuxia's cruel, high-pressure measures, everything went smoothly. The only one who was troubled was Lei Meng. There were more than 10,000 provinces around the East Sea, and each province had thousands of sacrifices, and sometimes hundreds of provinces offered sacrifices to him at the same time. Lei Meng was so tired that he could hardly breathe just by tearing open the void to collect the supreme-grade sacrifices. As Lei Meng said, it was a happy worry. With such a large-scale blood sacrifice, the strength of the soldiers and oracles of Donghai was steadily rising, and Lei Meng's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds after receiving so many sacrifices. According to him, his strength was about to break through to the next great realm. As for what realm it was, Lei Meng pretended to be mysterious and refused to tell Wuxia, and Wuxia did not bother to ask him for details. After all, there was a blood oath, and Lei Meng had to lend his strength to the oracles of the East Sea when needed. Wuxia did not care how strong Lei Meng was now. In any case, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu were strong enough to deal with all kinds of troubles. After 3 months of cruel purging, all the provinces around the East Sea were wiped out by Wuxia. The control of these provinces fell into the hands of the first group of the Yu clan, led by Bo Zhongfu, who submitted to Wuxia, as well as the imperial clans and clans of the 6 states. Under Wuxia's order, These provinces began to recruit soldiers on a large scale. All the soldiers were transported to the East Sea and sent to the Spirit Cave under the East Sea to undergo cruel brainwashing and special training. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had broken through to the Tao-breaking realm, which was the cultivation base of the fifth-tier perfected Golden Immortal. The time in the Dark Een Celestial Tower had been accelerated by 30,000 times. In 3 months, thousands of years had passed in the Spirit Cave. A large number of well-trained soldiers filled the barracks in the East Sea, and a large number of soldiers were stationed in every military town. As the power of the East Sea gradually increased, Wuxia issued a mobilization order to attack the provinces further east in the East Sea, which was the eastern border of the Yu. All the provinces that were still loyal to the Yu had submitted their letters of allegiance to Wuxia, while those provinces that had submitted to the rebels had begun to assemble a coalition army, ready to fight against Wuxia. Just as Wuxia was about to lead the troops to wipe out the armies of the rebellious provinces in the East Sea and carry out a super large-scale blood sacrifice, Princess Zhang Lu suddenly came to Wuxia with a serious look on her face. Behind her were 30,000 beautiful girls. Dressed in black palace dresses, 30,000 beautiful girls walked quietly into the King of East Sea's mansion, filling the square in front of the main hall of the King of East Sea's mansion. Wuxia, who was discussing the route of the expedition with Baiqi and the other generals, stared blankly at Princess Zhang Lu and asked, "Xian, what are you doing?" With a strange look on his face, Baiqi and the others quickly left the main hall, leaving Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu alone in the spacious hall. Princess Zhang Lu calmly pointed at the door and said, "Before we go on the expedition to the East Sea, take these girls first. They're the good girls I have carefully selected for you from the imperial clans and clans of the 6 dynasties. Now that you have such a foundation, if you don't have thousands or tens of thousands of children to take care of it, why do you always need the help of outsiders? You should have an heir by now." Proudly raising her chin, Princess Zhang Lu began to count with her fingers. 1 month later, you will have 30,000 months in Dark Een Celestial Tower, which is more than 2,000 years, enough for you to pamper them several times. In the first half of every month, you must make love to Xian, and in the second half of every month, you must take turns to pamper them. While Princess Zhang Lu was counting with her fingers, Wuqi's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.